on the road to MotoGP.
1, 2, 3.
FAB-Racing mini bikes British Championship.
All right, then it is time to kick off racing. As Zach just said, it's going to be a good one. Actually, it was dominated yesterday, this AC40 Pro class, by Noah Barfoot, and we are going to see some big impact battles actually between many riders. There was a big crash yesterday for Randy Carter, and hopefully he is okay, but he did a really good job actually to just get back up and run away. I thought he was going to be injured, but that's just showing you how it teaches these kids to get back up and keep going no matter what.
Indeed so. Big thank you to 2 Clicks Out as well for their support of the AC40 Pros. The second step on the FAB-Racing proven pathway all the way to the top. Racing about to get itself underway in just a few moments' time. Provisional Championship as it stands. Noah Barfoot sits on 86 championship points ahead of Finley Stars' 63. Randy Carter dropping back as a result of a DNF yesterday, 27 points adrift from the leaders. James Dermott as well, who suffered some problems, a big low side heading into turn number 2 and coming out of turn number 1, dropped him down to 4th place in the standings, but still plenty of races to come from now. Noah Barfoot, 3 wins from the 4, and the 1 race he didn't win, he finished P5 in as well in what was a very challenging second race at Lid. They're getting themselves on to the grid for what will be 1 formation lap back to the grid, and then racing for 9 laps for the AC40 Pros, sponsored by 2 Clicks Out. There, rolling their way through. Noah Barfoot will start this one from pole position. Look out for the, there you can see the orange and black leathers of the 36 Finley Stars. The number 19 will start alongside him, with James Dermott and Randy Carter keeping each other company on row 2. Zach Athasic and Jude Good will complete the 6-rider field for our 9 laps of racing. Noah Barfoot, can he be toppled? No Fea Velthausen to annoy him at the top end of the field. Noah Barfoot free to, well, technically run away with things, but today is a new day. Maybe Finley Stars, maybe James Dermott, maybe Randy Carter have found something, that extra level to take the challenge to Noah Barfoot. Yeah, and of course there's no guarantee that the weather is going to be as perfect as yesterday, and if we know one thing so far in that AC40 Pro class is that or maybe a bit of weakness in the wet weather riding for Noah Barfoot. He was incredibly fast, but especially in the wet, being fast is maybe less than half of what you need to do to win a wet race. So if it rains later on in the second race, Noah could run into some issues, but for now I think as long as it stays dry, which for such a short race I think it will, he should be good for this one. But here we go then, racing for the very first day of very first race of Sunday. Finley Styles lines up second, ready to try and pounce and get past Noah Barfoot before turn 1, because that is ultimately important to stop the domination. But here we go then, look at Randy Carter there, ready to go as they all are, and we are off. Noah Barfoot gets a brilliant start, a good start as well from Randy Carter, as I said, look ready and raring to go. After yesterday's unfortunate result, James Dermott will be looking to improve as well, as he unfortunately crashed out of the podium battle, but already away and gone looks Noah Barfoot, but hopefully we'll be able to see the rest of the field just get into their rhythm and make a challenge. Indeed so, Noah Barfoot getting this race underway very nicely indeed. The start looked very good there from Randy Carter, maybe even too good. I'm not entirely sure if he was rolling before the flag, or well, before the lights had dropped. Following here though, the battle between what will be Randy Carter and Finley Stars, the 19 versus the 69. Look out for the 27 of James Dermott as well for what will be a 3-way for second position. We complete the first lap of 9, and it's Noah Barfoot that will now lead the 19 of Finley Stars. Carter from Dermott, then comes Jude Good and Zach Athasic trailing at the back end of the field, still learning, still mastering their craft, and will be improving over the course of this season. Currently though, Finley Stars has got his work cut out for him, because Randy Carter all over the wheel of the number 19. Yeah, that little rivalry that we saw at Lid now elevating to a podium battle that we saw between them, and this time they need to work out their differences and try and work together to catch Noah Barfoot, but they haven't even made any moves on each other, and Noah Barfoot's already gone, so I think it might just be that pack battle for second place. They haven't got enough time to worry about catching Noah Barfoot at this stage, and James Dermott is not going to make life easy for them, that's for sure, because he's going to be raring to go after yesterday's crash. Yeah, maybe a knock of the confidence slightly. It was a mistake down into turn number 1. Dropped the bike as it tried to sit it back up, and then obviously get Pigeon into turn number 2. It just slipped underneath him. Of course, we had a similar incident at the final corner for Randy Carter. Dropped the bike in pursuit of Finley Styles, and that allowed Jude Good by virtue of just finishing the race, which is, the first of all, the most important part of it, to bag a podium. Jude Good currently running in 4th position. Randy Carter showing on our timing screen as 5th, but that obviously is not the case. He's right there, sandwiched in between what will be James Dermott and Finley Styles, chasing after the number 19 machine. That's the battle we're watching now as they battle their way through the final corner at Top Bend and onto this start-finish not so straight towards turn number 1. You've got to take a shorter distance on the final lap in order to cut the distance to the checkered flag, but on a normal flying lap you want to be all the way over to the right hand side, maximise what is a fairly tight left-hander but still very, very fast at T1 into the tight hairpin of turn 2, then in towards the S's and then down towards the bottom of the circuit into the hairpin. The golden overtaking opportunity, but to no avail this time through for Randy Carter. Then it's that run up towards the horseshoe where the exit is important to finish the lap.
James Dermott looks like he's learned a little bit more from that crash yesterday. Maybe he had a talk with the guys at his pits, really, well, his family, and has adjusted his line to be a bit more flowing, because when he was chasing down the podium battle yesterday, he went right to the inside, right to the apex, like you would on a big bike, and try and square off the corner, and he just got a little bit too greedy to close down on the brakes, got too excited to be in that podium battle, and unfortunately went down at this corner. But you could just see there that he was following, maybe even going a bit wider on entry than Finley Styles and Randy Carter to keep that corner speed up. And keeping the corner speed up on these little bikes also helps your mental consistency, because it helps piece the track together all into one.
Exactly that. Vision, a big part of that as well, looking sort of where you want to go. A lot of riders tempted to over the handlebars, but you can see they're looking into the corner. Point where they sort of point their head where they want to go, and naturally the body leans and follows that. The further forward you can look, the more preemptive you can be, the more proactive you can be. You're not having to react to any of the corners, and ultimately it just allows you to be that much more consistent with your braking markers, with your turning points. When you get back on the power, hitting your apexes, that vision, all important when it comes to that consistency. Left to go, so over halfway through the Barfoot running away with things on the pink numbered 36 with of course the black and yellow livery. The 36 running incredibly well up in front, and well, yet to be challenged this weekend. He'll be looking to go 3 from 3 here at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, had a bit of a challenge from Velthausen last time out at Lid, but of course the Dutch rider was just a wild card and not here to trouble Noah Barfoot this time round. And I just want to see that podium battle. It's probably starting to ramp up now as the laps start to count down, but nonetheless another fantastic race from Noah Barfoot so far, as long as he just stays on the bike and doesn't make that mistake like he did in the wet. Just has to keep it consistent. It's, I'd probably say, a lot easier of a track to stay consistent at, because it's hard braking, especially the layout that they were using to brake really hard into that almost 180-degree hairpin and then flick it back round to ultimately the same corner but facing the other way. And that's where Noah Barfoot crashed, in fact, the run out of there and then into that penultimate corner, the 3 hardest braking points on the whole track. But now Clay Pigeon proving that Noah Barfoot's strength seems to be in the more flowy and easier braking sections.
That we can the circuit to Thruxton to sort of Castle Combe, one of those fast and flowy circuits with not many braking zones but technical ones when they do arrive. You're on full throttle for quite a lot of time around Clay Pigeon. It is fast, equally fairly technical at some points. It's all the combined G braking, leaning to the left while then almost immediately having to sit the bike up, get on the anchors for T2, then through the S's, then really the only heavy braking zone coming into the hairpin. You can see hard on the anchors there for the what will be the 69 of Randy Carter, trying to chase after the number 19 right now though, and it has been the status quo for the entire race thus far. Not quite got enough to go all the way at the moment. He's closing the gap, but not close enough to actually launch an offensive manoeuvre for second. Yeah, I think Randy Carter maybe at the start of this race has just been a bit careful on overtaking Finley Styles, because on that lap that he crashed in yesterday's race, I think we didn't see all of it, but from what I saw, he nearly went into the back of Finley Styles and had to sit up and the tyre barriers. It was terrible, but nonetheless he try and get the podium, but try and stay on and keep up that consistency that he's shown all race long. Noah Barfoot now coming to the middle stage of this final lap, and again it has just been sublime from him. He's so far ahead of everyone else. He's so far ahead of that battle behind him, which is probably actually going to start to come to a close now, because it's looking like, as I look out the commentary window, that it's coming to that ultimate corner. But nonetheless a fantastic race for Noah Barfoot. Once again he proves he is the dominant force that can't be stopped here at Clay Pigeon and in the whole AC40 Pro class. And in the battle for second, looks like no moves were made. Finley
Stiles takes home second place ahead of Randy Carter in third and James Dermott in fourth. He'll be unfortunately upset to not get on the podium, but it's better than a point score, as we said earlier about consistent championship, and now we've got that full race data, so to speak, experience. In the next one, I think he'll be much more inclined to take a podium.
Indeed so. Just having a look at the timing screen, I don't actually think there was an error because Randy Carter finishing 4.7 seconds off the back of James Dermott, potentially a penalty for a jump start for Randy Carter. We did think that start was a little bit too good. Initially I thought it was a timing error. Potentially it was just a penalty from race control. Results on circuit, results as we read them, provisional of course until they are confirmed. But just as a quick update, as things stand in terms of standings, Noah Barfoot now sits on 111 points, leads the championship comfortably over Finley Stiles and James Dermott, who are in second and third. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 as they round it off in race number 2 here at Clay Pigeon is how they currently sit in the standings. AC40 Pro, of course, sponsored by 2 Clicks Out. Thank you for their support of the series, of the championship, and Noah Barfoot running away with it up in front. 5.7 seconds was the gap between the 36 and the 19.
Absolutely incredible. Alright, then it's time for the next class. We move on to the AC40 Rookies, the ultimate starting ground for a young rider's professional career. It all starts here at FAB-Racing in the AC40 Rookies class. Think how many people have come through this class. In fact, someone who I want to Albie Stone in the AC40 Inters this weekend. He was out last time at Lid and it was incredible, and he's gone into the Inters and was incredible. And I think that is exactly what we can see from any one of these riders. All it takes is that little bit of a confidence boost for these kids, because they don't know realistically their pace compared to the others, because it's not a championship. They're all out there going to their most local rounds and trying to get race experience before stepping up into Inters like Albie Stone has. So they'll be seeing that and wanting to replicate it. If they put on a performance like that, I'm sure they'll be able to make this step up. And we've seen some pretty impressive rides already in the AC40 class yesterday, AC40 Rookies class yesterday.
Indeed so. Making their way out on to the grid, the AC40 Cup, sponsored by Grassroots de Grand Prix, a long-time sponsor of the Master Mac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship, and a sponsor that will be assisting with the Junior GP event at Silverstone to lower the rider entry fees, remove the barrier to entry, and showcase as many of the fantastic young talents that we have got in the UK on as big a stage of as possible. And a big thank you to them. Grassroots de Grand Prix, a perfect emulation of what FAB-Racing is all about, that proven pathway all the way to the top. Harry Burridge will start this one on pole position, his first race of 2026, and well, he won it. Not bad at all. He didn't show up at Lids, but he's here at Clay Pigeon and, well, currently sits top of the timesheets in terms of that qualifying from yesterday, and also storming to victory in race 1 yesterday as well. Yeah, the best thing that the parents can tell their kids at this moment is go out there, have fun, try your best, because any pressure is really going to play on their minds, because, you know, they think, oh, you know, I've got to win here. Mummy and Daddy said that I need to win, and it's going to really affect you. And of course, they learn to deal with that pressure as they grow up and go to different classes. But at the moment, it's all about making sure that they enjoy their racing and want to do it. Exactly that, and of course, you know, they're going to learn as they do these races. For a lot of them, it's a bit of fun. Like we said yesterday, it teaches them that discipline, teaches them that drive to, you know, get better, to improve themselves. But ultimately, at such a stage, every single lap, every single race round, they're going to be learning something. That's grid, of course, for the 8 laps of racing that we've got for the Grassroots de Grand Prix AC40 Rookies Cup. It's Harry Burridge that will start on pole position alongside Tyler J. Winded. Hudson Heaps alongside Eris Garrett. Look out for this second. They impressed yesterday. Albie Miller from Freddie Fletcher on row 3 with Bobby Baker. Alfie Spedding completing row 4. Theo Tyler, Arlo Simmons, your top 10 with Jack Owen, and Grayson Mills sharing row 6. Savannah Polden, Louis Elimelech from Imogen V, top 15. Harley Spiller in her company on row 8. Vinnie Glossop, Oscar Bond, Charlie Skingle, Courtney Spiller, your top 20 with William Green, Ayrton Oakley, Roman Hartle, and Gazlowski, brother of Sebastian Gazlowski. His first weekend at FAB on his brother's very first bike as well. So full circle moment for the Gazlowski camp. Theodore Ford and Bradley Bannister, the 26th and final rider to take to the start of this 8 lap. Harry Burridge, can he be challenged over the next 8 laps?
Well, we're going to see. Watch out for Hudson Heaps on that second row, because we were saying about having fun in this class, and I don't think up until he crashed, no one was having as much fun as Hudson Heaps. He was on fire. Watch him off the line. But at the moment, we're going to watch the front row, because Harry Burridge and Tyler J. Windard are ready to rock, and it's all about being side by side into that second corner, that really tight right-hander.
Indeed so. On the left-hand side of your screen, closest to you, that's going to be Harry Burridge. On the right, in, of course, that fluorescent yellow and blue machine, that's going to be Tyler J. Windard. Currently sits second place in the championship after a second place yesterday. It's eyes to the lights for the Grassroots, the Grand Prix, AC40 Rookies Cup. Harry Burridge, Tyler J. Windard share the front row. The lights go on, the lights go off, and we go racing. A slow reaction to the start there for the 29 of Harry Burridge. He drops back to third. A great start for Windard and for Eros Garrett, who shoots immediately up in a second position. But Tyler J. Windard getting the jump off the lights. Harry Burridge still half asleep.
Yeah, I think what really benefited them with that start is being at Lid. Eros Garrett and Tyler J. Windard were both there battling for the podium, and now they're wanting wins. They were at that Lid round only a few weeks ago, didn't get the wins because Albie Stone was so unbeatable, and now it's their chance, and they are not wasting any time with that already great experience they have. 2 races at Lid, and the one we have today starting off. Maybe Harry Burridge not being at that last round sort of made him lack a little bit more than the others off the line, but nonetheless he's got back in it, he's got back in the fight, and he's now challenging Eros Garrett for second place.
He is indeed. There you can see the number 8 being immediately chased after by the 84 in the slipstream. Slightly defensive goes the number 8, carried a bit too much speed through turn number 1. That's going to force the issue. Here comes Harry Burridge trying to get back involved, has to sit the bike up on the exit of turn number 2. Now through the S's and that run towards the first hairpin, you can see chasing after them as well the 66 of Freddie Fletcher getting involved side by side in the fight for the lead. Here comes the 84 of Eros Garrett straight to the outside of the hairpin, will shoot his way the long way round. Wow. He's got the agility. What a move that was. Harry Burridge wants a slice of the pie as well. He goes through, and oh my goodness me, Tyler J. Windard in the span of one corner went defensive through the hairpin. As a result, lost 2 places. Harry Burridge through to second, Eros Garrett through to the lead. That
was an incredible move from Eros Garrett. I mean, we were just saying how hungry he would be for this after racing at Lid, and there it was. He went right around the outside, right with the long way round of Tyler J. Windard, and it really surprised Tyler. He sat up on the inside. He was like, what are you doing there? And through went Eros Garrett, and then that allowed Harry Burridge to go back up on the inside when he eventually drifted off to the outside because he picked up the bike so aggressively.
Well, now Harry Burridge is going to be hungry to get his way back into the lead of this race. Fights throughout the field as well. Tyler J. Windard, after a very strong start, now falling into the clutches of the likes of Albie Miller, Freddie Fletcher and Hudson Heaps, who showed some good pace over yesterday as well. Ultimately finishing P12, but giving us a fantastic battle in the fight for the top 10. Currently sits as well what will be 8th in the championship with 3 top 10s to his name. Eros Garrett, though, with so far 3 podiums and 4 top 5s to his name, would like to add a race victory to that tally, but being chased after still by Harry Burridge, who's not showcasing the same dominating form of yesterday. Also, Tyler J. Windard picking up the pace slightly as well. Not overly great through T1 and T2. He drops back slightly, and that gives the reprieve that the top 2 need to be free to fight up in front. Eros Garrett, though, the one with the consistency. Freddie Fletcher, the one with the raw pace. Fastest lap that last time through.
Yeah, he was a bit able to be at the front of that group and not get disturbed by anyone. Eros Garrett probably just trying to maintain that lead at the moment, and well, maybe backing up the rest of the field. And oh, big moment there, in fact, for Harry Burridge. He took a very aggressive line there straight through the apex, and he carried so much speed through there, and the bike really started to chatter, and he's done well to stay on it. But now it's in fact gotten that good of an exit that he's able to set it up on the last corner, trying to get in the slipstream of Eros Garrett. Now 4 laps to go, and trying to make the move that Tyler J. Windard wasn't able to do a lap ago. Probably just got a bit too greedy and was a bit deep into that corner, was Tyler on the previous lap, and that's why he's dropped back from these 2. But nonetheless, Harry Burridge looking to make a repeat of yesterday. He's got into his rhythm and is desperate for another win.
Bit of lap traffic to contend with as well. That is the sort of the nature of the AC40 Rookies Cup. You've got some riders that are a little bit more established, a little bit more experienced, and then some that are taken to the circuit for their very first time, getting caught up a little bit. They'll split the traffic there and choosing the low side. Did Harry Burridge, going the long way round though. Eros Garrett making the right call to dart his way through the traffic, and that is such an important skill at such a young age. It's now given him a huge gap that he can play with 3 to go at the line.
He was definitely watching that race with Ollie Horner in it in the Pit Bike 140 class yesterday. If you saw that, perfectly executed. way of dealing with lap traffic, and Eros Garrett made a perfect replication of that one. Of course, Pit Bike 140 is on later. You'll see the action between Taylor Lawrence and Ollie Horner coming back to you later on. But right now we're still with the AC40 rookies, and it looks like Harry Burridge is already getting back involved in the fight. He is hungry for this. He's really gained some pace in this second half of the race, and he nearly goes into the back of Eros Garrett there. Both of them, you can see that differing line that Eros Garrett uses compared to Harry Burridge. Harry goes darting for the inside and tries to ride along the curb almost all the way around the corner, because he's on the inside then on the exit, and that puts him in a perfect place to get a brilliant run through the next fast left-hander. But more lap traffic to contend with, and around the outside goes Harry Burridge for a fantastic move. Eros Garrett got held up a little bit there by that rider, not too sure who that the number 3 rider, and through went Harry Burridge, showing us that it's not just Eros Garrett in this class that has got it done when it comes to learning how to pass lapped riders. Absolutely fantastic, and this time you'd say he's got a bigger lead than Eros had.
Indeed, so it's going to be tough for Eros Garrett now to reclose that gap. His sort of saving grace was the fact that Harry Burridge was napping off the start, and as such lost that track position. But Burridge now back into his stead with a lap and a half still to go at Clay Pigeon, bouncing the bike through though. Bit bumpy on the apex of the horseshoe there for the 29. Eros Garrett, has he got enough in him to chase after his rival Harry Burridge? Well, he's come into the championship. He's come here at Clay Pigeon. He pulled it. He won race 1. It was a bit of a shaky start to race 2, but with 1 lap left to go, we'll now look to see if he can seal the deal for victory.
Yeah, 1 lap to go for Harry Burridge, and he has played this absolutely incredibly. He has the confidence from winning the race yesterday. Wasn't even at Lid, as I mentioned earlier on in the race, but still local enough, I imagine, to Clay Pigeon to come along and really enjoy this track. Eros Garrett is going to be really upset with this one, I can imagine, unless he's somehow able to catch this or a mistake comes out the way for Harry Burridge. But look how tight he goes there, and well, it's probably the average line, but you compare that to Eros Garrett, and that's what is so interesting to see in these AC40 rookies, these different lines, and the different lines for overtaking lap traffic worked in the favour of Harry Burridge today as he comes around the final 2 corners now. Around the final corner, Harry Burridge wins race 2. It is the double on Sunday here at Clay Pigeon for Harry Burridge. A fantastic ride. Eros Garrett in second place. You feel like he had more than that to challenge Harry Burridge, but he is going to be devastated with that one. Again, we say so many people devastated with second place, but it's good to see Freddie Fletcher on the podium as well. Hudson Heaps in 4th. Maybe just being a bit more careful on this one as to not crash, but nonetheless, 4th place, a great result, and a shame to see the pole man, Tyler J. Windard, all the way back in 5th, maybe having an issue in that race.
Yeah, indeed. So Tyler J. Windard in the end finishing P5. For Eros Garrett, though, it's a best result of the season thus far with P2, besting his previous best of P3. He's now got taken 4 of the current 5 podiums, and all 5 of them inside the top 5, by the way. In terms of the championship, provisionally, 80 points for Tyler J. Windard, 79 for Eros Garrett. Only 1 point separate them. I know we've still got, 14 races left to go over the course, or sorry, even more than that, 16 races still to go over the course of the 2026 season. But 5 races in, the gap between Tyler J. Windard and Eros Garrett, just 1 point between the pair of them. Harry Burridge, though, will take a sensational victory despite a shaky start, 2.86 seconds clear of Eros Garrett, who takes his best result of the season thus far. Freddie Fletcher taking to the podium for the first time this season, finishes 3rd from Hudson Heaps, and Tyler J. Windard, your championship leader, only 5th. Behind that will come Albie Miller, Bobby Baker, Alfie Spedding, Theo Tyler and Jack Irwin, your top 10 after 8 laps of fantastic racing in the Grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 Rookies Cup. And well, you have to say Eros Garrett gave it a valiant effort in pursuit of the 29, but Burridge here at Clay Pigeon, well, he's got his head screwed on and well, did exactly what he needed to do to secure victory.
A really good job, to be honest. He waited the perfect amount of time and made it work. Alright then, we come back for AC40 enters the final AC40 class on the way after some pretty interesting action. I mean, yesterday's AC40 races weren't as action-packed, to be honest, as we saw at Lid, but today, that AC40 Rookies race was really interesting. Let's get a look at the sponsor then. Grassroots to Grand Prix sponsoring all of these AC40 classes in this, my apologies, LS2 Helmets sponsoring this on, Grassroots to Grand Prix being Pro and Rookies. But now, the AC40 Inters, of course, we saw some incredible action in last time out's racing. Lid was fantastic. You saw Daisy Grayson and Jensen Brown going at it. It was an incredible race between those two. Logan Paisley also getting involved, the number 25 Green Machine there. But yesterday's action, it looked like Jensen Brown was a little bit off colour.
Yeah, a little bit. Qualified P4 did Jensen Brown. Ultimately finished 5th at the flag yesterday. Austin Baton has been the one that really has stepped up so far this weekend. There you can see Daisy Grayson and her father having a bit of a pre-race chat. One of the first people we spoke to in the season last time out at Lid. Daisy Grayson coming into this one excited as ever and loving the fact that she's running towards the front, and her father as well doing the hard work on the spanners and cheering on his daughter, and such a good familial aspect to that. Not really fussed where they finish as long as she's having a good time, and she's doing exactly that and improving and running at the sharp end as well. So all the bonuses for Daisy Grayson, of course, representing the House of Motor, the highest achieving female rider award here at FAB-Racing. Daisy Grayson currently with 3 second places to her name so far this season, sits second in the championship, finishing second to Austin Baton, who of course won last time out at race number 1 yesterday on Saturday for round number 2. Austin Baton starts this one on pole position once again alongside Daisy Grayson. Let's see if the two of them can do battle, but about 0.8 of a second separate them in qualifying. The 100 definitely with the advantage. Logan Paisley, Jensen Brown share row number 2, only 0.1 of a second or less than separating those two at the death of it in qualifying, with Albie Stone and Chase Carter sharing the 3rd and final row of the grid. Albie Stone, of course, taking the step up almost immediately from rookies into the Inters, and we said, of course, through Lid that he could do a pretty decent job of things in the Inters, and he's trying to see if he can back up those claims, well, currently at the moment definitely getting mixed up. He was up there with the likes of Jensen Brown and Logan Paisley for the best part of yesterday. He'll be looking to do at the very least one better and get his first podium in the Inters.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job yesterday. I was so impressed. It was like when Pedro Acosta came to MotoGP. It was just like he's mixing it with all the top names in this class. It was absolutely fantastic. But yeah, he'll be a name to look out for, and someone to look out for. Jensen Brown, hopefully for his sake, has found something in warm-up today and been able to revitalise his championship challenge to stop the domination of Austin Baton. But nonetheless, we get ready to go. The LS2 helmets, AC40 into race here at Clay Pigeon. The first one on Sunday. Lots of movement back there. Quite a few jump starts at the back of the field, but it looks like we're going to get going now. Austin Baton doesn't get away as well as yesterday, but nonetheless still manages to lead the race. Logan Paisley gets away really well and goes up the inside of Daisy Grayson. He did that move yesterday. He's really good at that one, and he's made it work again, and has now set his sights on Austin Baton.
Yeah, nicely done there from Logan Paisley. Another good start, but Daisy Grayson could well fire one straight back down the inside by the time we reach the hairpin. The answer to that question quickly, no. The top 3 breaking away though from the rest of the field. Did see 7 bikes out on circuit, so maybe an extra one joining us at the back end of the field. But the number 100, Austin Baton, still coming into this with a fresh mind, and well, off the back of victory yesterday, will be as confident as ever. Daisy Grayson on the back end of Logan Paisley, definitely looking quite quick through the final sector of the circuit. The first lap in the books, and look at that run there from Daisy Grayson, getting on the throttle just that little bit earlier than the 25. Lap one of 9 in the books, and well, Austin Baton bridges a nice advantage, half a second back to Logan Paisley in second.
Yeah, Daisy Grayson is probably getting a little bit annoyed at the moment, stuck behind Logan Paisley. She's got time, but with how incredible Austin Baton was yesterday, you feel like that time is going to run out in a lap, and he's going to clear off because he's had such an amazing step up from Lid. As we see Albie Stone going up the inside of Jensen Brown there into 4th place. You feel like Austin has found a whole new level, as we were saying yesterday here at Clay Pigeon. Lid, he was hanging around 5th place. And we're just getting information there that it's Lawson Dorrington out there, who was also in the rookies class at Lid with Albie Stone. So it's good to see him out there on the grid, as well as the LS2 AC40 Inter field continues to grow. Of course, if you want to get your kids out there and start their racing careers, start them off in the AC40 rookies. And you could see them already racing with these guys in Inters as early as their 2nd round.
Exactly that. I mean, again, exponential rates of improvement. You know, at such a young age, they don't know a lot, so each round they learn so much more. It's then when you get to the 50s and the 70s that optimization starts to kick in, and progress starts to slow down a little bit, but at such a young age, they're constantly learning. Every single lap will be something new. Around the outside, though, giving it a good go, Lawson Dorrington joining us for this race, already getting involved with Jensen Brown, who was so strong back in Lid, taking 3 podiums and 2 victories to go his way here at Clay Pigeon, and that's the sort of the fluctuation of FAB-Racing in such a competitive field as well. Struggling now as Lawson Dorrington will fire one straight through on the inside of turn number 1 and demote Jensen Brown back to P6.
he's having a real big issue here at Clay Pigeon. He might have just not been here before, perhaps, and is really struggling to adjust to this track. It's quite different from Lid. We've already expressed that this weekend. It's a lot more flowing rather than Lid. It's extremely one line, and of course that can still mean it's flowing, but there's a lot more different ways that you can take this track, especially on such small bikes, and it seems to me like maybe Jensen Brown just hasn't quite figured that out yet, but that's exactly why they're here, to learn and regroup. I'm sure he'll take another look at what happened this weekend and maybe even recover for the next race today, but I'm sure he'll be back up at the front next time at Hooton Park, because Austin Baton is on a roll and I don't think he's going to stop. But I tell you what, on a roll now, Daisy Grayson into the 45s, only rider in the 45s with the fastest lap of a 45.9, so she is now ready and raring to go and looking to pass Logan Paisley and start chasing down Austin Baton in the lead.
Yeah, really good stuff here from Daisy Grayson. Fastest lap of the race last time through by a good couple of tenths of a second, but like you can see, seeing the rear end of the 25 of Logan Paisley. She gets a good run through the horseshoe, and you can see just on the power a bit earlier, sees the inside of the right-hand kink, but not quite close enough on that occasion. She's still very strong through this final sector of the circuit. Logan Paisley a bit more timid and cautious, whereas Daisy Grayson not afraid to twist the throttle, gets the run on this, pitch straight towards T number 1, does not quite have the run though, and in the end has to concede. 4 laps left to go at the line. Daisy Grayson all over the rear end of Paisley in the fight for second. Meanwhile, Baton able to, at the very least, consolidate what is a 1.1 second gap, whereas Grayson kind of wants to get a move on if she wants to win this race.
What I'm seeing here from Logan Paisley is defensive manoeuvres are absolutely incredible for someone of his age and this class, and I can bet you that it's the experience of his older brother Riley Paisley who is indeed giving him that advice and knowledge of how to ride around these tracks and stay defensive, and that's how he's able to stay in front of Daisy Grayson here. Daisy Grayson trying to go the long way around and then cut up the inside into the second part of that zigzag chicane sort when you come to the last corner, and she just can't do it because Logan Paisley's got every opportunity covered. I just said how many opportunities you can use here at Clay Pigeon, different lines at the moment, as they're now starting to lose ground to Austin Baton. He's brought the gap up to 1.1 ahead, and it looks like they're running out of time because Daisy Grayson is getting desperate to pass, and Logan Paisley's doing a great job at preventing that.
He is, yeah, you can just see on that run to the hairpin, staying to the right-hand side, covering off the inside, and fair enough, there is still a bike width gap on the inside. It just deters the move from Grayson. She doesn't want to, force herself too deep. She doesn't want to have to go too tight into the corner, and as such, it just is that barrier that Paisley can put up in order to keep this second position. Meanwhile, though, lap times fairly equal in amongst the top three, as around the outside, once again, Grayson will have the run, heading on to the start-finish straight, will have the inside line through T number 1, but sweeping straight across there is Logan Paisley in order to retain second position. At lap times, though, Austin Baton getting a bit quicker. The gap has grown to 1.4 seconds that last time through, and with 1.5 laps left to go as Grayson gets it a bit wide through the chicane. Thought about the move to the second part of it, but that was never going to work. Logan Paisley now has got a slight advantage, gave him a corner just to breathe or so, and at the moment is again doing a fantastic job. This is a brilliant battle in the fight for second.
I don't mean to sound like a rider coach or anything, but I think what's hurting Daisy Grayson in this situation is that every single corner she's trying to go for a move, and it's sort of hurting the next corner's opportunities. I need to set it up, and because every corner affects the next. You can see here she pulls out of the slipstream to try and set up the turn 1, and that hurts her as well. But on this last lap, let's see if she can do it, and let's see if Austin Baton, who's just set a 45.7, what a lap from him, the fastest lap on the penultimate lap of the race. Hopefully he calms down for a bit for his sake, because if he continues to push on the pace like that, he might not end up finishing this lap.
Well, I think he is just as comfortable. He's got the confidence up in front, and well, a second quicker than anyone else that last time through. Paisley firmly in white line it mode, defend at all costs, keep that second position for Logan Paisley. His best result was the opening round at Lid. That was his sole race victory. He hasn't stood on the second step of the podium thus far, so he'll be looking to do that. Through the final corner, though, Austin Baton once again has risen to the challenge. The number 100 will extend the gap at the top in terms of the running here at Clay Pigeon. We'll see the checker flag first, and we'll take victory for race number 2 here at round number 2 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. A fantastic run there for Austin Baton. Albie Stone, though, on that final lap, stepping up, finding something. A 45.485, quicker than Austin Baton's pole lap yesterday.
how many times can we express how incredible Albie Stone has been in these last 2 rounds? He's been so impressive, and every time we say how good he was in the previous race, he goes one better with a fastest lap of 45.4 miles faster than everyone else. That's such a small track as well. Being 0.4 of a second faster on a fastest lap at the end of the race is truly incredible. And I just want to give a shout out there to Lawson Dorrington, I saw going around the outside of Jensen Brown, the championship leader going into this round, around the outside at the hairpin. Absolutely fantastic move for his debut in AC40 Inters. So clearly he is now gaining that confidence as well, as we saw him achieve and hold on to that 5th place on the run to the line. A good result for him.
Indeed, so we'll run you through the full results and then some interesting news in terms of how the championship is racking up after 5 of the 21 races so far this season. Austin Baton took a fantastic victory, but it was not with the fastest lap of the race. Logan Paisley, Daisy Grayson complete the podium in what was a titanic battle between the two of them. Logan Paisley being the immovable object against the unstoppable force of Daisy Grayson. Albie Stone P4, his best result in the Inters, and with it as well the fastest lap of the race. Dorrington, Brown and Carter 5, 6 and 7. Like I said, in terms of the championship, the top 4 separated by 3 points. Austin Baton 92, Jensen Brown 91, Paisley 90 and Daisy Grayson 89. So consistent at the top end of the field, and Austin Baton's efforts so far this weekend see him right at the top.
Alright then, coming onto the grid now is the Mini GP50R class. We saw the Mini GP50 class out on track for their Sunday warm-up session, but now it is race time, and on pole position is Mason Frederick on the Ovale, who put in the work and had an absolutely incredible race yesterday. Of course, if you didn't hear yesterday, but had some adventures out in Europe, left us at FAB-Racing for Sunday to head off to Spain and do some racing. And of course, we were talking to his dad at Lid, and he was telling us about how these experiences can really help a rider, because the paddock life, the way they professionalise the young riders' careers so early, and almost craft a MotoGP rider in terms of their mental level and the way they prepare for a race is just incredible, and it all helps that confidence and consistency out on track, and we're seeing that from Mason Frederick here. So I think a lot of riders in this Mini GP50R class maybe after this round might want to invest in a holiday to Spain.
Yeah, potentially so. Mason Frederick has been so good, and like you say, was very good yesterday. Championship leader Emilio Pereira, they're racing in both the 50R and the 50 category. Right now, tops the standings by 31 points, has taken 4 podiums, 2 victories to go his way. Second place at round number 1 back at Lid. Third place yesterday, dropping back behind a couple of riders. And ultimately not where he wanted to be. Jensen Ansel was the rider that stepped up on the 22 machine. Jensen Ansel starting this race from P7, definitely looking very strong indeed. Not the best of qualifyings, but definitely has got the race ability. Mason Frederick starts this on pole position alongside championship leader Emilio Pereira. Josh Perkins and Cody Brennan will complete row number 2 with Tommy Williams alongside Preston Baker. Jensen Ansel and Joey Athasich on row 4 with Bo Morris and Jensen Cedras. Of course, the first currently looking pretty decent in the championship, just outside of the top 10 is the number 2. Nelly Nuth alongside Riley Robinson on row 6. Then comes Danny Longhurst and Reed Saxby, JJ Manchester, Jasper Neil White from Daniel Townsend, Oliver Wilson, Emerson Oakley and Claudia Dudman at the top 20, and rounding off our 20 rider field. Lots of Jensens in this field. One of them, Jensen Knowles, who's not with us this weekend, took the first victory all the way back at Lid, took the fight to Emilio Pereira, who right now sits comfortably, like I say, at the top of the standings. Can he tip Mason Frederick today though, or has the number 5 got a bit too much for El Toro to overcome?
We'll just have to see. Emilio Pereira will be raring to go, and of course those temperatures may just benefit him in this situation. That 2-stroke machine might just be able to go a little better, but it's not too much of a difference. It's mainly just the track that seems to be that the Ovale has that advantage, and there's not a lot of them on the grid, so we can't really tell that advantage. But nonetheless, Mason Frederick, the one with the black showy helmet at the front of the field, the number 5 on the Ovale, is ready to start from pole and looks to replicate his amazing performance once again. But Emilio Pereira, he's looking ready to get the jump off the line. Here we go then. The Mini GP 50R category. The first race on Sunday is underway. A huge jump start for someone there. One of the Ovales in third. Oh, a big crash in the middle of the pack. Thankfully, not getting struck by any other riders. Thankfully, that rider is okay, and unfortunately, very unhappy. I believe that is Riley Robinson, who has unfortunately gone down the number 153. A real shame for him, but Emilio Pereira has been affected by that rider off the jump start. I'm going to have to see, because we didn't actually see the front of the bike, so I'm trying to figure out who that is. It's Mason Fedrick, though, who's got away in the lead, and that jump start for the rider in black and pink in second has really affected Emilio Pereira and everyone else's chance at staying with Mason Fedrick. As we're just trying to identify the rider, I believe that it is Cody Brennan who has made that jump start, and of course that's now being told that it is under investigation. I'm not going to make too many claims on what the penalty will be, but here we go then. Emilio Pereira doing everything he can to get involved and back to catch Mason Fedrick.
Indeed, so the gap at the first lap, the first break of the beam, 1.3 seconds, which is incredibly difficult to close down, especially with Pereira being slightly off the pace relative to Fedrick here at Clay Pigeon. Of course, he'll probably know that Brennan may have a jump start penalty going his way. We've got two jump start coming in, one for the 351, definitely for the 790. That's going to be given a 5-second time penalty. That, of course, is Cody Brennan. As it stands, that drops him way outside of the top 10. Emilio Pereira currently sits second position then in the overall standings, but right now needs to get after, of course, Cody Brennan in order to get that position on circuit. All they need to do, though, really is stay within 5 seconds of him. Currently, though, Emilio Pereira, as it stands, will be promoted to second position. That does not mean that he's out of the woods just yet. He's got Josh Perkins and Jensen Ansell both queuing up behind him, ready to attack the championship leader.
I think we've actually lost Cody Brennan from this podium battle, because he was literally right there ahead of Emilio Pereira, and it looks like I think he's all the way back there at the back of the group, and there's no long lap penalty loops to take here at Clay Pigeon, so he hasn't served his penalty. It's going to be a timed penalty, and that's going to drop him even further back down the order, so it must have made a mistake there, and that's probably one of the worst ways to start a race for Cody Brennan. But I suppose he would just be glad that there's still points on offer, unlike Riley Robertson, who unfortunately went down straight away.
Exactly that. Oliver Cheeseman as well, the 35, been given a 5-second time penalty, also one of two to be given one. Shame for him, currently running P20 and last. 9 laps left to go. It'll be 8 at the line. Mason Fedrick leads 3 seconds from Emilio Pereira. This is the battle that we're following, though, currently. Also the 93 of Preston Baker on the rear end. He's fighting away with the likes of Joey Athisic and trying to get involved as well with that battle in front. He's fighting, in fact, Preston Baker with Cody Brennan, who is running 6th place on the road. Preston Baker not going to be 100% certain that the 790 has got a penalty. That's not going to be confirmed until he gets back into the pit lane, but we can see it on the timing screens. The 790 is there, is on the road, but right now needs to ride as quickly as possible to minimise the damage. Points go all the way back to 15th. Currently, after the penalty gets applied, he's running 10th.
Yeah, quite a few riders are looking a bit off colour in this race at the moment compared to Lyd, and I think that might just be machinery involved, but of course it could just be strong tracks, weak tracks. We're seeing Tommy Williams and Bo Morris and Preston Baker, who are actively battling for that podium all weekend long, and now we're seeing them 5th, 6th and 9th, so that's unfortunate. As you can see there, Nelly Nuth behind Bo Morris in 10th, and also Cody Brennan with the penalty applied, that is, on the timings. But I could just see that out the window as Mason Fedrick came to complete his lap with 7 laps to go. His dad pointing to his head that is, and sort of remind Mason Fedrick to just stay calm, keep it all in your head, and just be okay with this lead that you've got. The pressure can get to you, and what he's learned out in Europe, I'm sure, has 100% helped that. This is something that he's been doing all his life, almost, FAB Racing, and that teaches him the experience that he needs to just stay calm and keep doing and replicate it, the performance from yesterday. Exactly
that. Following there, the 57, the red and white, Bo Morris trying to get on to the back of Joey Athisic in front. That's the battle for what is P8. Nelly Nuth also involved, the 44. Previous AC40 Rookies champion back in 2024. Now on to the bigger bikes, and still acclimatising to it. Pereira has got a little bit more experience than Nelly Nuth, his old rival. Nelly Nuth, a star of the FAB Racing paddock, multiple-time House of Moto highest achieving female rider award winner, and right now taking those steps up on this bigger, the geared bikes in the form of the Metrokit 50, and right now on the back of Bo Morris. There is our race leader, though, the number 5 of Mason Fedrick, who once again has set the fastest lap of the race. Emilio Pereira doing his best to minimise the damage now in second and to claw away some time from Josh Perkins and Jensen Ansell to some success for the 31, but not quite able to match the pace that Mason Frederick is hammering down. 38.915 to 39.138. We'll see the gap across the line. Still 4 to go. Still opportunities if Pereira can find some find some lap time, especially now with the gap to lap traffic closing down. Frederick might get held up ever so slightly over the course of this lap. Pereira needs to be as efficient as possible clearing through the lap riders.
Yeah, he needs to be really careful here, but I'll give it to Pereira. He's really doing well in this race. 1.5 is the gap to Mason Frederick with 4 laps to go. As you can see, Mason Frederick there making his way through on that lap traffic. That might make it a bit difficult for Emilio Pereira to keep that gap at 1.5, but nonetheless, with being on that 2-stroke, which clearly seems to be the less prominent bike, just purely based off lap times, because we're seeing 38s from Mason Frederick and no one else is even able to get within 0.3 of a second of that. But I think the laps are able to come a lot more consistently on the ovales, but we're not taking anything away from Mason Frederick. It's not the machinery, it's Mason. He's doing absolutely fantastic, and that little reminder that his dad gave him, it can really make all the difference. I mean, you see people say that, does it really make that much of a difference? Because it's one thing and you can automatically just get back into your own head, but it's almost like a switch. Even MotoGP riders have little messages on their handlebars that say relax, or even a few people, I remember Hakuna Matata, just reminding them to take it easy and remember that you don't need to go all out for this one yet. You need to keep the pace simple and consistent.
Yeah, just a small reminder to yourself psychologically can reassure yourself, get yourself back into that mindset. It's very easy to tense up, to start worrying, start panicking, and as soon as that panic sets in, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It manifests itself. The more you tense up, the more you worry about not crashing, the likelihood of you crashing actually increases. Take a breath, relax, loosen up a little bit, and you'll find actually your riding becomes a lot more fluid, a lot more dynamic, and easy to get the bike turned in. As we can see there through the quick changes of direction here at Clay Pigeon, you need to be fluid, you cannot be rigid. Final lap of the race, a masterclass from Mason Frederick. His time away in Europe definitely giving him some benefits here. 1 lap left to go in order to seal victory. Fastest lap of the race last time through, a 38.752. Class of the field currently sits 5.5 seconds clear. Emilio Pereira in second.
And the way we can see Mason riding is so incredible, because of course we were just talking about that mental state and challenge of racing motorcycles and also leading the race, is that he's not riding extremely aggressively to pull away from Emilio Pereira. He's happy doing those fastest laps, and that's extremely good. It's amazing for his confidence. And here he comes in around the final corner. This one will also do good for his confidence as he now comes to the line. Mason Frederick, 2 for him at Clay Pigeon in the GP50R class on the Ovale. Fantastic performance from him once again. Mason Frederick on top. Emilio Pereira, another shout out to him. A really good performance to get that Metric onto second, and then it looks like via timing Jensen Ansel is going to get onto the podium, because I believe that we saw Cody Brennan drop further back anyway despite the penalty. But another good podium for Jensen Ansel. He'll be happy with that one. But Josh Perkins again missing out on that podium. He's looking like he's becoming the king of fourth at the moment, and hopefully for his sake in the next races, and of course heading to Hooton Park, he'll be looking to erase that name for the rest of the season.
Exactly that. Emilio Pereira finishing second in that one as well. 6.7 seconds off the back of Mason Frederick. Not at all what Emilio Pereira would have wanted in the slightest. But still, another podium to add to the tally. Still managing the gap at the top of the standings also. It was a very good run there for Emilio Pereira, and that consistency is what's going to help him win this championship. He cannot get in his own head, but Mason Frederick smiling as always. 6.707, the winning margin. Across the line, Emilio Pereira, Jensen Ansel, Josh Perkins and Tommy Williams, your top 5, with Preston Baker. Cody Brennan with the 5-second penalty, still finishing inside the top 7. Remarkable from the 790. Joey Athasic, Nelly Nuth inside the top 10 from Bo Morris, completing said top 10. The 57 falling from grace slightly. Took a podium last time at Adelaide. Currently has not been able to break the top 5 here at Clay Pigeon. He'll be looking to bounce back a bit later on this afternoon for race number 3.
Yeah, a small shout out there to Nelly Nuth. You probably already know that name, but starting to get onto the bigger bikes now, and a 9th place, a really good step up from yesterday where she was getting involved as part of the lap traffic. But yeah, a good result to improve as we now head on to the next class up. We've got Senior Mini Moto coming your way. Alright then, it is time for Senior Mini Motos. It is the big guys on the small bikes. This was a very odd class yesterday. I explained to many people about this class, about how these bikes are automatic, they're two-stroke as well. That doesn't help anything reliability-wise. You can see Matt Birkin there, the championship leader, the reigning champion, the unstoppable man in this class. Tom Burt, unfortunately, there he was leading into this round. His debut in Lid was absolutely fantastic, but chains going off here, there and everywhere, and that's just what happens. I explained this at Clay Pigeon. It's such more of a flowing track, and on these tiny little bikes you're flat on the throttle for almost the entire circuit. There's very few moments where you let go of the throttle, but those moments, they're very choppy. You or shut the throttle off completely and go straight back on it, because it's so much harder for these bigger riders with their bigger hands and strength to give tiny little inputs like we see from the kids in the AC40 classes. So chains come off very easily when that happens on automatic bikes, and I'm sure the riders who all had those chain issues, they'll be checking the sprocket and engine alignment, and also setting the correct chain slack to make sure that everything is okay. But not even that can save you. Nothing can save you at the moment from Clay Pigeon and the rough that it can do on your chain. But nonetheless, we'll see who can stay on the track for the longest and who can win this race. Of course, the favourite being Matt Birkin, but he can easily be stopped by any one of his rivals going into this one.
Can indeed. It'll be eyes to lights. Matt Birkin, Harvey Jeremy share the front row of the grid. Tom Burt and Andy Whedon behind that as well. The lights will come on, they'll go off. We've got 9 laps of racing in senior mini motos. Matt Birkin looking to do his 4th consecutive victory. We go racing once again. A good start, an even start in fact between the front row. Harvey Jeremy through on the championship leader towards turn number 2. Gets the jump, does the 45. Matt Birkin settles into second. Bit of a tap to the rear wheel there from the number 1 machine in towards the S's for the first time. Closing them down as well comes the 68 and the 70 of Burt and Whedon towards the hairpin for the first time. Matt Birkin will look to fire one down the inside, but that gets covered off by Harvey Jeremy. Now towards the horseshoe for the opening time, where you've got to keep that minimum speed up. The 45 has got the advantage thus far, side by side in the fight for third as well, as Andy Whedon will nip his way underneath and through to third. Matt Birkin will take the lead of the race.
Yeah, fantastic move from Matt Birkin, just showing us why he's the championship leader and the reigning champion. Tom Burt trying to get involved as well. Andy Whedon also trying to get involved. Don't get them confused, Andy Whedon and Matt Birkin. Very similar suits, but the helmet's very different. LS2, a black one, carbon almost, for Matt Birkin out front, and then Andy Whedon, a black and white Arai helmet, but the same suit in terms of design. Don't get them confused, because one's in the lead and one's in 4th. But all that could change in this class with possible mechanical issues and also a lot of crashes, which we actually saw at Lid. A lot of people getting a bit too brave on the brakes, but this time Tom Burt looking like he's getting aggressive for second place. Through he goes on Harvey Jeremy, puts Harvey Jeremy up on the inside curb there. That could have been very bad for Harvey Jeremy, but he did a really good job to stay on that, and it's really good to see Harvey Jeremy in the podium battle, because last year he really struggled here at Clay Pigeon. It could have been some repetitive mechanical issues, but at the same time you feel like that confidence would have dropped going somewhere like this after such a difficult round last time out. And of course, this is if you're an adult watching along FAB-Racing, this incredible racing that we've got for you on this Sunday, you can get yourself out there at the next round at Hooton Park in the senior mini moto class. Make sure you're there for the next one, either watching or racing, or as we said, on the spanners for someone, because if Clay Pigeon's anything to go by and Hooton Park could offer the same issue, then I think a lot of people are going to need spare chains.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of them as well. They're the mechanics on the fly. They're their own roadside recovery assistants, guys, because we saw Matt Birkin, his chain come off in race 1 back at Lid, where he finished P8, his worst result of the season. In fact, his only non-victory of the season thus far. He got the chain back on, he got back going again. So yeah, it's very important as well. Will you speak of it? Potentially an issue there for Matt Birkin. Is it the chain that's come off? He's looking down between his legs. I think it is a bit of a problem that he's got to sort out. I think the bike has stalled. He's trying to get it restarted again. Back going once more does the champion. 6 laps left to go for Matt Birkin to try and recover, but I think the problem is persisting.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, I don't think it's the chain that time. He was seriously having some issues just keeping the bike running. Maybe just keeping the bike a little bit too low on revs heading through that corner, but just because, you know, they're these heavier riders and they're these aggressive little 2-stroke bikes, and with that weight on them, it's going to make them bog down a lot more being 2 strokes. heading through those slow corners, so might have just taken a bit of a tighter line and therefore had slower speed through the corner, and that might have just hindered him there. But you feel like Matt Birkin, being the incredible mini moto rider that he is, may have just might already know that. Well, he certainly does know the bike didn't start again. But now into lead is Tom Burt ahead of Harvey Jeremy, and we've got a battle on our hands.
I'm not going to say it was the commentator's curse because I think it's absolute rubbish, but that is some really bad luck for Matt Birkin. The 68 of Tom Burt will inherit the race lead off the back of a retirement yesterday. Tom Burt, the winner of the opening round of the season, followed by 2 second places through race 2 and race 3 back at Lydd, currently sits second place in the championship, only 14 points off Matt Birkin. If Tom Burt can win this race, he will comfortably inherit the championship lead, but Harvey Jeremy will be searching for what will be his first victory of the season, following 2 third places back in Lydd.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of deja vu from that first race in Lydd. Matt Birkin leading the race and then having an issue and having to stop off. And now we're seeing Tom Burt leading the race. Will he be able to replicate that very race? Or will Harvey Jeremy and Andy Whedon make a little bit harder of a time for him to cross the line in first? Harvey Jeremy did drop back a bit after Tom Burt made the move on that very corner and put Harvey Jeremy on the inside on that curb. But it looks like Harvey has regained his confidence and is now ready to chase down and make an action-packed last 3 laps for us, as they now come across the line, doing everything he can to tuck in on that tiny little bike and get all his elbows and knees squeezed in to try and make that bike as fast as possible down the straight, and he's done a good job of it. He's closed a little bit of time there to Tom Burt. I think he's significantly shorter than him from what I can see here. He's able to tuck in a lot better, but nonetheless, Tom Burt doing a fantastic job to hang on to lead, and Andy Whedon there in third, waiting for something to happen between the two.
Exactly that, the 70, that's all he really can do. Andrew Whedon finishing P2 to Matt Birkin yesterday, also in a very good position to close back some points. In fact, also will tip Matt Birkin in the championship. Matt Birkin, as a result of this DNF, with things standing as they are, will drop to 3rd position by a single point in the championship, just in behind Andy Whedon. Fight for the lead though still on. It's going to be Harvey Jeremy searching for his first victory of the season, and with Tom Burt searching for his second. 2 laps left to go as they cross the line once more.
Yeah, 2 laps left of pure action. We actually haven't really seen a battle for the lead just yet this season in Senior Mini Moto, and thankfully we are being treated to that. I'm not saying thankfully Matt Birkin had an issue, but we would have definitely seen him dominate this race, or so we thought up until that moment. As you can see, Tom Burt there with a little rubber duck on the back of his bike, maybe for a stroke of good luck. So Harvey Jeremy has got his eyes fixed on that rubber duck and hoping that he'll be in front of it as he gets a really good run there towards the final corner. He's going to try and set up the exit perfectly for the very last lap. A battle on our hands for the Senior Mini Motos as Harvey Jeremy now is going to make the move on the straight, just like I said. And now Tom Burt, the ball is in his court and he has to fight back.
Indeed, so that was a fantastic move there, maybe a decisive move for Harvey Jeremy. Bit of lap traffic to contend with as well. The 68 tries to go to the outside through the chicane, tucking underneath them, gets the run. Does the 68 backed off through the S's, might well have the run. Back into the lead as they dart their way through traffic. The 45 takes the inside, but chopping the nose there is Tom Burt, looking to inherit the championship lead after the reigning champions' misfortunes here at Clay Pigeon. The 45 has got one more Hail Mary opportunity up at top bend. I don't think it's going to be enough. Tom Burt on the 68 machine just has to round one more corner, but the 45 has got the run. It's a drag race towards the checkered flag. The 45 versus the 68. Tom Burt, Harvey Jeremy, who takes it at the line? Jeremy will take his first victory of 2026 by 3/1000ths of a second. Tom Burt just heartbreakingly falling short in 2nd position.
I said 2 laps ago that his biggest advantage would be setting up the perfect exit, and that's exactly what he did. Harvey Jeremy couldn't have done that any better. I mean, that was absolutely perfect. Any slight difference in any movement on the bike or his body would have been it, because 3 milliseconds is an incomprehensible amount of time that we couldn't even perceive in terms of on the track. We couldn't even tell who won it. I thought Tom Burt won it at first, but no. Harvey Jeremy, what a performance, especially considering his poor round last year, be that just pace or mechanical issues, but he has come to the front of the field this time and he wins this race on Sunday. Harvey Jeremy takes the win, number 45, winning by 3 milliseconds over Tom Burt, and Andy Whedon taking another strong podium. Then we've got Reece Gentry, Nick Bennett, George Rennick, who unfortunately wasn't in the podium battle as prominently as he was yesterday, Gary Eldridge, Aaron Player, Chris Bain, Nicky Lewis, Matt Seymour, Rob Gentry, and of course Matt Birkin, and of course Ruby Wild unfortunately having to retire from that race due to mechanical issues. But clearly, not as many chain issues as we saw in that first race. So it looks like that advice I gave, people have listened and made the adjustments necessary. And Harvey Jeremy now wins that race. Here we go then. Next race coming up, Mini GP 70s, the main event. And we didn't get to commentate on this one yesterday, did we, Zach? And it's going to be a brilliant show.
The premier class of the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. It's time for the amphibian scaffolding Mini GP 70s. The top flight of the FAB-Racing paddock on the road to MotoGP, and a brilliant display from these young lads yesterday. They gave us a good show, and coming in to race number 2, it's Bradley Curtis that's at 6 points clear of Sebastian Gazlowski in the championship. Caelan Ratcliffe, though, is looking strong so far this weekend at the Hornet on the number 96. Frankie Watson, though, a bit of an unknown so far this season, starts this race from pole position, similar to Lyd, but 2 DNSs last time out down in Kent. He'll be looking to fire one back, currently looking very strong, and will be looking to chase back after Gazlowski to demote the 64 back to second.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do to regain that championship position. And in fact, speaking of regaining position, I don't know where he is. He's meant to be starting on pole position, but we may have lost him. Don't tell me he's had another issue before the race. That'll be heartbreaking for Frankie Watson, yesterday's winner. Of course, competitive as well in that Extreme 200 race with Sebastian Gazlowski, who eventually won that one. But no, we're here for the main event, the Mini GP 70s. And are we going to see him show up? I don't think we are. That's not Frankie Watson. But they go racing. That's a warm-up lap, of course. But it looks to me like we haven't got a Frankie Watson. But that is Kai Hawken, who is not, unfortunately, starting this race.
A shame there for Frankie Watson. That's incredible. Once again, drama before the lights go out. Frankie Watson should have started from pole position. Gazlowski would have joined him alongside on the front row. He'll basically assume what would be an effective pole position. Bradley Curtis alongside Caelan Ratcliffe on row number 2. Tommy Keats, Kai Hawkins should have been joining him on row number 3. Max Johnson and Daisy Polden complete row 4 from Nicholas Dunwoody. Rex Austin, Maxwell Keatson, Boyan Blazewski. Currently, we're getting some word regarding the situation on Frankie Watson. He was down at the dummy grid with his helmet on, ready to go. Some last-minute problems for the number 14. And, well, all I can say, Riley, is when can he catch a brace? If he does come out, he'll have to start at the back of the grid. He's not taken part in the formation lap. He's got maybe 15 seconds to get whatever bike problem it is sorted and reassume at the back of the grid. But being on the circuit is better than not, obviously. Sebastian Gazlowski will be looking to go from what is an effective pole position. Bradley Curtis, Caelan Ratcliffe hunting him down. Super Seb from pole position. His eyes to the lights today on Fabian scaffolding. Mini GP 70s. Lights go out and we go racing. What a launch that is from Super Seb as he'll fire his way into the race lead. Caelan Ratcliffe versus Bradley Curtis also. It's going to go the way of Curtis through turn number 2 as the top 3 already breaking away. Gazlowski now with clear road in front of him will be looking to break away on the opening lap.
Absolutely fantastic start for Sebastian Gazlowski, and he's got away. It's sort of like a dreamland for him. It's exactly what he wanted to regain after that round at Lyd, where he was stuck behind Bradley Curtis for an entire race. He even had moments, I think, where he got an incredible start, like when we were just speechless with how good his start was. Bradley Curtis, of course, getting good starts as well, but he still didn't manage to win one just because of how hard it is to pass there. And now he's got away, and he's away well, because the battle is now commencing for second place between Caelan Ratcliffe and Bradley Curtis. They've got some work to do, and they need to work together to catch Sebastian Gazlowski with 11 laps to go. Here comes Bradley Curtis then looking for the inside on Caelan Ratcliffe. It looks like they've already written off the chance for victory as they continue to battle for second place. Caelan Ratcliffe doing a much better job this weekend on the GP70s than Lyd. He was still competitive, but nonetheless, but this competitive for the podium with one of that big duo like Gazlowski and Curtis is really impressive, and it looks like he's really enjoying his racing here at Clay Pigeon, and a newfound confidence for all the classes he's racing in, because he's so competitive in GP70s and 50s.
Exactly that. Caelan Ratcliffe tipping Emilio Pereira to victory by just under half a tenth of a second, also running at the sharp end of the top flight class here at FAB-Racing, the 71 versus the 96. Curtis was dominant back in Lyd, 3 victories to Gazlowski's 3 second places. Gazlowski, though, the one on form this weekend. And Caelan Ratcliffe, yesterday it was only 4th position, but with the absence of Frankie Watson, is free to fight with Bradley Curtis. 9 laps left to go at the line. Gazlowski leads comfortably, 1.6 seconds across the line. Make that actually significantly larger now, 2 seconds between the leaders in 2nd position. This is the battle a bit further back though in the fight for 4th. Tommy Keats on the number 8 leads Rex Austin, leads Max Johnson, Daisy Polden and Nicholas Dunwoody all involved in this near 5-bike train for 4th position.
There was a huge battle mid-pack that Henry and Harrison were commentating on in that middle part of the race, and it looks like it's building up to happen again as we now see the podium battle starting to stretch out a little bit. It looks like Bradley Curtis might just have the measure of Caelan Ratcliffe here, but with still 9 laps to go, 9 laps for Caelan to fight back, and of course both of them 9 more laps to close that 2-second gap to Sebastian Gazlowski, who's now done the fastest lap of the race of a 37.7 miles faster than anyone else on track, who hasn't even got into the lower half of the 38s yet. So Sebastian Gazlowski on an absolutely amazing run of form right now as we continue to watch this incredible battle for the middle part of the grid, which we saw yesterday. But now it looks like Caelan Ratcliffe is starting already to fight back against Bradley Curtis. This battle for 2nd is going to go right to the flag.
Well, indeed, the 71 versus the 96, the blue, white and red 71 of Bradley Curtis, the Hornet coloured yellow and black of Caelan Ratcliffe on the 96 machine, who's battled his way up. It was a brilliant battle back in the AC40 Pros in 2024 between Ratcliffe, between Rex Austin and between Mason Federick, all 3 of them progressing up through the ranks of FAB-Racing and, well, sure enough, probably beyond as well. They're now sort of growing up in the 96, growing incredibly well in terms of his riding ability. Right now, analysing the situation. When, where can he get past Bradley Curtis and up in a second?
Everyone trying all the best they can to put themselves out there and make themselves available for a Moto4 British Cup seat next season if they start performing as well. Bradley Curtis, of course, leading the championship coming into this round, looking to be like his sister and come to the Moto4 British Cup. Of course, age may be a bit of an issue, but I'm not actually sure how old some of these guys are, but nonetheless it is the perfect shop window to put yourself in for the future, not just for the Moto4 British Cup but for racing in general, as he now continues to defend from Caelan Ratcliffe. He's doing a really good job here, and that's actually something we were praising him for defending against Sebastian Gazlowski, and we're seeing that skill being presented here once again by Bradley Curtis at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, he's doing really good. Just to, again, ride the pressure, right? There's not really been too much that Ratcliffe has done physically in terms of overtaking. Bradley Curtis hasn't had to defend as such, but he has had to keep his wits about him. He has had to keep the bike on the road. He has had to stay consistent and deal with the pressure, knowing that there's a rider behind you. Of course, there's no mirrors, but he's going to know that Caelan Ratcliffe is there. He can sort of almost feel him, hear his engine, see any shadows at any point. The sun breaks through the clouds. He's going to be aware that Caelan Ratcliffe is there. What he has been able to do is keep himself calm, stay focused, keep going at the job in front of him, not worry about what's going on behind him, look at the clear track in front of him and pound in some laps. As a result, unlike Caelan Ratcliffe, who maybe is riding a bit more aggressively in order to close and then surpass the gap, Bradley Curtis coming at this with a bit more of a calm mentality, and as such is able to bridge that gap now at nearly 0.7 of a second between the two.
Now we're going to see if Caelan Ratcliffe can keep that mentality to keep pushing on, or if he's going to play it safe and take that podium in 3rd place. But nonetheless, a good ride from him to stay in that battle with Bradley Curtis until that 4 laps to go mark. We're seeing Max Johnson here fighting with Nicholas Dunwoody for that final spot in the top 6, and Tommy Keats and Rex Austin have started to pull away and stretch out the 4th and 5th positions, and making this formerly incredible and really tightly packed mid-pack group. But it looks like it's starting to get a bit bigger now. Max Johnson doing everything he can to catch Nicholas Dunwoody.
Indeed, so big shout out to all of the family members watching along at home, supporting their respective rider. Let us know who you're cheering on for, by the way, in the YouTube chat. Definitely keeping an eye out. Big hello and welcome if you are now just joining us. This is the Amphibian Scaffolding Metrokit Mini GP 70s, the premier class of the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. The stars of the future on the grids of today. It's a pleasure to have your company as we head into the early afternoon here at a not so sunny Clay Pigeon for day number 2 of round 2 of the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship, our 2nd of 7 rounds, plus of course the Junior GP event that will be taking us to Silverstone in the midpoint of August alongside the MotoGP British Grand Prix. Sebastian Gazlowski, the number 64, dominating with just a lap and a half left to go. Super Seb looking to go 2 from 2 so far at Clay Pigeon.
Yeah, he's so good, is Sebastian Gazlowski at this track, and putting in amazing lap times, over half a second quicker than anyone on track. Just did a 37.5, 37.3 on that lap as he crossed the line. So he's nearly a second quicker than the entire field. He's on fire, Sebastian Gazlowski. We knew that he was good at this track. He dominated here last year in the 50 class. I think he got 2 wins and a podium. Might have just had a bit of unlucky times in the battle for the group, but no bad luck for him this time, as long as he can make it through these final 2 sectors. Probably the best performance we've seen all weekend. This has to be the best we've seen all season so far from Sebastian Gazlowski across the whole of FAB Racing, because being this much faster than the rest of the field in the main class is incredible. And the number 64 now comes across the line to start the final lap, and he's going to show us exactly why that pace can continue. He's still in the 37s.
Indeed, so 8.1 seconds clear the field, running currently faster than Frankie Watson was in qualifying, maybe by virtue of the fact that the track is cooled down significantly and it's got the rubber out there as well, so you're not slipping and sliding, you've got the grip, and Sebastian Gazlowski has got the confidence. At the top flight of FAB Racing, Gazlowski is putting the nail down. It was 3 second places back at Lid, he fell short. He's fired back at Clay Pigeon. The number 64, Super Seb, will see the checker flag first and will take his second victory of the season. Sebastian Gazlowski, winner of race number 2. Bradley Curtis and Caelan Ratcliffe, the battle for the podium, unfortunately not going down to the wire, but Curtis able to keep the composure and solidify himself in second position from Caelan Ratcliffe. And what a battle that we've got at the top flight of FAB Racing.
What a heroic performance from Sebastian Gazlowski. Honestly, such a short track to be that much further ahead than the rest of the field in terms of lap time, and consistently at that, is so admirable. And that's exactly what the Moto 4 teams are going to love. And you can see a little bit of goon riding there as he tries to get his shoulder down, Jorge Martin style, of course. And Bradley Curtis did well to get second place there. And of course now the podium and the results. It was Sebastian Gazlowski, 9.1 seconds ahead of Bradley Curtis, his rival from Lid. He beats the rest of the field in a very fine fashion. And then Caelan Ratcliffe, a good podium for him in 3rd. Then we've got Tommy Keats, Rex Austin, Nicholas Dunwoody, Max Johnson, Daisy Polden, Maxwell Keats and Bojan Blazewski rounding out at the end of that top 10 and the end of the grid. Not the most eventful main race for today, not like Henry and Harrison got to commentate on yesterday, but it's just sometimes amazing to sit and be in awe of that incredible performance from Gazlowski, and also that incredible job from Curtis to defend from Ratcliffe in those early stages.
Indeed, so in terms of the championship, by the way, Bradley Curtis has so far taken 5 podiums from the 5 races, 3 wins to go with it as well. Currently sits on 111 points. Sebastian Gazlowski, 5 podiums as well, 2 of them victories, 3 of them second places, 1 point at the top of the top class is incredible. Next out on circuit will be the final race before the lunch break. It's time for the Pit Bike 140s.
Alright then, here we go, Pit Bike 140s coming along now. It is time for a very eventful class. We saw yesterday, I don't think you guys saw it unfortunately, but it was absolutely fantastic. And you can see the replay that will come out soon for all the races, of course. Pit Bike Sonic there, Jamie King are now championship leader after finishing 3rd behind the 2 wildcards, Ollie Horner and Taylor Lawrence. As you can spot Taylor Lawrence, we said about him earlier, he is very hard to miss, and I'm sure that they will be just as motivated to have a nice old battle. Ollie Horner and Taylor Lawrence, they were absolutely on it yesterday, and ultimately it was that lap traffic due to this grid being so huge that caused the result to be called, because Ollie Horner did an absolutely incredible job at slicing through that lap traffic on the last lap.
He did indeed. Ollie Horner taking the right decision to go tight through the horseshoe. Taylor Lawrence, I spoke to him yesterday, just luck of the draw, poor luck of the draw, nothing he really could have done. He had no space to his left. Even if he wanted to take the left-hand side, he couldn't have done it. And there you can see Jamie King, probably heavy breathing, making sure he's staying awake, probably trying to keep himself composed and looking straight after a very eventful evening last night. Pit Bike Sonic in his usual habitat with the likes of Taylor Lawrence and co. We'll run you through the grids on the formation lap. It'll be Ollie Horner that starts alongside Taylor Lawrence. Only 13 thousandths of a second separated them in timed qualifying. Simon Gates Lights alongside Jamie King, Pitbike Sonic, who rounds up row number 2. Ben Simpson alongside Harrison Quincy on row 3. Aaron Robertson and Ashley Powell with Jake Turnbull and Perry Tomsek completing the top 10. Luke Kirstein from Stephen Humphreys on row 6 with Bailey Lawrence, and Ivana Di Francesco, the 141, starts 14th. Bradley Powell and Callum Maxwell company on row 8 with Kieran Lamanam and Daniel Cliff on row 9 completing the top 18. Bradley Ferreira and Chris Volkard your top 20 with Matthew Rayland, Jamie Hughes, Rory Jones, George Hunt, Roman Ratcliffe, Tom Wise and Freddie Wadsworth, the 27th and final rider to take to the start of our 12-lap showdown in the Pitbike 140 category. Ollie Horner, Taylor Lawrence, who's going to come out on top today in this titanic showdown at Clay Pigeon?
Oh yeah, and just a short mention there, if you're wondering why we're calling him Pitbike Sonic, and that is indeed Jamie King. He's got his YouTube, he likes to make his little videos. He was a Pitbike Shadow, wasn't he, last time out at Lid, but now he's back to the iconic Sonic helmet, and hopefully after last night he's got his rings still all collected in his bag to help him continue his championship lead. He's got 2 wildcards in front of him yesterday, which helped his championship fight, but I'm sure he is wanting to challenge Taylor Lawrence and Ollie Horner, who are actually missing from the grid. But actually no, here he comes. They're down through the middle of the field. Better late than never, fashionably late, as he pulls up onto pole position alongside Taylor Lawrence, and they get ready to go. The red flag is up, just awaiting the start of this race. The biggest class in FAB-Racing, and always the most dramatic from what we've seen this season. We get ready to go. The lights are out. That was a very quick wait, and Taylor Lawrence gets away fantastically. Look at Jamie King also looking to get in contention. Lots of riders trying to squeeze up the inside. Harrison Quincy almost finding his way through, and I think that's Ben Simpson who got into third. I was going to say that he might be an underdog in this one after taking victory in one of the races last time out at Lid. We're hearing that the race start is under investigation. Of course, we can't give you a clue as to who that was as of yet, but we'll see when the penalties are given out. As there's someone down and clearly very hurt, might just be a bit winded at the moment, and hopefully they're able to get that pit bike out the way before everybody comes back round. But a good start from Taylor Lawrence, and it looks like yesterday didn't really affect him at all.
Not at all. He's running very well. Still the battle with Ollie Horner, getting confirmation that Simon Gates has been given a 5-second time penalty off the back of the start. That's the 172 of Simon Gates. Jamie King also looked quite hasty, but I think for now has gotten away with it. Currently sits P3 behind Simon Gates on the road, but P3 after the penalty gets applied. It's the number 10 from the 70, Lawrence from Horner, the dynamic duo as the two battled it out over 12 laps yesterday. Going the way of Ollie Horner, Taylor Lawrence will be looking to get his own and fire one back through here today. Jamie King looking to be consistent and keep his reign at the top of the championship. He's not been feeling too great, and well, Taylor Lawrence cheering him on is Pitbike Sonic's world's biggest cheerleader, in all honesty. So happy for the podium. Lawrence also pleased. He doesn't do barely any of these fab rounds. He shows up, he's right at the front. Was not his expectation in the slightest, but right now he's got to be looking over his shoulder. He's got to have his wits about him in the battle against Ollie Horner, who set the fastest lap of the race last time through.
His main focus for this one will probably be just managing lap traffic when eventually we get to the end of the race and they would have caught up to these big groups. I mean, how big is this Pitbike 140 grid? I think over 27 riders. That's bigger than MotoGP, and we're on a tiny track like Clay Pigeon, a brilliant track at that, as someone has unfortunately gone down there. The number 57, I'm going to say that is a 57 as we now filter through the timings trying to find out who that is, but a lot of clashes in numbers in multiple classes, so it's always difficult to decipher who some people are, but someone who you can always tell who they are, guided by their helmet design and actions on track. Jamie King there trying to go up the inside of Ben Simpson. Oh, sorry, no, that's Harrison Quincy, who he actually said was someone who really wanted to get a move on and really start performing here and get that first win of the season, because he was so successful here last year, and it looks like he's doing just that. And the two sensational wildcards of Ollie Horner and Taylor Lawrence are just gone already, and now the championship battle it's almost like a subclass between Harrison Quincy and Jamie King, because they're effectively battling for that championship lead.
They are indeed. Harrison Quincy came into this race number 2 16 points adrift from Jamie King in the championship by virtue of his fourth top 5 of the season. His first time finishing P5 after 2 podiums and a 4th back in Lid. Jamie King hasn't finished off of the podium so far this season, as further problems befalling the 35, getting their way back, going again towards the back end of the field. That's going to be the 35 of Freddie Wadsworth, started last and currently running in last. 8 laps left to go. Here comes Pit Bike Sonic. Jamie King looks to go to the left-hand side of the circuit. It's the inside for turn number 1. We'll send the move on Harrison Quincy, who goes the long way round at turn number 1 and has the inside for turn number 2. What a brilliant move that was for the 755 to keep that position. Meanwhile, Jamie King has got company over his shoulder. He's got to get a move on in this fight for P3.
That was such brave defence from Harrison Quincy, and he probably... It's like one of those moments where you just think to the other... You sort of signal to the other rider mentally, like, if you don't let me through here, then we're both going down. And it's a game of chicken, and he bullied Jamie King back to the outside line to hold his line, and that was so brave, and that's why he is a championship contender. But we come back to the lead where Ollie Horner has got through. I was about to say how close their lap times are, and now even closer as the battle continues to rage on. 6 laps to go between the two. How's it going to form when we catch up to the lap traffic? Who is going to manage best this time? Will Taylor Lawrence be able to do a bit better than he did last time and just have a bit of a calmer moment to realise the better option to take?
Maybe so. Both of them running virtually identical lap times. Ollie Horner, though, in slight advantage. Their best lap time separated by 73 thousandths of a second, so less than a tenth of a second on pure pace between the pair of them, similar to the case it was in timed qualifying. 5 laps left to go as they cross the line. It's Horner from Lawrence, then comes Quincy, King, Powell and Simpson. Also Aaron Robinson involved is wide. Turn number 2, that's going to open the door for the lead. Taylor Lawrence capitalising like a vulture, finds his way back through to take P1. He's straight on the defensive though, as Ollie Horner will try and immediately apply that pressure back after the small mistake through the opening sector.
He's looking back there. I think he might actually be wanting to drop back behind Ollie Horner just to get maybe a lap or two back behind him and see where he's stronger, because Taylor Lawrence has led most of this race, but he's running out of time. 4 laps at Clay Pigeon goes by very quickly, and Ollie Horner has spent all the last 2 laps behind him and is now ready to pounce once again, going back up the inside. Fantastic move, doesn't run too wide this time, but wide enough for Taylor Lawrence to find an opportunity and make the comeback. Absolutely fantastic move from the 2 wildcards. They're incredible at the moment, and putting the championship contenders out of the fight for the win. It's all between them two, and they're still switching back out of the hairpin. Incredible move from Ollie Horner to get the perfect drive, and now when they cross the line after the last corner, 3 laps to go and 3 laps of pure action between Taylor Lawrence and Ollie Horner at the front of this Pit Bike 140 race.
Yeah, we've also got some lap traffic to contend with as well. This is a brilliant display, some great racecraft showcased here from Horner and Lawrence. They'll dart to the inside of turn number 2 and following each other through. Taylor Lawrence using Ollie Horner as their battering ram to pry open the gaps and staying latched on to the rear wheel of the number 70. Next up is the 42, the inside not opening up into the hairpin for the number 10. That's the fight for the lead between the 70 and the all green number 10 as well. Now through the horseshoe, 2 laps left to go at the line. Ollie Horner versus Taylor Lawrence, a brilliant display thus far, coming down to the wire at Clay Pigeon.
Every single lap within a tenth of each other, and it is just so incredible to see how even their pace is. As we take another look at that battle for 3rd place, Harrison Quincy has managed to keep his 3rd place, and Ben Simpson has actually made his way through on Jamie King. So the championship leader coming into this race might not be leading it if he continues to drop further. He's struggling a little bit at the moment, but in fact we're getting some timing jumping about as Simon Gates's name jumps up and down the timing. So rough move there from Taylor Lawrence to go through on a lapped rider, but he has to make it work because he needs to catch up with Ollie Horner. It's at this stage where he lost the race yesterday, and he doesn't intend to do it this time.
Not at all. 1 lap left to go to decide it in Pit Bike 140. Will it be 2-0 to Ollie Horner, or will Taylor Lawrence level the playing field heading into the final race of the weekend this afternoon? Through turn number 1 for the final time. Ollie Horner versus Taylor Lawrence, about a bike width between the two of them, and most of the lap traffic dealt with, but maybe just a little bit more to throw a spanner into the works. A better run through the chicane for the number 10. He throws it in, not taking anything left on the table. Down the inside of the hairpin, not quite going to work out for the number 10. With just half a lap left to go, needs to find something more if he wants to tip Ollie Horner and tip the scales, tip the momentum back in his favour. Now the run to the line. We know how strong this slipstream can be. Through top end, one more time, the checker flag awaits the arrival of this dynamic duo. A titanic battle at the top of the Pit Bike 140s, but the number 70 is going to edge out the number 10 once more. Ollie Horner 2-0 here at Clay Pigeon.
They're still going for it though. I think there might still be one more lap on it. I don't know if they're celebrating just yet. No, that is the checkered flag. The timings are actually playing with our heads a bit there, and Jamie King continues to drop back. Is the checkered flag out on track? We couldn't quite see it there. via the camera. No, this is the final lap, and Taylor Lawrence still has the opportunity. There was a timing issue. In fact, we're just getting that confirmed, and Taylor Lawrence didn't go for it because it wasn't the last lap, and now it is, but there's still not an opportunity unless he can get a better run. But no, it is still the same by the looks of it. As he comes to the line, Ollie Horner takes victory once again in the Pit Bike 140s race. Taylor Lawrence unfortunately coming home for second in that one despite his amazing pace, but Ollie Horner with the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, digging into the 38s with a 38.977. But how fantastic was that race? And in the end, it looks like going based off what we're seeing at the moment, that Ben Simpson clinched the third place at the death of that race there, beating Harrison Quincy and Jamie King to that final spot on the podium. So that's actually really big for Jamie King's championship lead. It was 16 points between King and Quincy going into that, but that is going to be shortened now. But there is Ollie Horner. He won another race here in the Pit Bike 140s class at Clay Pigeon, and then we had Taylor Lawrence, another wildcard out there, in second place, and then Ben Simpson in third. We had Harrison Quincy, Jamie King, Robinson, Gates, Powell, Turnbull, Lawrence in 10th, and then behind them a few more riders who unfortunately had some issues, and lots of crashes in that race unfortunately, but thankfully everyone looks like they're relatively okay, and the bike's not too damaged either.
No, nice race indeed. And a brilliant display out in front between Ollie Horner and Taylor Lawrence, even if we did jump the gun ever so slightly by virtue of the diamond screen. A fantastic run indeed for the Pit Bike 140s. Now, if all goes well, we should be able to get one more race out before the lunch break, even maybe an extra one as well if all goes well, so potentially treated to two more before a bit of a break. You have to say though, Ollie Horner versus Taylor Lawrence, well, now Ollie Horner in terms of the best of three cannot be beaten so far this weekend in terms of race victories, but Taylor Lawrence will still be giving us all. You can see the two of them having a bit of a chat and having a laugh after what was a very, very good squabble at the front.
Yeah, and that's all it is. It's just buddies going racing. I mean, these guys, they're not looking to make an incredible racing career. Of course, they're still going to be upset if they don't win, but it's a little bit easier to manage because these guys are having fun. Of course, if you want to get out in this class, get yourself a 140cc pit bike, one of those little stomp bikes, and get out there and have some fun, because honestly, 140 pit bikes are so much fun, and on tracks like Clay Pigeon, double that by 1,000%.
Time for the Nova Racing Metrokit Mini GP50s, the penultimate step on a rider's journey to the top of the FAB-Racing paddock, and it has been all about one man indeed so far this season. Emilio Pereira, 3 victories so far from the 4 races, all 3 of them coming at the sweep at Lid. Emilio Pereira versus Caelan Ratcliffe, though, has been a titanic battle at the sharp end of the Nova Racing 50 category, with Caelan Ratcliffe tipping over El Toro in what was a brilliant display yesterday in race number 1. They'll be rolling their way out onto the grid for the rematch. Caelan Ratcliffe, though, you have to say, he's been fighting at the front, getting podiums in the 70s, fighting the sharp end in the 50s as well, doing the double in terms of his racing duties this weekend, and starts alongside El Toro. Yeah, this is where machinery becomes more irrelevant, because everyone is out there on the same bike, so it is all the riders' court to manage. It is time for the GP50 race, not GP50R, just to remind you, they're all on Metrokit 52 strokes, and it is going to be a fantastic race. Of course, in this race yesterday, Caelan Ratcliffe, again building on his incredible weekend so far, really consistent and strong on that number 96 machine that you named the Hornet, accordingly with that amazing yellow and black livery to chase down Emilio Pereira and take that win rather dominantly. Actually, he kept Emilio Pereira behind for that entire last stage of the race, and really effectively at that. It was quite impressive with how he managed to defend it, and he's looking to do the same again. Yeah, Preston Baker getting the jump there on the formation. That will run you through the grid, by the way. It'll be Caelan Ratcliffe, the 96, the dubbed the Hornet, alongside El Toro on row number 1. Preston Baker versus Josh Perkins on row number 2. Then comes Tommy Williams and Bo Morris on the 3rd row of the grid. Jensen Cedras and Nelly Nuth complete row 4, with Reed Saxby and Danny Longhurst rounding out the top 10. Claudia Dudman, Oliver Cheeseman, Will Skingle, a very lonely 7th row of the grid down in P13. The Nova Racing Metrokit Mini GP50 class. Emilio Pereira, Caelan Ratcliffe at the front. Can anyone else get themselves involved in this battle as well? These riders from all over the country, all culminating their way to each of these rounds, the travelling circus that is the Master Mac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. And while these young riders are busy in pursuit of that career, Emilio Pereira furthest away on the front row on that black and blue 31. Caelan Ratcliffe on the Hornet coloured yellow and black 96 machine. A journey through the ranks here at FAB Racing. Both of them championship contenders for the entire time they've been here, and now they get to do battle once more at Clay Pigeon. Emilio Pereira, Caelan Ratcliffe, your front row, with Preston Baker, Josh Perkins directly behind. It's eyes to the lights for the Nova Racing Metchkit Mini GP50s. Lights on, lights off, we go racing. A good start from pole position, but a better one for El Toro. Emilio Pereira straight through and into the race lead, fighting for third as well. Preston Baker and Josh Perkins, I think favouring actually the number 30 of Perkins, who goes through. Caelan Ratcliffe getting jumped there at the start by Pereira, who got the launch that he needed to. Now in towards the hairpin for the first time. The 31 has got the advantage.
The pendulum swings from what happened yesterday. This time it is Caelan Ratcliffe with the job to close in on Pereira, and he nearly closes in too much and wipes him out. That was a really good job from Caelan Ratcliffe to make sure that he didn't take out Pereira there, and that's exactly what these kids learn, is how to have that awareness and make sure that those incidents don't happen. He's got plenty of time to make some crazy moves, which we might see on the last lap, as Pereira goes extremely defensive into there. That's going to allow Ratcliffe a much better run through the corner. Let's see if Ratcliffe can be as good of a chaser as he was a defender yesterday.
Indeed so. Let's see what sort of sting the Hornet has got in his pocket now, in towards the hairpin. I call him the Hornet. It's completely up to him whether he adopts the nickname or not, but I'm going to keep rolling with it. The Emilio Pereira, the 31, leading the race as it stands, bridging a nice bit of a gap back to Preston Baker and Josh Perkins, to continue their respective battle for third place. We've got 11 laps to go, by the way, 10 by the time they reach the line, so plenty of time in this race for something to start happening at the front, and you can just see how close there in the sort of the bottom of the shot. Ratcliffe versus Pereira, a tenth and a half separate the two, as down the inside Josh Perkins will try it at turn number 2.
Yeah, Preston Baker looks like he stepped it up a little bit from race 1. As we said, he's having a bit of a difficult weekend. Of course, he's a bit further up in this class compared to the GP50R class, because they're all on Metrokit GP50s, but struggling to be as competitive as he was at Lid, but nonetheless in the podium positions. And it's really good to see the number 93 out there, of course, wearing that Raul Fernandez Shark replica, but being chased close behind by Josh Perkins, another rider who's been lacking a bit of podiums recently and looks to add to that tally. So it'll be a tight battle between them, which will eventually get interrupted by Tommy Williams if it becomes intense.
What a battle this is at the front as well. Still trading fastest laps. Pereira 39.175, Ratcliffe 39.161, just over a tenth of a second between the two of them, but a slightly better run from the 96 towards the hairpin. They'll be doing battle. Meanwhile, the fight for the podium also raging on. Preston Baker so far is still on the podium twice this season. 2 second places at Lid, not done so just yet, fell short yesterday in Clay Pigeon. Josh Perkins with one single podium to his name thus far, so we've got a fight for the lead and a very important fight for P3 as well.
Yeah, Josh Perkins now getting all over the back of him, and Tommy Williams waiting for one of them to make a move. Preston Baker doing his best to hold him off, but look at the run there from Josh Perkins as he now is going to try and dive up the inside. That's a long way back, but a brilliant move at that. He makes it work. Plenty of space left for him by Preston Baker. Great awareness from them both to make that move, and great racecraft from Josh Perkins to get it done. And I said a lot before that Tommy Williams is going to get involved if dives get thrown, and that's exactly what's happened now. Tommy Williams now in the fight for third.
Indeed so. Brilliant battle that we've seen on display here. They're doing a brilliant job. Tommy Williams also getting involved. The 93 versus the 30 versus the 51. That's the battle we're following now. 7 laps left to go at the line. Pereira last time through, by the way, extended the gap up to a quarter of the second, but Caelan Ratcliffe responds with his own fastest lap. The gap between them at the line, less than a tenth of a second between El Toro and the Hornet. The 31 versus the 96. Josh Perkins leads this fight for third, though, in towards the S's once more with 7 laps to go. Tommy Williams a front row seat to it all, but a fight kicking off at the front. Caelan Ratcliffe to the outside of the hairpin. Pereira fends it off, but now the fighting has begun.
Yeah, and he nearly went for it again there, Ratcliffe. It's not the easiest place to make a move there, and probably not the best place to make a move either, because you're going to completely ruin both of your runs out of there, and you can easily force yourself back into the pack behind you. But now we have 6 laps, and Caelan Ratcliffe has made his chess move to let Pereira know that he is not done yet and he's ready to fight. Pereira can't get away as easily as he did at Lid, as they now, whoa, that got really close, going around the outside of a lapped rider. That was incredibly executed by Emilio Pereira and Caelan Ratcliffe, as now the gap between the two has taken no hit from that moment, and Caelan Ratcliffe, it's all on him to make the move and get it done.
It is indeed. Emilio Pereira keeping his wits about him, and you can see leading the charge through the traffic. That was Will Skingle. They were negotiating through the chicane. So much confidence to do that. They didn't doubt themselves for 1 second. It was a tough move to make, but one that they had to do to keep that momentum up. They couldn't drop the ball for even a second. There is the 26. That's Danny Longhurst representing Hausamoto, the ambassador of the cause, and currently running very nicely indeed inside the top 10 in the Nova Racing Mini GP 50s. Pereira versus Ratcliffe with 5 left to go last time through. The 31 versus the 96. Still nothing happening through the hairpin. Pereira keeping his wits about him, and Ratcliffe just hammering on that pressure, waiting for the time to strike.
I think Ratcliffe is playing this really smart now. He's made his move a couple laps ago just to let Pereira know he's there and remind him that he has the opportunity to make a move whenever. It puts that pressure on Emilio Pereira, letting him know that Caelan Ratcliffe will always be behind him, and as you can see, it's working because Pereira goes defensive and allows the gap. Oh my goodness, front wheel to shoulder. What an amazing move as Caelan Ratcliffe forces his way through on Emilio Pereira. The battle commences big time now, and I'm sure that will be paid back with interest from the championship leader.
Yeah, indeed. So Pereira now the one to apply the pressure, now the one with the slipstream. We saw how strong it was yesterday in their photo finish at the line. Pereira dropping the ball slightly, a bit too fast of a run through T1, compromised his run through T2. Ratcliffe read him like a book, set up the switchback and got it done. Pereira, though, you can bet your bottom dollar is going to be straight back on the offense with 3 laps left to go now at the line. Ratcliffe now leading this race. Pereira now trailing through T2. Still some lap traffic to contend with. Now Ratcliffe is the one that will lead them through it.
This is such an incredible step up in racecraft and just how he manages the race from Caelan Ratcliffe compared to Lyd, and I'm so impressed with the number 96. He's doing an absolutely incredible job regardless if he wins this or not. Emilio Pereira took an opportunity. I said only a couple laps ago that was a very odd place to make a move, and that has actually ruined Emilio Pereira's chance there at a move into the penultimate corner. That's really hindered him, and that got completely out of score because that lap rider got in the way, and it just made things all wrong for Emilio Pereira. Now he's got 2 laps to close the gap back to Caelan Ratcliffe and make an even more daring move.
Yeah, we talk about Pereira, of course, having his heart on his shoulder, right? He always wears his heart on his sleeve. He's always so expressive, so aggressive, never scared to send a move, but maybe asking a bit too much there in the fight against Ratcliffe, who read the situation very nicely indeed. Pereira eager to capitalise, eager to make the most of opportunities. Thankfully, it's not been too much of a hindrance. 1 lap left to go in the Nova Racing Metrokit Mini GP 50s. It's Caelan Ratcliffe versus Emilio Pereira. This is what counts now. One more tour, 800 metres to decide who's going to be winning this race. In towards turn number 2, Ratcliffe has got it covered. Emilio Pereira closing the gap, closing onto the rear wheel of the 96, who edged him out yesterday by 0.5 of a second. Pereira, maybe a Hail Mary to the inside of the hairpin, will send it on the brakes. Pereira goes through to take the lead. There's no switch back there. He slams the door in Ratcliffe's face. They've got one more lap rider to negotiate, and it hampers him side by side through the horseshoe. Pereira just able to hang on. Now towards top end, the checkered flag will wait the arrival of Emilio Pereira, the championship leader for the 4th time this season, will take victory, or will he? The drag race to the line. It's 1-1 now in the fight between Pereira and Ratcliffe here at Clay Pigeon.
Wow, what an end to that race. That got extremely close there with another lap rider, and probably the worst go on if that's happened 2 laps in a row. I think someone's gone down there in the background. I don't think their race was run just yet. That's a shame for them. We can't exactly identify who that is because we can't see their race number, but wow, what a race that was between Ratcliffe and Pereira. Someone else down there on the last lap, that is the number 2, that is Jensen Cedras. A really unfortunate moment for him with only 1 lap to go. He was running in 9th on that last lap behind Nelly Nuth, but wow, Caelan Ratcliffe is going to be so upset with that one because so many factors came into that. But I said that their move was going to be paid back with interest to Caelan Ratcliffe, and my goodness, he gave him interest and a free house with it. That was such an incredible dive bomb from Emilio Pereira, and it got really close at one point. But here is your results. Emilio Pereira makes an absolutely sensational race to beat Caelan Ratcliffe on the last lap, ahead of Josh Perkins in 3rd, Preston Baker 4th, Tommy Williams 5th, then Bo Morris, Reed Saxelby, Danny Longhurst, Nelly Nuth, Jensen Cedras, Claudia Dunman, William Skingle and Oliver Cheeseman rounding off this GP50 class. But wow, Zach, that was just sensational. I mean, Caelan Ratcliffe was on the inside curb at one point going towards the last corner. That could have been extremely sketchy, but the fact that both of them managed to stay on it and stay close together is just incredible.
It is indeed. I mean, what a brilliant display those guys have put on for us as well. I mean, the dynamic duo at the front, El Toro versus the Hornet, that was just amazing. Exactly what Fab Racing is all about, and that was the Nova Racing Metrokit Mini GP 50s. More of that later on, please.
Yeah, 100%, and more of that in every single class that we've got coming for you. I'm pretty sure we are going to squeeze in that one more race that Zach mentioned before the lunch break, and it looks like we have got, yeah, just one more on the way, and then the lunch break. Only half an hour, and then the racing will be back, and hopefully, just like we saw there. All right then, looks like we've got one more class coming your way. Extreme 200. As you can see, riders familiar from the Pit Bike 140 class. You can see down there in the right hand side the black LS2 helmet, that and the number 99 Finley Polehill, who is leading, I believe, still leading the championship despite his issues yesterday. Crashed out of the lead and had to retire because of an issue with his bike after that crash. But hopefully, for his sake, we'll be able to control that lead this time. Of course, this is one of those classes that has got multiple classes within it, of the senior and junior class, and out there Henry McCartney and Harrison Day, of course, Moto4 British Cup riders. You may have heard them on commentary, but I'm looking forward to see Frankie Watson out there actually, because he gave Henry McCartney a great run for his money in that battle for the podium, and he'll be really devastated to miss out on that GP70 race again.
He will be indeed. Well, that's motorsport, isn't it? It's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. In terms of the junior championship, because we have split the extremes into juniors and seniors, Finley Polehill 75, Bradley Curtis 67. Keeping it consistent, Polehill's retirement yesterday sort of casting a bit of a shadow over his domination back at Lid, but Polehill will be looking to fire back and get himself back to winning form. Picking up the pieces yesterday was Sebastian Gazlowski versus Tommy Keats in a very nice battle versus the 64 and the number 8, and again we'll be expecting more of that. You could probably hear, I'd imagine you could, the wind blowing a gale here at Clay Pigeon. The flags around the circuit definitely picking up some speed, and again that's going to be of course the disadvantage of the riders. Also something they've got to watch out for, the Extreme 200s. You can see some of that grip being laid down, precautionary for the oil that was potentially laid down in that 50 race just a moment ago.
Yeah, quite. I think it was two crashes at the end of that race, and someone's bike was in the middle of the track. So, of course, just doing the right thing and making a precautionary check. And yeah, safety first, and that is the business here at Fab Racing. It is always about keeping the kids and, of course, the adults safe. Everyone deserves to have a fair race that won't be ruined by something on track, and that is what we're doing here. Just making sure everything's all right before we get racing in the final race before lunchtime.
Indeed so. You can see the marshals quick at work. Big shout out to all of the marshals, medical crew here at Clay Pigeon. They do a fantastic job. Big shout out to everyone at Fab Racing. The logistics behind running a race series not easy in the slightest, but giving, of course, these young riders the opportunity, the proven pathway from grassroots all the way to Grand Prix. Bikes are making their way out onto circuit. Of course, they'll be gridded up before they then get released for their formation lap. The marshals, of course, doing quick work to get as much of the excess granules, the absorbent sort of kitty litter almost, that soaks up all of the oil off of the circuit to give them as smooth of a racing surface as possible, especially a very crucial traction zone at turn number 2.
Yeah, coming out of there, you're hard on the throttle and then hard on the brakes. It's probably one of the worst places to have oil, because you're either going to high side on the way out, on the way onto the straight, or lose the front in quite a dramatic way on the way off the straight.
Exactly that. You're turning in, and if you get on the power too early, you can obviously lose rear traction, get thrown off of the bike, or the front tyre can hit the oil first and it can slip down, and obviously that's not anywhere, equally not as good. Slightly less dramatic and probably less painful, but in terms of your race, once you're off the bike, it's effectively ruined. There you can see Finley Polehill and Tommy Keats having a bit of a chat before they go on for their formation lap. Bradley Curtis as well, locking himself in after success so far in the Metrokit Mini GP 70s so far this weekend as well, trying to keep the championship lead versus Sebastian Gazlowski. Just a point between them in that respective category. Gazlowski starting this one from P3 alongside the 71 of Bradley Curtis. Will be looking again to chase after Finley Polhill and take his second victory in the Extreme 200s.
Yeah, it looks to me like Finley Polhill on his Ovale might just be the only force capable of stopping Sebastian Gazlowski in this class, because with how quick we saw him in that GP70 race, he's fresh off that pace, he's on the same bike, and you can't see anyone stopping him. But Finley Polhill was the only guy who was able to get out in front, albeit briefly until he crashed, but nonetheless it's some pace that he definitely had and can keep, because we saw that at Lid. He won all of the races at Lid in this class, and we're going to get 2 warm-up laps just because these guys have been waiting on the grid for a while now. A quick shout to the senior class, Zach Torrey, of taking another win yesterday ahead of the others. It's a bit of a smaller class compared to the junior that we see in front, but Finley Polhill looking to be the ultimate force to stop Gazlowski.
If you're now just joining us, of course, big hello and welcome. Thank you for your support of the Mastermac FAB Racing British Mini Bike Championship. The stars of the future on the grid today, of course, the proven pathway all the way to the top. It's a delight to have your company here on a fantastic day for round number 2 of our 7-round season in 2026. You're joining us for the Extreme 200s, the final race before our lunch break, with Finley Polhill and Tommy Keats keeping each other company on the front row. They're about to get themselves underway for their formation lap. We had a brief oil spill that the marshals have brilliantly been able to clear up as quickly as possible. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis, talking you through all of the racing action. And like I say, a pleasure to have your company. Stay tuned, of course, to FAB Racing socials. You might have seen we've got our Junior GP event at Silverstone in August, alongside the British GP for MotoGP. And these young riders will have that platform to prove their talents in what will be the biggest event in mini moto history, effectively. So keep an eye out for follow-up announcements on that one. We've got 2 formation laps for these riders, again, just to test the grip levels to make sure the circuit is safe before we send them under green flag running.
Yeah, and of course by Junior GP we mean the Junior British Grand Prix, of course, not the Junior GP class, which is of course now called the Moto Junior Championship, and it's going to be absolutely fantastic. As Zach said, make sure you're there, because we can't even begin to explain how excited the whole paddock is to get racing at Silverstone. But right now on the screens and on the track we are talking about Extreme 200s. They have 2 warm-up laps, and as I said before, Finley Polhill looks like the man to beat if he can stay on the bike this time. But keep your eye out on Harrison Day, see if he's solved that edge grip issue.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, leaning right on the edge of the tyre. You can see not a lot of contact patch. The majority of the grip coming, of course, from the lean and the ballast of the bike, but obviously the rubber is what's touching the road. You would like to have confidence that it's not going to slip from underneath you. On their second formation lap, we'll run you through the grid order as they'll line up. Finley Polhill will start on pole position alongside Tommy Keats on the front row. Sebastian Gazlowski, Bradley Curtis, the rivals in the 70s, complete row 2 with Harrison Day and Henry McCartney, veterans of FAB Racing and graduates into the Moto4 British Cup, line up on row 3. Frankie Watson, Mason Frederick on row 4 from Leo Caulfield and Matthew Thomas completing the top 10. Dylan Torian from Max Johnson, Daisy Polden, Rex Austin and Scott Dermott, your top 15, with Nicholas Dunwoody joining him on row 8. Maxwell Keats, Zach Torian, Nelson Quincy and Jamie King, the 20th rider to take to the start. Bojan Blazewski from Ben Simpson and Jake Smith, the 23rd and final rider to take to the start, the Pit Bike 140s.
We saw an absolutely fantastic battle between Henry McCartney and sorry, but I'm forgetting the names because there was a few timing issues in that battle, but nonetheless Henry McCartney was making some incredible moves, and of course it was on Frankie Watson on that last lap that he sent the move up the inside into turn 2. But nonetheless, we get ready to go. We've had 2 warm-up laps and now we've got a couple more laps for racing here in the Extreme 200 class. Finley Polhill on pole position, looking to win this one. A big movement there from Henry McCartney off the line, but a brilliant start from the man of the meeting so far, Sebastian Gazlowski, who gets away fantastically. The number 64 back into lead, and undoubtedly probably the race winner, unless Finley Polhill has anything to say about it.
Exactly that. Finley Polhill straight to the outside through the hairpin to try and launch a bit of an attack on Sebastian Gazlowski, who has been the man of the weekend, as you say. Gazlowski will lead them through the opening half of a lap, but Polhill straight there to apply some of the pressure. Curtis under pressure as well from Harrison Day, who's fighting with Henry McCartney on the 31. in towards top bend for the first time. Gazlowski from pole hill. Then comes, I believe, Tommy Keats, who's dropped back to third. Gazlowski just getting the clutch exactly where he needed to be, getting the reactions, and leads the opening lap of what will be a 12-lap sprint in Extreme 200s.
Yeah, Gazlowski doing everything he can just to build into this race at the moment. He doesn't really need to push all that much for this, but look at that. Finley Polhill trying to go around the outside just because Gazlowski put it right on the apex and took the defensive line, and that's absolutely fantastic. Tommy Keats doing a really good job to hold on there to this front two and try and inject himself into this battle, because quite honestly, after Polhill crashed, it was Gazlowski who just pulled away and dominated this race. But now we've got some competition because Polhill was up the inside. That got close, but once again Gazlowski is staying strong on the inside. That confidence shining through for the number 64. Danny Webb would be proud as he sees his rider leading this Extreme 200 race.
Indeed, so that was well defended there from Gazlowski. He's hoping that Tommy Keats can get involved, but Polhill finds what little of a gap was left at the apex. Tommy Keats will follow him through. What a brilliant display this is. Sebastian Gazlowski to the inside of the horseshoe will keep second place. Keats trying to get involved, but Polhill capitalising fantastically there will take the lead of the race. And Gazlowski, well, thought that he was just going for a late apex, didn't think there was a bike width on the inside there, but Polhill filled it, and Polhill now has the lead.
I mentioned there for Mason Fedrick actually had a bit of an issue off the line and has actually done a really good job to climb back up to 8th place ahead of Leo Caulfield. So really good job from the number 5 rider who's been able to gain those extra positions. But nonetheless, we look back at this front group, which is now, because of that battling, starting to close up even more as Bradley Curtis and Harrison Day tried to join the party. Harrison Day now ahead of his Moto 4 fellow rider Henry McCartney, so clearly may have just found something little, made a bit of an adjustment on the suspension. That is such a suspension heavy bike, because that CRF 150 is so big and so aggressive on the brakes and torquey that suspension is an extremely important thing, and that's why the edge grip is something that is very difficult to lose at a track like Clay Pigeon. But it looks like he's found something, because now he's already in the top 5 and trying to join this group ahead of him.
Yeah, nicely done. You can see that Harrison Day has turned a new leaf. He's got so much more confidence about him, really able to attack the corners. McCartney, though, the same cannot be said for him, almost dropping the bike through the horseshoe under pressure, I believe, from Mason Fedrick, who's just over his shoulder. In fact, that's Frankie Watson in the toothless helmet, of course, sorting some issues out from later on. McCartney with zero confidence out there, loses the position, and Frankie Watson will go through up in a 6th position.
Yeah, Big Mac suffering from massive issues at the moment. Unfortunately, the number 31 on his KTM SX85 not being able to replicate the performances that got him onto the podium in yesterday's Extreme 200 race. But I'm pretty sure he had a crash or an issue in that warm-up that we started on in this broadcast, and might just be plaguing his mind a bit, or maybe he's still got that problem as he tries to chase down Frankie Watson for, I believe, 6th place rather than 3rd like yesterday.
Yeah, maybe so. Frankie Watson, you can see, probably quite frustrated, is the number 14 in the toothless helmet. A fantastic helmet, one of my favourites out there on the field. Didn't take to the start from pole position of the 70s. For the 3rd time this season has that happened in just 2 rounds. Probably heartbroken, you can imagine, but still fighting very well. Showing on the timing screens as Caulfield, they do share a number to the two of them. That, of course, is Frankie Watson, though, running up in what is 6th position between Harrison Day and McCartney. Caulfield, the actual one, running P9 behind Mason Fedrick and header Matthew Thomas. Our focus shifts back to the front, though. Finley Polhill still accompanied by Sebastian Gazlowski, despite the Avali maybe being slightly quicker at this circuit. Gazlowski putting the pressure on and still very much there, only 0.3 of a second behind Polhill, who set the fastest lap last time through.
I mean, even just based off how much time he spent in 2nd place at Lid, he's got to be like one of the most experienced riders at sitting in 2nd place of all time throughout a race. He was sat behind Finley Polhill for all of the Extreme 200 races at Lid. He was sat behind Bradley Curtis for the GP70 races at Lid, and now he's tired of 2nd place. And we saw that in the GP70 race, we saw that in the Extreme 200 yesterday, and we're seeing that now as he dives up the inside and through he goes, ready to pull the pin as he takes the lead with 4 laps to go.
Oh, it was a brilliant move that was done by Polhill on Gazlowski. It was even better from Gazlowski back on Polhill, down the inside of top bend, a corner that requires so much commitment, so much conviction and so much confidence to get right. However, Gazlowski straight on the defensive with 4 to go. Polhill back to the outside, will try and do the up and the under. Can he get the power down on the 4-stroke? Has he got the torque towards the horseshoe? The answer to that is no. Gazlowski will hold on, but a bit of lap traffic in the near future with 3 to go at the line.
Yeah, Gazlavsky has got the job to do now to just defend, and in fact this is something that he hasn't done yet, weirdly enough, is defend for a race win, because all of his performances this weekend have been so dominant, and of course Lid, he was in the battle for victory, but now being the leader and with someone behind him like Finley Polhill, who is so dominant at Lid and has that confidence of being the championship leader, inevitably you feel like Finley will eventually find his way through, but I wouldn't expect Sebastian Gazlavsky to lay down and take second place.
Not in the slightest. Gazlavsky riding with his heart on his sleeve so well. Redemption from falling short at Lid. We say falling short, it was a weekend full of points and fighting at the front end of the field with the likes of Bradley Curtis and Finley Polhill. Maybe robbery that he didn't end it with victory at one point. But with 2 laps left to go, Gazlavsky has fired it back here at Clay Pigeon. He's won so far 2 races in the 70s. He will be looking to go the double as well here in the extremes. Bradley Curtis looking to complete the podium, but has got Tommy Keats and Harrison Day both for company just over his shoulder. You can see Harrison Day for once being the highest rider on the field in that very striking pink livery number 15. With a lap to go left at the line, Gazlavsky from Polhill. Then this 3-way battle between Curtis, Keats and Day left to decide with 800 metres of racing in the Extreme 200.
Yeah, Harrison Day just dropped off the back of Tommy Keats there because of his much bigger bike, and of course him being quite small, he couldn't manoeuvre it as effortlessly as Tommy Keats and Bradley Curtis could their small GP70s and Ovales, and has now lost a bit of a gap. But Gazlavsky looks like he's holding off Finley Polhill, who's actually just done the fastest lap of the race, but the gap, he must have made a mistake at the start of this lap, because Gazlavsky has that small gap. We said, what's he going to do with defending? How's he going to manage it? And I'll tell you what, he's managed it perfectly as he now comes around the final corner. It's another win to the tally, and once again he pays off the debt that he was owed. Gazlavsky wins the Extreme 200 race on Sunday, the very first one for Extreme 200s on Sunday as well, so more to come from them, and hopefully for his sake more wins for Gazlavsky, and he's going to be very happy with how he's performing this weekend. Curtis held on to third place ahead of Tommy Keats and Harrison Day, who unfortunately just couldn't manage to make a move on that battle for third in the end, but McCartney coming home there behind Mason Frederick. He made his way through actually once again on the last lap on he didn't, sorry, getting names confused again. Frankie Watson 6th, Henry McCartney 7th, so clearly having some issues with his SX85, or maybe losing a bit of confidence and making sure he doesn't want to get himself injured before the next round of the Moto4 British Cup. But here we go then, Sebastian Gazlavsky once again showing up on the winner graphic. How many times are we going to see that this weekend? I know he certainly isn't tired of it, and I suppose you Gazlavsky fans aren't either. But Finley Polhill takes a second place, a strong ride after a disappointing crash yesterday, wrote off his race. The championship leader maintains it with a second place, and then Bradley Curtis third, Tommy Keats fourth, Harrison Day solving his issues somewhat with a fifth place, Frankie Watson, Henry McCartney, Mason Frederick, Leo Caulfield, Matthew Thomas, Daisy Polden, Dylan Taurine, Rex Austin, Max Johnson and Nicholas Dunwoody rounding out the top 15. Now, that was quite a dramatic race, and actually the first time this weekend that we've seen Sebastian Gazlavsky in the realm of anyone else, because he's been that far ahead.
Exactly that. I mean, what a battle between Gazlavsky and Polhill, and we talk about the Avali being slightly stronger this weekend. Gazlavsky beat him on merit. It was a perfect start from Gazlavsky, you have to say, at the line. He was able to get the jump, to find his way through, and Finley Polhill, it was a battle that they shared for some while. It could have gone any which way, but Gazlavsky had the measure over the course of what was 12 laps of racing in the Extreme 200. A good so far morning of racing. We're now into the early afternoon. Still got the second half of the day still to come, of course, after this brief lunch break. What more can we expect from the next few hours, Riley, when we come back? I mean, the riders, of course, they're going to be refreshed. They're going to be raring to go. More of the same?
This is the ultimate time to perform now, because you've had 2 races, and even in Moto Team's case 3 races now, to build and learn and understand every different scenario that you've been in regarding weather, temperature, especially for the 50s, and then of course where you've been on track, battles, a lonely group, or just trying to manage your own consistent pace, or making dive bombs. It is all going to be very interesting to see how everyone pieces their experience together from today and yesterday, and see how they perform going into the final race for every single class here at Clay Pigeon.
Exactly that. Of course, after lunch, we'll be kicking things off with the third race for Moto Team. So we'll be able to basically run a rinse and repeat of what we had yesterday of Saturday, run through of each of our classes with Moto Team going twice. We're just preparing you some good old content for the lunch break. Thank you for your company over the last couple of hours. Myself, Zach Swinney, Riley Davis, alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you each of the races for the second round of the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. So far, so good. You know, your first time here at FAB-Racing. You've now commentated on what will be, well, a round and a half worth of racing. 5 races in for the majority of our categories. Anyone that stands out to you?
Well, definitely for this weekend, Sebastian Gazlavsky, but I've really enjoyed seeing the incredible dominance of Emilio Pereira. I probably sounded like the biggest Emilio Pereira fan ever in the last few rounds, but I just found it so impressive how someone so young and at his age is able to manage a race that well, like he did, especially in that race there with Caelan Ratcliffe at the very death, with the lap riders as well coming into play. That might be his best performance so far this season. Yeah,
absolutely. I think a lot of riders have, taken a step up. They've shown what they can do, and for some of them, they've continued the momentum from Lid in the form of Emilio Pereira. For a lot of them, like Caelan Ratcliffe, they've turned the new leaf. They've reviewed what happened, reviewed maybe some of their shortcomings, and have bounced back, responded in such a fantastic way. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your company over the course of the first half of the day. We'll be back at 1:35 local time. Translate that to wherever you're watching around the world. We'll be back in about 28 minutes' time on track action with the Motor Team. In the meantime, we'll leave you with some classic FAB-Racing. Clay Pigeon back in 2024.
And this is the final step before riders usually go into such as the British Talent Cup. At one point we did have about 60% of the British Talent Cup grid made out of FAB graduate riders, so it's just showing that these bikes and this system is working for them. They teach them so much, and well, Dylan, you've watched them and they're so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. This is certainly can be considered the main event here today with our qualifying 2 coverage. We do have a race later on as well, which is what they are working towards now. But yeah, we shall see who can qualify on the pole position.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the riders just to do a couple laps, feel out the conditions, because they've not been out since their qualifying 1 sessions, which was before a short lunch break, a short 50-minute lunch break. So really now it's just for the riders to feel out the conditions, feel out the bikes, because they may have changed some settings with the suspension, maybe trying maybe some dry tyres and pushing as hard as they can. So they set the first couple laps. Daniel Munson currently leads away with a 44.3, but I am sure that will drop because there's still 6 minutes left. The riders are still feeling out their condition.
Yeah, I was about to mention that Marco Holt is using his qualifying fairing, a fairing that he has removed from the bike for the practice sessions, but it is on the bottom of his bike now, so they have fitted it back on, and I believe that is the case with another few riders as well. So earlier on, I believe for the last practice session that these guys attended was a very wet session, so it is going to take them time to adjust to the new conditions. So we will have to see who can set the fastest time on the changing track conditions.
Yeah, and the changing weather conditions, because right now it is pouring it down outside. Actually, it is really wet. So the riders, this is not just mental rain, this is full-blown rain, this is real rain, this is the stuff that makes the track slippy. So it's going to be a real test. Have the riders went on dry tyres, or maybe just get 1 or 2 laps in before this downpour came, or have they been safe and wet on the wet tyres?
Yeah, but Lewis, also consider the fact that if it starts raining hard here, the riders who have completed their laps could be on pole here, because they may have set a faster time on the dry track.
Yeah, it really matters what tyres they're on, and you can just see a lot of these riders are actually on the dry tyres because they're struggling just to make it run this track right now. So it really depends if you've tried and just been safe, or if you've risked it all out. We're going to see. I would personally pull in the pits right now as Ethan Sparks comes round to go into the pit lane. Yeah, it's really wet out there, and it's just completely messed up his qualifying session for the riders. So could Samuel Munson be on pole position from his first lap?
Absolutely, Lewis. This could be a very interesting session because the wetter track is going to be completely different. So what can they do on the wet tyres in a minute? Can they go quicker than Samuel Munson's dry time?
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see, but of course these riders do have a Q1 session, so it's really going to be a test of if that Q1 session was faster, and right now actually it was faster because Henry McCartney, I believe, would be on pole position because in Q1 he set a 43.7. So right now I believe the top, it would put Samuel Munson down to 4th place from the Q1 time. So the Q1 time's just proven that they really do matter, unless if right now the riders can, like Harry Payne, go on some wet tyres and then try and put an incredible lap, but it's going to be so difficult, but anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't
On the road to MotoGP. FAB-Racing mini bikes British Championship.
And of course, Moto Team have got two races this time. I've got compared to the normal format that they had yesterday, with starting our action with Moto Team and ending. And now this is a bit of a different story. The race is a bit closer together this time, and SFC have got some work to do actually, because definitely not as prominent as they were at Lid by a long shot, and Acme Racing, they need to be stopped before they start going on a run in the championship. But you actually said, Zach, earlier that with much more races per round for Moto Team, they can afford to make these mistakes and sort of have an off round. You call that an off round? They've been on the podium already this weekend, but considering how fast they were at Lid and leading the championship going into this round, you would have thought they'd be a bit more of a threat to Acme Racing's dominance so far.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, SFC, because of the way the grid is split between standard and open, SFC, despite being 4th or 5th overall, have still been able to finish P2 in class, and that means that they're only losing 5 points at a time to Team Acme. So the gap, despite the fact that SFC have been on a back foot, only 11 points. SFC still lead, Acme Racing still trailing by 11 points as they make their way around for their formation lap.
Alright then, the grid for this Moto Team race, obviously as I formerly mentioned, 2 coming at you this afternoon. Team Acme Racing starts on pole position, and I must remind that Moto Team, their grid results go off the previous race rather than qualifying like the rest of the field. So whatever you saw in yesterday's racing comes along just the same as we start on the grid with a Team Acme Racing on pole position ahead of Ivano Di Francesco, Team SFC, Thomas Dudson, Adam Harris, Mario Gelli, George Knight's 7th, Harrison O'Keefe 8th in front of the other O'Keefe, Ben O'Keefe in 9th. They can't stay away from each other. They've been very close together recently. Daniel Baker 10th, Paul Kelly, Robert Leveridge, Phil Joyce, Madison Martelou, Peter Appleton, gold member, of course. You can get yourself on that bike every single round if you want to. That is a bike run by people that bring the bike to every round, and you can of course get yourself on that. But anyway, Gary O'Keefe lining up 17th and Spencer Collingwood 18th. Go on then, Zach, let's see who's going to win this race for Moto Team in the afternoon.
Yeah, we'll find out, of course, very, very shortly. It's eyes to the lights. It's Team Acme versus, of course, Ivano Di Francesco, the open and the standard leaders on the front row. Lights come on, lights go off, and we go racing. What a launch that was there from 4th place on the grid, the inside second row, as they'll make their way towards turn number 2 for the first time. Not the best of starts for Team Acme, so Ivano Di Francesco will get the measure, but off the exit of turn 2, Team Acme straight back down the inside. Di Francesco struggling a little bit. Look for the 20 of Thomas Dudson with a rocket ship of a start, already trying to pressure Ivano Di Francesco for the standard lead.
They were really wide on entry, was Ivano Di Francesco, the number 141 machine, the white bike, now in second place, and unfortunately that allowed Team Acme Racing to slide right on through, but nonetheless a fantastic start, and almost actually allowed Thomas Dudson to come up the inside. That got really close between them two, battling for the standard class championship. But of course we're focusing at the moment on the overall racing, because Ivano Di Francesco now has had 2 opportunities to have a go at Acme Racing this weekend. They've really made a step and they've looked incredibly strong, and they actually were really close at making a move, but now there is a chance, and now we're seeing jump start penalties coming through for bike number 20. Who's that? Let's find out. Looking at the timings, that's Thomas Dudson. That's huge actually, the man there in 4th. I did see some movement, as you can see there, currently in 4th on circuit, but now with that penalty dropping all the way down to 12th, and I imagine as the field separates out that might change. That is a big penalty, and unfortunately that's going to really hinder his championship, considering how far up Ivano Di Francesco is at the moment. So this is going to be severe damage limitation race, which you have to say for Thomas Dudson is already a damage limiting round with how impressive Ivano Di Francesco has been racing.
Yeah, exactly that, and as well with the number of standard riders versus open riders as well, that penalty becomes so much more punishing. If you're in the open and you lose 10 places overall but only 2 places in class, the points disadvantage, the points loss is so much less significant than in the standard. Thomas Dudson right now will be losing 4 positions relative to Di Francesco, and with it, I believe, off the top of my head, about 14 championship points, and that's 14 championship points that he cannot afford to lose despite such a good launch, and in the steward's eyes, too good of a launch. 5-second penalty will be added to his race time. At the front though, Acme versus Ivano Di Francesco, last time through, the advantage swinging the way of the 141. The gap still under a second as they tick their way onto what will be lap 4 of 12.
Yeah, you feel like once that gap gets over a second, Ivano Di Francesco is going to start to lose the confidence, because they're not very long races here in general at Clay Pigeon, but for Moto Team we have 9 laps to go, and once it gets over the second gap, it's really difficult to stay in the hard mentality to keep pushing and close that gap, because you can just see them pulling away and you just feel like they're inevitably going to keep going, and you have to stay confident enough to push and keep that gap under 1 second and keep yourself within the mental section of pushing for the win, and of course putting the pressure on Acme Racing as well. But at the moment, if we've learned anything from this round, is that Acme Racing has been doing really well to manage pressure, and SFC currently doing a good job there in 3rd place with the fastest lap of the race of 42.0 at the start of this one. Team SFC currently 3rd, I believe in timing, because I think Thomas Dudson is 3rd on circuit, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe SFC have made their way through and have started to carve on through, because we see that fastest lap from SFC. You imagine that they had probably had clear track for that one, but Acme Racing off to a good start and positively not pushing for fastest laps because they know they don't need to.
No, exactly that. They're just riding at a comfortable rate, right? They're not doing anything too much. They're where they feel comfortable, where they can still be loose, where they can still be dynamic and happy with the pace that they're riding at. They're not, going too slowly, that they're in trouble, that they're not pushing too hard, that they're, at risk of dropping the bike. Team Acme Racing versus Ivano Di Francesco, 1.4 seconds between the two of them. The advantage still swinging the way of the number 8 machine, but SFC closing into Di Francesco. Now that is an inter-class battle, not an intra one. It's standard versus open, so there'll be no consequence in terms of the championship points, but ultimately Team SFC, they see a bike in front of them, they want to go for it, especially if they can keep up the momentum of the fastest lap and maybe try and close the gap to Team Acme. There we can see the battle between the all-white 141 and then the red and white 133. That's Ivano Di Francesco versus Team SFC, and some lap traffic to negotiate in the near future as well. The 141 has to be very mindful through this lap traffic phase as they still take the racing line through turn number 2, able to get up and underneath the lap traffic. SFC held up slightly, and that's going to delay the start of this battle for at least another lap.
That really had to slow them down there. SFC really got hindered by that lap traffic, and unfortunately they were on a really good run of pace and actually done a really good job, the number 133 machine, to regroup and reclose that gap in the next few corners, closing back into Ivano Di Francesco. And it looks to me like what I believe is this new rider with this incredible extreme riding style, looking like Ika Lecuona out there, the World Superbike rider who hangs off the bike so aggressively on the corner exit. He's sort of learned to get the bike to move along with him as well, rather than just his body, and learning the weight transfer on these heavier bikes compared to like the mini motos or the pit bikes. But at the moment, SFC doing a really good job to regroup and collect some strong points, and looking like they're chasing down for second after what you probably say was a really difficult first 2 races for them championship wise.
Exactly that. Thomas Dudson, by the way, worked his way up on merit, by the way, in terms of plus the 5 seconds being added, still in second place in class. He drops to 4th overall. The battle with George Knights comes down to 1/100th of a second, 800ths of a second between the two of them, with the 5 second penalty applied. So Thomas Dudson can still finish P2, maybe even P3 in class, despite the 5 second penalty. Team Acme Racing, of course, the number 8 machine, the red and black predominantly liveried machine, currently up in front and probably clear of all of this lap traffic. About a second clear currently of team of Ivano Di Francesco and Team SFC. There is the leader, the number 8 of Team Acme Racing, a brand new rear subframe from the other day. They drove all the way to Basingstoke to go and get it. An hour and 45 there, an hour and 45 back to be able to compete. And well, I'd probably argue that effort was worth it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 2 races. I think everyone needs to go buy a new subframe if that's the case. But it looks like Team Acme Racing, just that number 8 bike is just really comfortable around this flowy Clay Pigeon circuit. But we see that gap has closed, whether that's due to lap traffic or Team Acme closing, just trying to cool off on the pace at the moment and stay on the bike. That gap came down to less than a second at one point, but we're now seeing, I think, Team Acme get some clear track and starting to pull it out, because Di Francesco is starting to worry about Team SFC behind him rather than Team Acme in front.
Exactly that. Acme Racing under no pressure in terms of the intra-class battles between themselves and Team SFC. However, if Ivana Di Francesco closes up, Team SFC likely is going to be there as well, and that's then when Acme need to start to worry. They've so far gone 2 from 2 in terms of clay pigeon. They'll be looking to go 3 from 3, and then later on today 4 from 4 if they can help it. 2 laps left to go as Team Acme Racing will lead them on to the penultimate lap here at clay pigeon. Ivana Di Francesco from Team SFC, the top 3 overall, separated by just 2 seconds. Then comes Thomas Dudson after the penalty applied, still half a tenth of a second clear from George Knight. It's another repeat of Lid where we're looking at a crucial position in class come down to the wire, come down to an effective aggregate time trial between Thomas Dudson and George Knight.
Yeah, that was literally the basis of the big bike races. It's so many jump start penalties, and unfortunately I did realise Thomas Dudson that jump start, and I just had to remember who it was at first, because quite honestly it was very noticeable, to be honest, and I think Tom Dudson knows that he's got that penalty and is now pushing on despite the big gap that he's got in front to Team SFC on circuit. He knows that he's got that penalty, because that jump start, you couldn't have not realised it, to be honest. So he's absolutely going for it now and trying to make up all the time, and he's doing a fantastic job of that. But doing a fantastic job once again is Team Acme Racing, on course to make it 3 in a row here at Clay Pigeon, with only 1 race left after this one for Moto Team, as Ivano Di Francesco and SFC are side by side into that hairpin. But now we're looking at the number 8 machine, new subframe on Friday night, 2 wins on Saturday, and now 1 more on Sunday morning. Will he make it 4? We'll have to wait and see, but for now it's 3 for Acme Racing at Clay Pigeon, and SFC just managed to claim 2nd place on that last lap. Really well for as the new rider on the 133 machine continues to learn and improve.
Yeah, 100% Team SFC up into 2nd in the overall classification, P1 and P2 in the open category. Acme and SFC. Ivana Di Francesco wins in the standard class. George Knight tipping Thomas Dudson by virtue of Dudson's 5-second penalty. Did the job right at the end of the race to take the standard victory. Thomas Dudson rounding out the top 5, and well, not the most action-filled motor team race that we've seen thus far this season, but still the suspension with Acme Racing negotiating the traffic, and overall steps forward there from SFC to close the gap.
What a fantastic performance once again from Acme Racing. I don't know if they can be stopped, but Team SFC slowly closing the gap as we now wait for the results to come up, which I'm sure that first place moment will be Team Acme Racing for the next race as well. But here we go then. Team Acme Racing took victory ahead of Team SFC, a positive 2nd place for them, with Ivano Di Francesco another podium in 3rd, followed by George Knight, Thomas Dudson, who unfortunately didn't manage to hold on to 4th with that penalty at the end, Adam Harris, Mario Gelli, Ben O'Keefe, Harrison O'Keefe, Daniel Baker, Robert Leveridge, Phil Joyce, Paul Kelly, Madison Martelou, Gold member Peter Appleton, Spencer Collingwood and Gary O'Keefe unfortunately not being able to finish the race. But it looks like someone is getting a bit of a hand to get back to pit lane at the moment. That's number 96 and 119, giving each other a little bit of a push. That's trying to figure out who that is. That's Phil Joyce getting a little hand to get back to pit lane from Robert Leveridge, as we now get ready to go for AC40 Pros next. What we started off with at the start of today.
It's time for the AC40 Pros, brought to you by 2 Clicks Out, the championship that of course we started the day with, we continue the day with into the second half as well, with the 2 Clicks Out AC40 Pros, a championship that so far has been dominated by Noah Barfoot. 4 from the 5 races won by the number 36 thus far. Finley Styles though, James Dermott, Randy Carter, all closing the gap, all getting involved and still giving us a brilliant battle in the fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the grid. Noah Barfoot though, can he be stopped? The gap has been closing for the best part of the entire weekend, but Noah Barfoot still with a foothold, still with the advantage. Can that change coming into race 3?
Quite honestly, I don't think so, to be honest. It would be nice to see a big battle, but Noah Barfoot is the kid on fire at the moment. He's unstoppable. Probably the most unstoppable more than anyone. I mean, Sebastian Gabslavsky, he was incredible in the GP70s earlier on today, but he was still had a match for him with Finley Polhill, giving him a strong battle in the Extreme 200 class. And now Noah Barfoot in this class has literally been unstoppable. I think maybe he's been overtaken once in the previous race, got passed by Randy Carter into turn 1, and then that was it. Barfoot back up the inside on the switchback and straight back through to extend that sensational lead that he always seems to have, apart from that one race at Lid. So wet races being his kryptonite at the moment, just with that lack of experience perhaps, and probably got a bit too giddy to get on that amazing pace that he was clearly showing in the dry. But for this race, it looks like they're all going to be okay for rain, and of course this is AC40 Pro's last race of the weekend, so weather all good, and therefore we can probably imagine Noah Barfoot's pace all good, just as good, and probably even better than it has been all weekend long.
Rolling up to the grid then, it'll be Noah Barfoot that starts this one on pole position following the 36 there, the outside front row of the grid. Alongside Finley Styles, James Dermott, Randy Carter, Zach Athasic and Jude Good, the 6 riders that will be taking to the start of the 2 Clicks Out AC40 Pro class. Their final race of the weekend here at Clay Pigeon. Will Noah Barfoot do the sweep? Can anyone stop him? Finley Styles alongside him will be eager to do that. It's eyes to the lights. Noah Barfoot alongside Finley Styles. Look out for the 36, look out for the 19. The revs rise as we go racing for the final time in AC40 Pros, and once again a great launch from Noah Barfoot straight through and into the race lead by the time they reach turn number 2. Finley Styles under a bit of pressure from Randy Carter, the 69, getting the measure on the 27 of James Dermott as they negotiate the chicane for the first time, and down towards the hairpin, it once again settling itself into a race for second.
Now I'm desperate to see how Finley Styles and Randy Carter can manage that gap to Noah Barfoot. They've been battling a lot recently, especially back at Lid for about 4th and 5th, but now they're in supreme podium contention. We've got a penalty for a jump start. That's Jude Good, unfortunately at the back of the pack at the moment. Probably just realised he got that jump start and tried to give himself a bit of a penalty for it, but sadly Jude Good, who was actually quite fast yesterday, didn't get the start he wanted, and there is a jump start for him. But Noah Barfoot not bringing the gap out to as big as it was earlier on or yesterday. Maybe Finley Styles and Randy Carter finding something a little bit more, or Noah Barfoot just taking it a little bit easy. I say a little bit easy. He's the fastest man on track by a quarter mile, but not as fast as he was originally perhaps.
No, exactly that. Noah Barfoot setting the pace on the opening lap, 45.248, 1.1 seconds as they gap back to Finley Styles. Randy Carter in third from James Dermott. Zach Athasic behind you good on the road, but ahead on the timing sheet by virtue of the 33's 5-second penalty. The 33 though, Jude Good has been doing a really fantastic job so far this weekend. A podium in race 1 by virtue of just staying on the bike, being consistent, staying in the race all the way to the end, capitalising on others' mistakes, followed up by further top 5s through the weekend. Of course, this class brought to you by 2 Clicks Out, the AC40 Pros, and Noah Barfoot at the moment dominating the championship. Sits, as it stands, 28 points clear of Finley Styles, who sits second place in the championship. Currently, that's going to extend up to 33 by virtue of Noah Barfoot's extra 25 if he's able to hang on and win this race, and Finley Styles 20 for second. Randy Carter on the podium as it stands, still very, very close. Less than a second between second, third and fourth, while Noah Barfoot continues to extend the margin up in front. 6 laps left to go in the AC40 Pros, and Noah Barfoot once again setting the pace of 43.648, the fastest lap as it stands.
Yeah, Randy Carter currently sitting in third place. He's going to be desperate to hold on to that podium as James Dermott, also someone who's really motivated to get involved in that battle with Styles and Carter. Randy Carter, unfortunately, despite being a really prominent shower in these podium battles so far this weekend, hasn't got on the podium as of yet because of his enormous crash in race 1 battling Finley Styles yesterday, and then this morning he had that penalty of course and was dropped back to I believe 5th behind James Dermott, eventually giving the podium to Dermott, who also had a crash in race 1. So both of them looking to get more podiums in this, none more other than Randy Carter, because you feel like for him to come out of this round with no podiums is going to be really upsetting, because he has been really fast so far, and at the moment that podium is under threat by James Dermott.
Yeah, it is. Randy Carter, a DNF in race 1 yesterday, saw him on the back foot coming into today. The pace was really, really good as well, fighting with James Dermott, but not quite enough to get onto the back of Finley Stars. The gap has grown to 1.8 seconds. Finley Stars running in the 44.4s, Carter and Dermott 44.7 and 6 respectively. Meanwhile, Barfoot running in the 44.1s, running away with things up in front. Nonetheless, it does mean that we have got a battle for the podium boiling down to the bitter end here in the 2 Clicks Out AC40 Pros. James Dermott still searching for the gap. You can see there with the Spider-Man helmet, getting onto the back end of the 69 machine, who, again, the two that came off, it was James Dermott at turn 1 yesterday. It was Randy Carter at the final corner yesterday as well. Now they're battling for the final podium, the final place of the final podium in the final race of the day.
Yeah, and enough final, because when they get to the final lap, it's going to be all guns blazing for third place. Randy Carter's doing everything he can to hold on to third place, but James Dermott, he's actually looking really crafty at the moment, taking all sorts of creative lines. As I mentioned before in the previous race today, James Dermott, he's taking these wider lines, and especially into turn 1, because in yesterday's race when he was looking really fast, actually, he was really aggressive on the brakes. He pointed it at the apex, like I said a big bike would, and unfortunately folded the front, just being a bit too greedy on that front brake perhaps, or maybe just caught the curb. We couldn't quite see it because we were watching multiple people at the time, but you could see him take an even wider line there than Randy Carter to cut inwards, and then try and maybe cut under Randy Carter if they tried to run wider. So really creative knowledge from James Dermott. Maybe he got some pointers from his family or whoever he's here with today, and would have watched that back and has now really come along well to adjust and fix his issues and come back to challenging for the podium.
2 laps left to go in the 2 Clicks Out AC40 Pros. Make that, of course, 1 to go next time Noah Barfoot crosses the line, but he's so far in front that, of course, you have to wait a while for Styles, Carter and Dermott to cross following him. The gap between Barfoot and Styles, 4.6 seconds. The gap between Carter and Dermott, though, this battle that we're following right now, just 0.3 of a second down towards the hairpin for the penultimate time for these young riders. The 27 looks to find some sort of an avenue past, but right now that opportunity just not being afforded to him. Noah Barfoot about to start the last lap of the race.
Randy Carter doing a fantastic job at the moment, defending, taking all the inside lines, and I'll tell you what, Finley Starr's doing a really good job. The gaps to Noah Barfoot ahead have been way bigger in previous races, so I think with the how close Finley Starr's is in lap time, just about 0.3 of a second off, and in fact best lap times quite a ways off of Noah Barfoot, but on the consistency side of things, Styles looking like he's found something, and hopefully that's going to continue building for him. But continuing on consistency, I think we're going to see Noah Barfoot consistently taking first place for the rest of the season if he carries on like this. That orange machine, the yellow and black, or Wasp bus, but Hornet even, that you called Caelan Ratcliffe's bike, and even more because he's got a yellow suit as well. But here he comes then around the final corner. What another amazing performance from Noah Barfoot to take all 3 once again at Clay Pigeon. Of course, missed 1 race win at Lid, but wow, he's made up for it in the perfect ways. He's just dominated. No, I bet the rest of the field hasn't even considered a chance at winning this race. They're just focused on the podium battle, and let's see what has happened between the battle for oh wow, big crash at the last corner in the battle. That was an enormous accident. Hopefully they are all okay, and that is I believe Zach Athasic, who's got back up on the bike nice and quickly to take 5th place. That was an enormous moment of contact. I was looking at the timings at that point when I looked up and saw that, so just hoping that everyone was okay. I think that was Zach Athasic and Jude Good involved in that battle for 5th, an unfortunate accident. Yeah, Noah Barfoot, he's going to be quite happy about that, but it looks like Jude Good able to get back on the bike and come to the line, so it's nice to see everyone okay. And these kids in the AC40 Pro class, they're made of like vibranium or something. They're able to just smash into these tyre walls and get straight back up. I mean, that crash for Randy Carter was quite dramatic as well.
You've got to respect it, though, haven't you? Their ability to just bounce and go back. It's like watching Fall Guys or something, isn't it? Like they take the tumbles, they get back on, they go again. That was, obviously not great to see initially, a monumental incident, but Athasic and Jude Good able to get themselves back on almost immediately. That determination to get it to the checker flag no matter what. Athasic doing so without a visor. It come off in the incident from what I could see, but nonetheless that's going to round out the AC40 Pros with a bang, quite literally. Sponsored of course by 2 Clicks Out. Thank you to them for their support. Noah Barfoot taking 3 from 3 here at Clay Pigeon. He comfortably leads the championship heading into our third round at Hooton Park in a few weeks' time. Finley Stars, Randy Carter do a final podium in the sort of the highlight race of the weekend for the AC40 Pros. James Dermott and Zach Atherstich, your top 5 with Dukewood. A monumental incident with the 76 on the final lap and carrying a 5-second penalty for a jump start. That's going to wrap it up for the AC40 Pros. Next up, it's time for the Rookies Cup.
Okay, then we are ready to roll for the rookies. And of course, this one all about having fun. We say this like all the time, but the rookies learning their craft in motorcycle racing as they build their careers to becoming professionals, all the way from grassroots to Grand Prix. The sponsor being grassroots to Grand Prix here in the AC40 rookies class. And I'll tell you what, watching there the pole man Tyler J. Windard, who is going to be wanting a podium out of this one, and well, preferably a win, because he ended up 5th in the race earlier, so clearly had an issue. He got overtaken around the outside of the hairpin by Eros Garrett. It was a heroic manoeuvre by Eros Garrett, which really caught Tyler J. Windard off guard, and it allowed then Harry Burridge, the eventual race winner, to sneak up the inside as well. So he might have just, got a little bit disturbed by that, and now wanting to reset and get back on it and challenge for a race win again.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. With them being rookies, yeah, we talk about it, the sort of, I think it's Parento, the fact that the less you know about something, the less experienced you are at something, the quicker you make progress at it, the better you get, of course, the slower that progress gets. Right now, these are rookies. Everything they learn, they're learning at such an incredible rate. Almost every lap they turn, even corner they turn, session, they're learning something new, and that's driving their progress forward. They're going to take that, they're going to learn from it each and every single race and fire back with something new, and again, they've got that freedom to make those mistakes. Harry Burridge, though, will start this one from pole position. Very few mistakes from the 29 so far this weekend, alongside Tyler J. Windard, who will be looking to respond from the front row. A rider down, though, on the formation lap. We'll get confirmation as to who that is when we can. Hudson Heaps will start. In fact, that's speaking of him, that's Hudson Heaps there. He's meant to start this race from P3, down on the formation lap. Eros Garrett in P4, Albie Miller, the top 5, with Freddie Fletcher alongside him. The 66 on the 6th position on the grid. Bobby Baker from Alfie Spedding, Theo Tyler, Arlo Simmons, your top 10, with Jack Irwin and Grayson Mills behind that. Savannah Polden, Louis Elimelech on row 7, with Imogen Vivas, Harley Spiller, Vinnie Glossop, Oscar Bond, Charlie Skingle, and Courtney Spiller, your top 20. Behind that, William Green, Ayrton Oakley, Roman Hartle, Albert Gieslawski from Theodore Ford, and Bradley Bannister, the 26th and final rider to take to the start of the Grassroots to Grand Prix AC40 Rookies Cup, their third and final race of the weekend.
Yeah, that was a real shame for Hudson Heaps there to crash on the formation lap, but thankfully he was able to get back up and back on it, and he's ready and raring to go. He's been crashing a lot this weekend, but we've seen some really, really strong pace from him, so I'm sure that he'll be able to regroup and regain his confidence that we saw him having quite a lot of fun with in race 2 and race 1. Here he comes in. We're just waiting for him to make his way to the grid as they all wait. Tyler J. Windard, of course, starting second place with the number 8, and it was quite odd how he, dropped back, but it looks like we're going to get started then. No Hudson Heaps on the grid. We're going to get rolling for the final race of AC40 Rookies at Clay Pigeon, and a brilliant start from Tyler J. Windard. I said that he wanted to get rolling and get rolling fast to continue his chances at fighting for the podium, and he did exactly that. This time in the lead of the race, ahead of Harry Burridge and Eros Garrett, but this time he needs to make sure that at the hairpin he's not having people going around his outside.
Indeed so, Tyler J. Windard able to get the jump initially. Harry Burridge once again with a suboptimal start, to say the least. Something that he definitely needs to learn from. His pace at brilliant, but his opening laps not really putting him in good stead. Around the outside though of the horse, he was going to give it a go, not quite got the agility, as Tyler J. Windard will hang on. Also closing in the likes of Eros Garrett and Freddie Fletcher in towards top bend for the first time of 9, with 8 to go at the line. Around the outside with the agility, maybe with the drive towards turn number 1. Tyler J. Windard will lead a lap here at Clay Pigeon. Down the inside though, getting involved, Eros Garrett trying to get down the inside of Harry Burridge. Freddie Fletcher there as well as they cross the line, nearly 3 wide towards turn number 2. Tyler J. Windard side by side with Harry Burridge, who will soar his way through and up into the race lead.
Eros Garrett, I think actually he got an incredible run down the straight and into turn 1. It was so good. He was tucked in. Oh yes, I see Eros Garrett now has got a penalty. That's a shame. Must have jump started. So unfortunately he's no longer in the race lead, at least in terms of time. And Harry Burridge now leads on time, and that's Freddie Fletcher as well, who's just on the fastest lap with a 51.6 on that last one, currently third in times as well. But now Eros Garrett has got a lot of work to do as he leads on circuit, but in time he's all the way down in 9th. That's really heartbreaking for him, especially since how incredible he was in the second race earlier.
Needs to avoid a battle as well. He wants to get his head down and get on with it, really. It was a superb move to find his way through into T2. Nice to see Freddie Fletcher getting involved in this battle as well. The 66 so far has only taken one podium so far this season, with that a 13th, a 9th and a 6th. So only once inside the top 5, and well, at the time it happened it was a podium. He's looking to replicate that, maybe even go 1 or 2 places better than it. Starter J Winwood drops it, oh, through the hairpin. He's down, able to get straight back up, though probably, presumably a little bit shaken as the rest of the field dart their way through, and I reckon that's probably caught him by surprise there, the bike screwing underneath him and throwing him up and into the air.
Oh, that was a really rough crash, something that you never want to see for anyone, but particularly someone so young like Tyler J. Windard. He did look really shaken up there. He was still standing in the middle of the track, and thankfully our wonderful marshals were able to scoop him up and get him out the way. But Harry Burridge now leading this race in time, and Eros Garrett taking your advice and trying to break away, but it looks like Harry Burridge is not done yet, and Harry Burridge won't know that Eros Garrett has this penalty, so better for it. No, hang on, I believe, oh yeah, that is correct. So Eros Garrett still with that penalty, dropping down the order still, but his pace, trying everything he can to make up for it. He's just done the fastest lap with a 49.6, and Freddie Fletcher hanging on there in second, trying to get involved.
Yeah, so Freddie Fletcher running third place on the road, second place after the penalty for Eros Garrett gets applied. But you have to say, with Eros Garrett churning in fastest lap after fastest lap, he'll be able to minimise the damage and still score a decent result here. A frenzy of AC40 rookies bikes as some of our leaders dart through some of the lap traffic, and then also the rest of the field battling themselves. One of them, the 27, I think that's Savannah Polden, down at 11th. So that's the battle we're following there between the likes of Theo Tyler, Arlo Simmons, Grayson Mills, Polden, Spiller and Vivas, all in shot there as they dart their way across the start-finish line. 4 laps left to go for these young riders here for round number 2 of the Master Mac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship at Clay Pigeon. It's Harry Burridge that leads, not on the road though. Eros Garrett climbing his way through, now a 5-second gap back to third position. Eros Garrett could still bag a podium.
Yeah, Eros Garrett actually he must have just made a mistake because he's dropped back out of the on-track race lead, and Harry Burridge just put in a 49.5, so turning the wick up to pass Eros Garrett. He won't know that he has a penalty, but now believes he just took the lead there with 3 laps to go now. Harry Burridge looking to take yet another victory, but how can anyone else stop him with everyone so much further behind Eros Garrett and not even knowing that in time they're ahead of him?
Yeah, exactly that. So Harry Burridge, that's the leader we're following right there. The number 29 with the black and yellow leathers, the all-black mini bike, lapping his way through some traffic. 2 laps to go at the line for Harry Burridge. He, didn't need to get into the race lead on circuit, but he's done that exactly. He's looking to go for the triple here at Clay Pigeon. And that triple is actually going to put him up a good couple of places in the championship by virtue of just doing a single round here today. He's already, from the 2 races, up in a 6th in the very voluminous AC40 Rookies Cup entry list, looking so strong, going from strength to strength. And if he can sort his starts out, if he joins us for the rest of the season, will be a force to be reckoned with. Yeah,
100%. He's really put in a good effort to take the lead of this race. And Eros Garrett, you have to feel for him. I mean, yeah, it was a jump start penalty, his own mistake, of course, but with that movie, honestly, it has to be one of the moves of the weekend, and it's an AC40 Rookies. It was really impressive. I'm starting to see out the commentary window quite a lot of people crashing at their head. I don't think there is anything down because it's, a one-by-one sort of thing. It's not everyone going down at the same time, but you can just see these rookies just learning their craft, and possibly one of the more difficult corners, but someone who is dealing with it just fine. Harry Burridge, not only the fastest lap of the race, but the leader on track now as well as timing. He crosses the line with 1 lap to go. 1 more lap for him to take yet another victory here at Clay Pigeon in AC40 Rookies.
1 more tour then at the Grassroots to the Grand Prix AC40 Rookies. It has been domination defined by Harry Burridge. He shows up here, a circuit he clearly knows very well indeed, darting his way through some of the lap traffic. The checker flag awaits his arrival, still learning, still practicing, but like we saw at Lid from Albie Stone, the AC40 Rookies Cup has just had one young man soaring up in front. Bobby Baker as well has climbed his way into P2. Eros Garrett with a 5-second penalty will complete the podium as it stands, but through the final corner for the final time. He'll twist the throttle, he'll see the checker flag first, he will do the sweep here at Clay Pigeon. It's 3 from 3 for Harry Burridge. Fastest lap on the last time through as well. What a ride from the 29. Victorious here at Clay Pigeon. Bobby Baker, the fastest lap himself. He responds on the last lap to take second place. Eros Garrett will complete the podium despite having a 5-second time penalty. What a ride for the 84 to claw his way towards the top end of the championship. In fact, actually surpass the championship lead. Battles all the way down to the wire, though, further back through the field, looking at the likes of William Green, Charlie Skingle and Theodore Ford, who were all battling right at the back end of the field. So, even the youngest riders, even the most inexperienced riders, still finding someone to have a tussle with. For Harry Burridge, though, you cannot take anything away from that young man.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. He's done 2 races now, I think, that he's won. And now, Eros Garrett, I actually want to mention that third place is what we're seeing on the timing, but really impressive. Despite his penalty to claim that third, he's been able to claw back the gap. And now we get the results going. And yeah, Bobby Baker doing the fastest lap there on the last lap with a 14.9.0. And it is Harry Burridge who wins then, ahead of Bobby Baker and Eros Garrett, who clawed his way back up to third and doing a really good job to hang on to it. Then we've got Alfie Spedding, Albie Miller, Jack Irwin, Freddie Fletcher, Arlo Simmons, Theo Tyler, Savannah Polden, Imogen Vivas, Grayson Mills, Harley Spiller, Oscar Bond and Lewis Elimlech rounding out the top 15. So now that was a pretty eventful race there in the AC40 rookies. Quite a few crashes in those AC40 races, but thankfully everyone all right. And shout out to the wonderful marshals and everyone else helping out to make sure these kids are all safe and don't get injured during their racing. But we were saying, yeah, they bounce. I mean, we've seen so many big crashes for the young riders, but no injuries as of yet because they're all so good at just getting back on it and being so dedicated to winning.
Yeah, I mean, it's been good to see in the mini motors and the AC40 rookies. Big thank you to Grassroots to Grand Prix for supporting the series, and of course for being one of the title sponsors of the Junior British GP event at Silverstone in a couple of months' time. We could not do it, of course, without the support of others that are able to dedicate the time and the money to promoting these young riders on the grids, showcasing their talent, and of course to an audience to all of you guys at home as well. In terms of the championship in the AC40 rookies, it swings the way of Eros Garrett. They came in separated by 1 point, himself and Tyler J. Windard, who, of course, that monstrous high side through the hairpin, now losing out some points to Eros Garrett, who scored 16 for P3. That one now leads. Heading into Hooton Park, Eros Garrett by 15 points. Next up, though, we'll be taking to the AC40 Inters, brought to you by LS2 Helmets. The LS2 Helmets AC40 Inter category about to get itself underway for their final race for round number 2 of the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. There you can see Daisy Grayson lining up on the front row, final debrief with her dad before they set off for their formation lap. It'll be Austin Baton, who has been the rider on form in this category, that will start on pole position alongside Daisy Grayson on the front row. Logan Paisley, Jensen Brown, Albie Stone and Chase Carter, your 6 riders for the LS2 Helmets AC40 Inter category. Looking forward to this one, Riley. Of course, very, very close battle in the championship. The top 4 riders only separated by 3 points heading into the final round of the final race of round number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a good show, as it always has. AC40 Inters was probably my favourite class last time out at Lid. There's something hanging off Daisy Grayson's helmet there. I don't know what that is, but it looks like a bit of tape or is that a feather? No, I think it's a feather. A good luck feather maybe for Daisy Grayson to maybe get a win, or it's trapped in there. I don't quite know. It looks like it's stuck in the
it's one of her stickers, I think.
Oh no! Well, enough speculating about feathers and stickers, and more about the class, I suppose, as it's now been removed. Daisy Grayson, she's all good to go. No issues with the helmet anymore. I still don't know what was stuck on there, but yeah, it's irrelevant. Here we go then. What's going to happen in the AC40 Inters? Jensen Brown, the man leading into this championship. I mean, we don't know what's happening to him, the poor kid. He's struggling here at Clay Pigeon. Maybe his first time here. and so just taking a while to learn. But Daisy Grayson ready to try and challenge Austin Baton for her first win this season, but he is going to be hard to beat. Logan Paisley also on the second row, but now eyes to the lights for the final race today of the AC40 Inters. The lights go on and they go out. We're away for AC40 Inters. Not the greatest start for Daisy Grayson. She's been struggling on the starts recently, and again Logan Paisley up the inside at turn 1. He's done that every single race so far, and he's really good at getting on the grip and just going for that second place.
Yeah, Logan Paisley super good at getting the track position. Of course, himself and Daisy Grayson had a monumental battle earlier in the day, looking around the outside as well, trying to get involved. The likes of Jensen Brown, who, like we say, has struggled so far this weekend. Austin Baton is the championship leader. 2 victories from 2 races so far at Clay Pigeon. Will be going for his third after a podium and 2 fourth places back in Lid, keeping him in contention, and the top 4 separated by just 3 points. Daisy Grayson trying to go the long way round, and Logan Paisley, what a move that could well be. Not quite got the power delivery down the rest of the straight, but still very quick on corner entry is Daisy Grayson. Now trying to eye up the move on Paisley, side by side as well. The likes of that'll be Albie Stone and Jensen Brown doing battle for P4. Albie Stone really not scared to get his elbows out in a new category.
Yeah, Logan Paisley's actually looking really strong as he's now made his way through on Daisy Grayson. It actually looks like he's got a chance at catching Austin Baton here, because Austin Baton doesn't look like he's actually pulled away as much as he did in the previous races. He's done the fastest lap with a 47.9, obviously being the first rider through the first lap, but Logan Paisley is actually looking really strong, and Daisy Grayson still trying to find a way through, using every opportunity to find that move. But while that happens, that allows Albie Stone to catch up and try and get involved in that battle once again for the podium. He's been so impressive. You've probably heard us mention his name so many times across this weekend, and of course Lid, where he dominated the AC40 rookies and has cleared off ahead of Jensen Brown, who again, as I mentioned, really struggling at the moment. But Logan Paisley looks like he's ready and raring to go at the start of this race.
Side by side, Daisy Grayson ducking and diving, searching for some space. Nearly went around the outside of the first part of the chicane. Did Daisy Grayson, getting creative with the moves that she's making. Also getting involved. Stone looking for his what will be first podium. In fact, second podium in the AC40 Inters, gone 3rd and 4th so far, and maybe would like to go for second. Daisy Grayson again looks to power around the outside of Logan Paisley, has to sit the bike back up, but still alongside as they get themselves onto the start-finish straight. Is the 19 still alongside the 25? Narrow line through T number 1, so Logan Paisley sweeping through, but Grayson still there applying the pressure.
Daisy Grayson likes that wider line a lot, and it doesn't really seem to be working. It's like Logan Paisley is, realised that and watched those previous races. She's taken that line every single time, and he knows that she is his closest rival, undoubtedly, that number 19 bike at the moment. Even back to Lid, they were battling elbow to elbow in that fantastic form of races, but he's been able to cover off that line every single time she's run wide out of that last corner to get a better exit, and I think maybe she needs to start inventing some new ideas.
Yeah, maybe so. Or still again trying it, getting the power down on the outside, but then twitching, and then again you're stuck on the long way round for so long. Fair enough, you then gain it back with a shorter run to the checkered flag, but still not quite enough to really put that pressure onto Logan Paisley, who keeps it tight, keeps it tidy out of the final corner, and gives them a smooth power delivery and an overall shorter distance to travel. Daisy Grayson stuck, of course, between a rock and a hard place, trying to attack Paisley while also defending from Albie Stone. Once again, Paisley wiser to it, knows how to defend, doesn't really need to look over his shoulder or worry too much about Daisy Grayson. He just knows that he needs to put the bike there, knows that he needs to defend, and treats it as a normal racing line. He's keeping his cool, keeping his composure with 4 laps left to go at the line.
Yeah, once again, analysing those lines. All this is allowing Albie Stone to really close in and get involved in this battle for second. But I'll tell you what, they're doing a really good job at sticking with Austin Baton. That gap being smaller than it has ever been between second and first in the AC40 Inter class so far, of course, by LS2 Helmets, sponsored. Thank you very much to LS2 Helmets for and every sponsor for supporting FAB-Racing in all the classes. Masternack, of course, being the title sponsor of FAB-Racing. But anyway, we come back to the racing. Logan Paisley still doing a fantastic defending job, but now Albie Stone looks to join the party as Daisy Grayson continues at every corner to look for a possible manoeuvre.
Yeah, thinks about the inside of the horseshoe there, and sometimes it can work, but it is so sweeping. She then gets the power down on the run towards the right-hand kink towards top bend, but to no avail. Daisy Grayson maybe needs to prioritise her exit speed a bit more. She's so good on the entry, so good at getting alongside Logan Paisley, but can't really then do much with it. Side by side on the run towards the start-finish line, will then go up and underneath, maybe send a move to the inside of turn number 2. Grayson straight down the inside, but can't quite facilitate the rest of the move. Logan Paisley has been struggling to open up T2 a lot, so Grayson, as soon as that gap opened up, tried to fill it. In the end, not quite enough. Albie Stone closing the gap, draws alongside Daisy Grayson, who has to defend herself in order to stay in contention and still apply that pressure to Logan Paisley. 2.5 laps left to go in this race.
Yeah, Albie Stone has taken all the right lines actually for these two in front of him. He's got only a couple laps to go and he's judging it to perfection at this moment. He's just sitting back and waiting for something to happen. Eventually Daisy will try something, eventually Logan will make a mistake, and it's when that they start going side by side like now that he could pull off a sensational move and take advantage. It's again not quite the run that Daisy Grayson wanted out of there, but Logan Paisley going really defensive. Like you said a lap earlier, Zach, can't quite open the corner out like the others, and Daisy Grayson is going to try and go the long way around. Again, trying every opportunity to set it up, but she's almost pulled a fake out there on Logan Paisley to make him run wider on the exit, and now that puts her within another opportunity into the hairpin. But there, perfect opportunity for Albie Stone, who collects third place and now sets his sights on Logan Paisley. Just as I said only a few moments ago, he was waiting for a mistake, and there it was, and he took it.
Yeah, he was. That was well read from Albie Stone, read to perfection, to be honest. But now, of course, he needs to sort of prove his worth. He needs to now be applying the pressure to Logan Paisley himself. Daisy Grayson not going to give this up all the way to the checker flag. Austin Baton will lead them across the line to start one more tour of the LS2 Helmets AC40 Inters. Of course, Albie Stone half defensive, half offensive, trying to get through on Paisley while keeping Grayson at bay. See, she's so strong coming out of those long sweeping corners. Albie Stone trying to put the pressure on. Is there space towards the hairpin? They're running out of opportunities. Logan Paisley has put up a valiant defence down the inside. Stone can't quite manage it. Baton with just half a lap left to go as well. He'll do the sweep here at Clay Pigeon through the horseshoe for the final time. The number 100 has arrived here for round number 2 of the LS2 Helmets AC40 Inter category. It was only one podium at Lid, but it's 3 back-to-back victories for Austin Baton, who leaves round 2 as the championship leader. He takes victory in race 3. Who joins him on the podium across the line? It's a drag race between Paisley, Stone and Grayson. It came down to the wire, and a fantastic defence from Logan Paisley.
Albie Stone just caught that last spot on the podium there, and as we said before, incredible job from him to get involved in that battle and judged it to perfection. Daisy Grayson is going to be very annoyed not to be on the podium. She spent so long trying to find a way through on Logan Paisley, and when she finally saw a crack in the armour, the one who took advantage of it was Albie Stone. She did all the work and Albie Stone took the result, and unfortunately that's what happens sometimes in racing, but nonetheless a very great effort from Daisy Grayson to continue and fight on to never let Logan Paisley out of her sights. The pace so even that they couldn't find a way through on each other until a mistake was made and Albie Stone took advantage. Alright then, it was Austin Baton who won the race. It is 3 races out of 3 for him, solidifying himself as a permanent championship contender after a performance like that. So impressive, 3 seconds ahead of Logan Paisley, the ultimate defender in this class, ahead of Albie Stone, taking his second podium and only his debut round here at Clay Pigeon in the AC40 Inter class. Daisy Grayson ends up 4th, Jensen Brown 5th, Lawson Dorrington 6th and Chase Carter 7th. But how about that action that we were seeing? That went all the way from the start to the flag between Grayson and Paisley, and ultimately ended up with Stone in the mix as well.
Yeah, I mean, what a ride there from Albie Stone. His first weekend in the Inters and 2 podiums and a 4th place to go with it. Not bad going at all. Quick rundown of the Provisional Championship. As the numbers say, Austin Baton claws it ahead of Logan Paisley with 3 victories this weekend. Just 7 points separating the 2 of them heading into Hooton Park. Daisy Grayson in P3 in the championship as well so far this season. Has taken 4 podiums, yet to take to the top step though, and she'll be looking to clap back when we head up to Liverpool. Jensen Brown and Chase Carter complete your top 5 as that wraps up this weekend's action in the LS2 Helmets AC40 Inters.
Okay then, it is time for the GP50Rs, and we are ready to see a possible domination once again from Mason Frederick, just giving respect to his dad before he goes out there and possibly dominates for the 3rd time in a row. But Emilio Pereira, the ever confident, the ever powerful Emilio Pereira on that 2-stroke 50, the Metric kit, The number 31 with the HJC helmet, unmissable with those very fluorescent leathers, trying everything he can to close that gap. He's been in so much action over the different classes he's been in and still leads this championship because Mason Fedrick wasn't around for Lid, but still, he wants that win and you can tell he's ready for it.
Oh, he is indeed. I mean, Emilio Pereira has been so close in the 50R category, basically for the entire weekend, but so far has fallen short, third and second for El Toro. He currently leads the championship though by 40 points from Tommy Williams and 50 from Bo Morris. Mason Fedrick didn't take part in this category last time out of Lid, but 2 victories for him sees him maybe actually still be in championship contention. He starts on pole position alongside Emilio Pereira. Josh Perkins alongside Cody Brennan, who'll be looking to keep it clean off the start and avoid a penalty this time through. Tommy Williams and Preston Baker share row 3 with Jensen Ansell and Joey Athasich on the 4th row of the grid. Bo Morris alongside Jensen Cedras with Nelly Luth and Riley Robinson on row 6. Danny Longhurst and Reed Saxby share row 7 with JJ Manchester alongside Jasper Inil White on row 8 with Daniel Tanton, Oliver Wilson, Emerson Oakley and Claudia Dudman, your top 20, with Oliver Cheeseman with 35 on a very lonely 11th row of the grid in P21, ahead of what will be 12 laps of racing in the Metrokit Mini GP 50R category. Emilio Pereira alongside Mason Fedrick on the front row. What does he need to do to take victory?
He needs to push to his absolute max, to be honest. I can't see what more he can do different from how hard he's already pushing. We've expressed many times in these races that it seems that a Clay Pigeon, the Ovale, is the preferred bike of choice in this class. At least here at Lid, it looked like the Metrokits. But here we go then. Enough talk about the bikes and more talk about the racing. It is time. Can Emilio Pereira finally put a stop to Mason's domination this weekend? The lights are about to go on. We'll watch out for jump starts as well. We saw a few of them last time out in this race, but the lights go on and we go away for the GP50R class. A great start for Emilio Pereira, but again, you can't beat that torque of the Ovales as Mason Fedrick gets back into lead and already pulling out a significant gap. Now Emilio Pereira in a sandwich between the two Ovales of him behind Mason Fedrick and ahead of Cody Brennan.
Yeah, the Ovale has got the measure this weekend. The 4-stroke definitely showcasing its dominance over the 2-stroke Metrokit. Fedrick leads Pereira. Brennan, though, getting involved. Also, you can see there the 22 of Jensen Ansell, who took the first victory one of the victories so far this weekend with 2 podiums, second and third so far at Clay Pigeon for Jensen Ansell. It was Jensen Knowles as well who took the first victory of the year back at Lid. Plenty of Jensens occupying the GP50 grid. Fedrick will lead the opening lap of 12 from Ferreira, 1.6 seconds back for Pereira. I mean, that's not the best first lap in the world by any stretch of the imagination, and it's all aboard the Pereira Express. He's got Brennan, Ansell, Perkins and Williams all queuing up behind him, wanting that second position. It's down the inside goes Jensen Ansell. I
think it's less for the fact that Emilio Pereira had a poor lap and more the fact that Mason Fedrick had an insane start to the lap. I mean, he got away perfectly. He was already maybe 0.4 of a second ahead of Pereira out of turn 1 alone. It's truly incredible, this domination. We were talking about his mentality earlier and it just keeps building. The confidence is unlimited. We were saying Emilio Pereira has that, and now Mason Fedrick has taken that mantle as the master of mentality in the GP50R class.
Jensen Ansell getting racy with Emilio Pereira, the fluorescent yellow plated 22 versus the blue 31 of Emilio Pereira. Down in towards the hairpin. Jensen Ansell strong on the brakes, finds the gap down the inside to take second position. Nicely done there from Jensen Ansell. Catches Emilio Pereira there as well. The 31 just didn't quite cover the inside enough. The 22 late enough on the brakes to get it stopped still at the apex. Pereira now trailing and down to third. Jensen Ansell has been so good so far this weekend. A second and third been jostling away with Emilio Pereira across the line to start what will be 9 laps left to go. Cody Brennan, Josh Perkins completing the top 5 in a very extensive train so far. Mason Fedrick though 4.4 seconds clear of the pack. I mean, I don't know what he's had for breakfast, but it's definitely working.
Yeah, 100%. And now you can see that it's essentially becoming Emilio Pereira versus the Ovales, with Josh Perkins there in 5th. The entire top 4 bar Pereira is Ovales in the form of Cody Brennan in 4th and Jensen Ansell there in 2nd, and Mason Fedrick, of course, in the lead. So this just highlights again how impressive Emilio Pereira's season is starting, because he's able to fight back against the odds to still collect some strong podiums and maybe even second if he hangs in here with Jensen Ansell, because behind him Cody Brennan And a massive crash there for Josh Perkins, an enormous high side on the two-stroke. Oh, that's a really big one, and I hope he's not injured, but he does look a little bit shaken and possibly winded after that one. That was extreme for him, and I was just about to mention how he was getting involved in the fight, and we're unfortunately just going to have to hope that he isn't hurt. But yeah, we're getting a red flag out to sort out that incident. Yeah, he looked like he couldn't really move there because of how rough that crash was.
Unfortunate incident there, of course. A tricky traction zone at turn number 2, an easy mistake, unfortunately, to make. We'll, of course, confirm once we know that he's okay. Currently, a fantastic race under a temporary stoppage. Mason Frederick running away with things up into the stoppage. 8.5 seconds was the gap to Jensen Ansel by the time the red flag was thrown, with 7 laps left to go. And there you can see the 96 of Preston Baker finding his way, the 93 of Preston Baker finding his way back onto the grid amongst this temporary stoppage. Big shout out, of course, to Race Control for their quick response, to the marshals, to the roaming marshals, to the medical crew, of course, for their quick response time and making sure that everything is done as quickly, efficiently, and most importantly, as safely as possible. But up until then, I mean, Mason Frederick, when we do get this race restarted, his 8.5 second gap will be completely extinguished, and there'll be an opportunity maybe for someone else to get involved.
Looks like they're getting told to turn the bikes off and move back onto the grid. I'm not entirely sure where they are at the moment. They're at turn 1. I think we're just getting that information in, just waiting for this race to get restarted. And yeah, Mason Frederick, he was doing a fantastic job up until then. He was dominant in the first 2 races, but to pull out an 8-second gap in, 3 laps? That's insane.
Yeah, not bad going at all. By any metric for Mason Frederick, is getting wheeled back to the pit lane. All of the riders will be. So, of course, we'll confirm when we get news from Race Control regarding the status of the rider. Understandably, a pretty big hit, but we'll hope that the race can get itself back underway very, very shortly. Pleasure to have your company here for day 2 of round 2 of the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. You join us here at Clay Pigeon on what has been a very warm weekend with some clouds looming over us, but I think we are going to avoid the rain to conclude our second round of 7 in the 2026 season. A lot of exciting things to talk about, though, when it comes to the season ahead of us, and, rounds 1 and 2 setting the stage for a very exciting rest of the year, it has to be said. Riley, of course, we've spoken extensively about the junior British GP that will be coming at Silverstone, but also the rest of the season beyond that, especially in categories like the Metrokit Mini GP50 R category as well. So many young riders, so much talent, so much raw talent and potential out on those grids, all to be extracted over the course of the season, and the racing that we've had on display has been nothing short of brilliant.
Yeah, it was really fantastic to see such differences in machinery as well. Of course, it's not great when a rider who you feel like has the pace to win struggles because of what they're on, and in this case, Emilia Pereira might just be struggling on this track in general. But when those things happen, it teaches these young riders of how to be okay with that, and how to not dwell on the fact that you have a disadvantage in machinery, at least for a round or maybe a whole season, once you get into the big factory teams and whatnot, and with the biggest series like World Superbikes or MotoGP, and it teaches them to be sensible and just live with what they've got and not get too frustrated about it, and almost it challenges them to push even harder and work even harder in their career and in their own ability, rather than just relying on the bike.
Yeah, exactly that. And as you can see, some scenes from the paddock. A nice family day out is a day to FAB-Racing, especially on a beautiful day like today, and as we have had so far this weekend. Nice to see so many supporters of the Stars of the Future here on the grids of today. These, the siblings and the rest of the family coming to cheer on their brothers and sisters. It's always great to see. And again, big shout out to all of the parents and effectively mechanics of these young riders, supporting them through their journeys all the way to the top. I think potentially that is the rider that went down walking up on their own 2 feet, which is brilliant to see. I think mainly just shaken up a little bit from the incident in of itself. A low side, you can kind of see it coming, it slips and it's kind of lazy and you roll. A high side, you're thrown up in the air, you don't really know which way's up or which way's down, and that's what makes it kind of scary.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing for Josh Perkins is that he was on that 2-stroke, and he was probably getting quite frustrated about how the Ovales were pulling away from him in the corners because of their torque and how stable they are on the power, and so he tried to do his absolute best to get on the power to try and match it, or at least get somewhat closer to offer him a better opportunity on the brakes into the next corner. And unfortunately he caught the power band and it snapped back rather hard. I know exactly what that feels like, and thankfully Josh Perkins, in terms of injury, hasn't ended up as bad as I did.
Yeah, thankfully. Of course, we spoke already, again I'm going to bring it up again, about the Junior British GP that we'll be having at the Silverstone Kart Centre in a couple of months' time, on the weekend, I think from the 8th to the 11th of August, the same weekend as the Moto British GP that will be taking place that same weekend. Still some big announcements regarding that event coming, so make sure you are staying tuned on the FAB-Racing social media, where all will be announced in the coming moments. The announcement itself, very, very exciting. There's more coming, and again, making it probably the biggest mini bike event in history, and well, probably on one of the biggest stages ever seen in British mini bike history as well.
Yeah, going to a circuit like Silverstone is incredible because of how historic it is in motorsport, and also just in general for being an airfield like most tracks are, but the history of how much they've got written down about it, like the Wellington Bomber and all things, but it's relevant to the racing because it's part of that circuit's history, which makes it so fantastic. And of course, being the very first race where Formula 1 was held, and we're having mini bikes there, and we are getting the opportunity. FAB-Racing is getting the opportunity to be the very first motorcycles, like Formula 1 was the very first action to ever appear at Silverstone. We are the first motorbikes to go on that kart track.
Yeah, maybe history in the making, absolutely. We're just getting word that if the race is to restart, it will be a 5-lap dash to the checker flag. Still waiting on confirmation as to the direction that race control will be going, but that is how it's going to play should we get this race restarted. What it does mean if we do get back going again is that Jensen Ansel, Emilio Pereira, Cody Brennan and Bo Morris will have their battle reignited, and Mason Frederick will have his advantage slashed. He cannot avoid a mistake in these final 5 laps. The last 8.5 seconds of gap building for the number 5 means diddly squat if he drops it now in the final moments of this race. He has been in top form here at Clay Pigeon and will be looking to convert it into his 3rd victory of the weekend and get himself into championship contention after missing the majority of the first round back at Lid. Not taking part at all in the 50R category either did Mason Frederick. Took place in one race, I believe, in either the extremes or the 50s to some pretty decent success, mind you. He didn't do too bad at all. But now he's back after a brief trip to Spain and looking to once again continue in his stead. Victor of the AC40 Pro category back in 2024 is Mason Frederick, a similar rider like Pereira, like Rex Austin, like Caelan Ratcliffe to come through the ranks of FAB-Racing and of course ascend beyond that to the likes of the Moto4 British Cup, to Red Bull Rookies and beyond onto the MotoGP ladder. We're just getting word from race control that riders will have a 5-minute warning. They can go back to their warnings, they can repair what needs to be repaired and replace what needs to be replaced, but in those 5 minutes they need to be back ready, back on the grid for what will be a 5-lap restart for the Metricrit Mini GP 50R class.
Yeah, so what that also means for me and Zach, that's 5 minutes of telling you guys all there is to know about FAB-Racing, whether you're new or whether you're an old fan. And thank you for your loyalty in that situation as we wait for everybody to just get everything sorted. And of course, we were talking earlier about Mason Frederick and his journey through the FAB-Racing ranks, and of course we said about his trip to Europe and doing all sorts of racing and how important that is and how much it can grow a rider in their confidence and their general ability to lap so consistently. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Mason Frederick, to do something like that. The way he pulled out that 8-second gap in 3-4 laps, I think it was, is just incredible. And honestly, it's a shame that we don't have that sort of I suppose infrastructure like in Spain and Italy, but that's exactly what FAB-Racing is. It's trying to break that barrier and get Britain into the talk of being part of that infrastructure that crafts legends in motorcycle racing.
Just had a look at the FAB-Racing announcements chat. Riders have been given a 5-minute warning, of course, for when the race will get back underway, and Rob Keys has said it'll be an 8-lap restart, so slightly contrary to the 5-lap, it'll be 8 laps to the end. There we can see Pit Bike Sonic, Jamie King, waddling his way to the other end of pit lane. Wonder how he's feeling this fine day. Of course, Pit Bike Sonic documenting his documenting his journey on YouTube, taking a sit down there. Probably gave up looking for said good content and is taking a well-deserved rest on that respect. Nice to see him though, and again, all jokes aside when it comes to Jamie King, because we're horrible to him a little bit, slightly, not really. He does a lot of work in terms of the goodness of pit bike racing in the UK, spreading awareness about it, getting more people involved in it, and sort of giving you the avenues and the tips and the tricks that you need, while also documenting his own racing journey. So yeah, good stuff there from Jamie King. There you can see some of the young riders as well, catching up on some of their best moments so far here at FAB-Racing, or probably following along as well with some of the Grand Prix racing that's taking place so far this weekend. I know we've been quite busy with that over the course of the last couple of days as well. Currently you're under a slight red flag procedure if you are now just joining us. We had a bit of an incident involving Josh Perkins in the previous race. Did get confirmation that he was able to walk to the side of the circuit on his own steam, and that is good to see. It was a big high side off the exit of turn number 2. Riders will be sent back to their awnings. They get a 5-minute warning, and then we'll go back racing with 8 laps for the Metrokit Mini GP 50R class, before you can see the very elite level athletes in the form of the senior mini moto riders, big men on some very little bikes, that will be giving us some action just after this 8-lap sprint, as well as we continue our action all the way through the second round of Fab Racing here at Clay Pigeon.
The senior mini motos not far from getting out now. They had some incredible battles at the start of today. We probably would have said that it wasn't the most entertaining category just based off what we saw at Lid, but honestly, that run to the line between Tom Burt and Harvey Jeremy was absolutely incredible. 3 milliseconds, and I'm sorry for spoiling it if you didn't catch earlier that incredible race, but to be honest, it's impossible not to talk about. It was absolutely fantastic to see, and thankfully not as many people losing chains on this occasion.
Yeah, thankfully Matt Birkin still did not have any luck in terms of reliability. I think the bike stalled or something. He had to get it tried to get it restarted, couldn't in the end, and as such that cost him the championship lead. There you can just about see him in the bottom left of shot as they'll all await the their start of their race, obviously subject to the end of the 50R category as well, which we're just waiting on the restart of. We are just getting word that the 5-minute warning is about to be given to the riders, so in about 5 minutes time we'll get bikes back out on circuit and we'll get the racing back underway. What do you I guess anticipate from this second restart? 8 laps is still a decent chunk of the race distance. They had 5 laps completed. For Emilio Pereira, it's a second opportunity to get a good launch, to get back involved with likes of Jensen Ansel and Cody Brennan. But for Mason Fedrick, the pressure is on to succeed not only from the first start, but then also to do it once again in the second restart as well.
Mason Fedrick has got that confidence now, and on this 4th restart he's going to go for it, and we might even be able to see an even bigger gap if he manages to keep it clean and consistent. But honestly, I'll probably be talking about it for the rest of the race. 8 seconds after only a couple laps is absolutely incredible. So I think Mason, we're going to see another one where he's just going to go for it and get out of there on that ovale, which works so well around Clay Pigeon, and just Mason himself clearly getting up to grips so well, coming back from Europe and straight back to Clay Pigeon and Fab so well. Demonstrated his pace and what he's learnt. So yeah, I can't see anyone doing anything against him, to be honest. Unfortunately, not unfortunately he's going to win, but unfortunately that we don't get to see any action. But make sure you see and stay for the rest of the day, where there'll be more racing to come. Of course, Senior Mini Moto coming up straight after. Now that promises to be a show.
We're seeing there an interaction with Lamar Morgan. Good to see him back in the Fab Racing paddock. And also just on the left-hand side to the left of, it's blocked now, but if you can see there, furthest left on the screen, Tom Burt's bike, the rubber ducky on the back end of that one. I reckon probably, worth at least half a second having that on the bike. Yeah, definitely. It probably just need another one, just to account for that extra 3 milliseconds that you lost that race to Harvey Jeremy for. But quite interesting. Probably a bit of a tactic to throw someone off while they're chasing. Like they're in the zone, and then their eyes just dart across to this rubber duck, and they're like, hang on, is that a rubber duck? And then they start thinking about a rubber duck on the back of the bike, and their brain's gone all to mush, and then they realise a couple corners later, they realise, hang on a minute, I've lost half a second because I was too busy looking at this rubber duck. Exactly that. Similar to, I guess, how the Brits used to paint sharks on the front of the RAF and stuff back in the day to thwart their enemies. And, well, similar tactics taking place in the senior mini-motors. It is by far not that deep in the slightest, but a fun gimmick, to say the least, and a fun addition there to win, not only as a rider, but with your Duck compatriots as well. The 50Rs making their way back to the pit lane for their restart after a brief red flag period. All is good, and we're able to get this race back underway. 8 laps ahead of us for the Metric Mini GP 50R category. Getting confirmation as to what the starting grid will be, whether it will be a full grid restart, whether it will be where they were across the line at the end of lap number 5. We'll confirm as soon as we can. But of course, Amelia Pereira, Mason Frederick will once again share the front row for what will be their final race of the day. And again, we talk about the first 5 laps, that adrenaline spike. They've been riding that wave. They've been, pumped up on that adrenaline, especially at such a young age. They're so, I guess, sensitive to it. They've now had that crash where they've been sat for 10, 15 minutes now. They've now got to get themselves back into the zone, relive that sort of burst of adrenaline, and try and still keep their composure, because they know there's still a race to win.
Yeah, and I think the good thing about having 2 races on a Sunday sort of teaches that, and of course it's tenfold. It's a much bigger gap of hours between races, but it allows you to just be a bit more comfortable with things, and it teaches you how to manage that middle part, because you finish a race, whether it's good or bad, you're always nervous and excited for that next opportunity to get out there, and that is all going to be mashed up into one big ball of stress and adrenaline or excitement to get back out there. But also after seeing that crash, I mean, these kids, they're quite young. It's a bit harder to just write it off and ignore it and just say, it's just motorsport. I mean, we've signed up to do this, and it happens. For these kids, they're starting out, and they haven't really seen that all that much. And of course, it's almost like a school for them. It's a community, and I believe that seeing Josh Perkins injured for what we thought quite badly would might have an effect. But the fact that they now know that Josh Perkins was up and walking might help calm them down before this race.
Yeah, it's not good to see high sides of that nature, but again, shows how hard these young riders are pushing to make the difference, especially when you've got the difference in bike type. The Avali versus the Metric, a stark example of it there. Pereira on the Metric and Mason Frederick on the Avali. The 4-stroke of the Avali, the 2-stroke of the Metric, definitely favouring the Avali around the high-speed circuit of Clay Pigeon. They'll go around for their sighting lap. It'll be Mason Frederick that will start this one on pole position alongside Amelia Pereira on row 2. Cody Brennan, Josh Perkins keep each other company on the second row of the grid with Baker and Ansell on row 3. Look out for Jensen Ansell, the 22, to carve his way forwards off the get-go of this one. Athsich, Williams, Morris and Robinson, your top 10, with Jensen Cedras, JJ Manchester, Danny Longhurst, Jasper and Neil White, Reed Saxby, Emerson Oakley, Nelly Nuth, Daniel Townsend, Claudia Dubman and Oliver Wilson as they appear on the timing screen. That is how they'll rack up for the first of what will be an 8-lap sprint for the restart of the GP50Rs.
I'll probably say as well, Mason Frederick, he was really going for it off that warm-up lap. He was tucked in and he got a proper race start out of it, and then he started absolutely going for it on the formation lap, and that just shows you it's trying to get into that zone. And we were just speaking about how riders get back into that zone after a big crash. It might be one of their friends even, so just someone they know that you don't want them to be hurt, and you don't want, especially don't want it to happen to you, and that'll be playing on your mind. And to something like that, and that shows so much confidence in Mason Frederick in his own ability and his own bike. The relationship is just so effortless at the moment here at Clay Pigeon between the two, because he's okay with pushing on a warm-up lap after a 10-minute break where the tyres will still be quite cold, and that really does help you to get a much better start and a much better first lap, which we saw is why he had such an incredible domination. But here we go for take 2. Let's see if Mason Frederick can deliver that domination once again. It was 8 seconds after only a couple laps. Let's see what it is now. Can Pereira stop him? They look at the lights for the final time for the GP50Rs here at Clay Pigeon. Then we get underway, and it's another great start for Cody Brennan, who slides his way through on Amelia Pereira, but quickly found that 2-stroke Metric kit already back up the inside, and that allowed Jensen Ansell also back through, but away and gone once again, as we believed, Mason Frederick.
Yeah, a terrible initial get-go there. Drop of the clutch for Amelia Pereira, but able to get a good second phase and straight back through into second place. crucially ahead of Jensen Ansel. 8 laps, now 7.5 laps of racing for the restart. Mason Frederick not waiting around for a second invitation to get away from the rest of the field. Some slow runners at the back end as well, with Cody Brennan carrying now what I can see a 5-second time penalty. The 7.90 of Cody Brennan once again dropping the ball in terms of the race start. He managed to do it on the initial get-go. He's now picked up a 5-second penalty on the restart.
Oh, that is a real big shame for him. Again, a penalty. Oh boy, that's not great for Cody Brennan. And I was just about to say, despite that start, he still unfortunately got bogged down to 4th. So now he's had a double penalty because he got sat up there by Pereira when Pereira responded and sent it back up the inside, and also allowed Ansel through as well. So now he's dropped down all the way to 14th on timing and has got some work to do to catch back up. But Mason Frederick pulling the pin once again as he crosses the line. The gap is at 1.5 already.
Mason Frederick just running away with it. Emilio Pereira, by virtue of crossing the timeline slightly later than Mason Frederick, set the fastest lap of the race, a 39.279, but it's the first lap under restart, so can't read too much into it. The 31, though, definitely picking up the pace slightly. A quick reset for El Toro on the grid. The 5 minutes that he had, maybe a chat with Dad just to get him back into that mindset. El Toro, so confident in his mindset, in his ability, and that's been the same all the way since he was a rookie. Just that, 6, 7, 8 years old, he knew that he was one of the best. He carries that with him and doesn't leave anything out on the table. But maybe sometimes you do just need that grounding, just to say, come on, relax, take a breath, loosen up a little bit, and then find that pace, find that rhythm. Pereira may be shocked that he's been challenged to the extent that he has been so far this weekend, both in the 50s and the 50Rs, as Bo Morris gets up and underneath one of the riders there. Nicely done from the 57 to pick up another place. Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Joey Athasic on his way into turn 1. Maybe ran a bit wide, got a bit too deep, and on the corner, right through the middle goes Bo Morris. That was a really impressive move, actually, considering he was on the Metrokit GP50. Of course, I'm not taking anything away from those Metrokit GP50s. They're incredible pieces of machinery. I love two-strokes, and it's just unfortunate that they're not every single motorcycle in the world, no motorcycle in the world is the best at everything. And that's just the facts, and the Metrokit seems to just struggle a little bit more than the Ovale here. And despite that, Bo Morris making a move underneath Joey Athasic, really well done from him. But 4 laps to go, and the gap up to about 1.9 as they last cross the line between Frederick and Pereira. So maybe Mason Frederick just trying to cruise the line this one, obviously not as long. So you feel like he's just going to try and ride it home because he knows how much quicker he is than everyone else. But at the moment, currently, his fastest lap being less than a tenth of a second quicker than Emilio Pereira. So yeah, you really feel like he's just taking a step back and taking it all in for a moment, because he's got 3 laps to enjoy, because if he knows Pereira catches him, he's got more than enough pace to just bring it back out. Yeah, 38.918 for Mason Frederick. Pereira, to be fair to him, has kept him honest in terms of staying within about a tenth of a second. Last time through, 38.960 for Pereira, one of the fastest laps that we've seen from Pereira so far this weekend, following a battle a bit further down in the field. I think one of them being Nelly Nuth versus JJ Manchester, getting some support in the YouTube chat, and thank you for joining us and having your company out there in the YouTube chat. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from, and what your favourite race of the day has been thus far. JJ Manchester's supporters, of course, will be cheering him on for P11 versus Nelly Nuth. The number 5 of Mason Frederick, though, the one leading the way up in front, 2.1 seconds clear of the 31 of Emilio Pereira. There he is, the slightly smaller number 5 bike out there on circuit. And, well, there is Mason Frederick, the red and black as he has been basically for his entire career thus far. 2 laps left to go, make that, 1.5 really. He's about to round the final corner to start what will be the final lap of the Metrokit Mini GP50R category, to take what will be his 3rd consecutive victory in the class and do the sweep here at Clay Pigeon. Yeah, good job actually. A quick mention for Tommy Williams there in 4th place, not too far off of Jensen Ansel in 3rd. But we were saying how him and Preston Baker and Bo Morris have actually really struggled this weekend, and now they're 4th, 5th and 6th. So especially in the GP50R class, all of them on the Metrokits. It's a really good performance to see that, and they'll be happy to end their weekend like that. But going back to Mason Frederick, the number 5, unmissable with that fantastic looking Ovale, black, red, yellow and a black showy helmet to top it all off. But it doesn't matter anyway what he looks like, because no one saw him where he went, because here he is already at the line and winning all 3 races in the GP50R category.
here at Clay Pigeon. What a performance from Mason Fedrick. Once again, how many times do we need to say it? And another good ride from Emilio Pereira to end up second. As we look at this battle, I believe that's Joey Athasic holding off some more riders behind him to the line. He does manage to get it done despite the exit speed of that Ovale. He manages to hold off, and Joey Athasic manages just to keep 8th ahead of Riley Robinson, who will probably be happy with that, getting into the top 10 after crashing out straight away of the previous race. But there we go, Mason Fedrick, that's win number 3 this weekend in the GP50R category, ahead of Emilio Pereira, Jensen Ansell, Tommy Williams, Preston Baker, Bo Morris, Cody Brennan after that penalty, Joey Athasic, Riley Robinson, Jensen Cedras, JJ Manchester, Reed Saxelby, Nelly Newthorne 13th, Daniel Longhurst and Daniel Tanton there rounding out the top 15. So a bit of a wait in the middle, so that's caused a slight delay to things, but don't worry, we'll still deliver all the day's racing to you, because we're in fact ahead of schedule, which is why we're able to squeeze 2 more races in before lunch break.
Indeed, so Senior Mini Motos will be up next, of course, but that racks up the action for the Metricate Mini GP 50R category. The sweep for Mason Fedrick. Emilio Pereira, though, consolidating his tyrannical run at the top of the championship, with still 5 rounds left to go in the 2026 Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. Next time we see the Mini GP 50R category will be next time out at Hooton Park.
Despite everything that Matt Birkin could have done, his biggest rival at the moment is his own bike, which we saw in the first couple races. As we now move on to Senior Mini Moto, and that, I'd argue, is the headline. The biggest rival to our championship leader, his own bike. That's 2 races already in 2 rounds that he's had a technical issue, be it chain or just stalling it. Like, it's incredible how much bad luck he's faced at the start of the season, but maybe he's just thinking he gets it all out the way now and hoping that it'll be gone by the end of the season where he can wrap it up.
Well, maybe so, but after the woes of race 2 earlier on today, it was enough for Tom Burt to tip Matt Birkin in the championship by just 3 points, and only 7 separate the top 3, Burt Birkin and Andrew Whedon. Let's run you through the grid, though, as they roll their way on their formation lap. It'll be Matt Birkin, the reigning champion, who will start on pole position. Harvey Jeremy, who will keep him company on the front row after a spectacular race with Tom Burt earlier today, with Tom Burt and Andy Whedon behind that on road number 2. George Rennick, Nick Bennett on row 3 from Aaron Player, Chris Bain, Gary Eldridge and Matt Seymour, your top 10. Kieran Roberts, Nicky Lewis, Rob Gentry and Ruby Wild, the 14 rider field that we've got for this race. Harvey Jeremy, well, quite literally a win it or bin it mentality so far this weekend, a retirement and a P1 that he'll be looking to replicate come the end of 9 laps of racing in Senior Mini Moto.
Well, we wait and see if Matt Birkin can make the race distance. We hope you're enjoying the show. Let us know, of course, in the comments of the YouTube stream. And make sure you're there either to watch in person or to compete or to watch back again on the live stream for Hooton Park in a few weeks' time. Are we going to see mighty Matt Birkin finally overcome the woes of his mechanical issues after race 2 earlier today? As I said, his biggest rival, his own bike. He needs a new one.
Yeah, potentially so. The eyes to the lights for Matt Birkin. Last time out at Clay Pigeon, it was 2 wins in a second. Well, he can at the very least replicate the 2 wins for the final time in the Senior Mini Motos here at Clay Pigeon. The revs arise, the lights come on, the lights go out, and we go racing. A slightly tentative start there from Harvey Jeremy on the front row, side by side with Matt Birkin, but the 45 will do enough to get the jump on the reigning champion as they all dart their way towards turn number 2. A good launch initially for Matt Birkin, but not enough to thwart the attack from the 45. Andrew Whedon there in third, matching Matt Birkin in terms of the leathers. Then comes Tom Burt on the 68 machine in towards the hairpin for the first time.
Not the most optimal start there for Tom Burt, but he's got plenty of time to get back in this race, because there's going to be a battle here between Harvey Jeremy and Matt Birkin. Matt Birkin may have the pace, but Harvey Jeremy and the rest of the field have the race experience. They've had more time in the races here at Clay Pigeon, because he wasn't even around for most of the race last time out this morning, Matt Birkin. It went quite early, didn't it? So Harvey Jeremy knows how to win a race here on a Sunday, whereas Matt Birkin hasn't had that experience yet this year, so that is going to offer Harvey the perfect leveller in this race.
It will indeed. Harvey Jeremy coming into this as a race winner, his first one of the season last time out in race 2, taking his third podium as well with it. Now the question remains, who's bike is going to be playing ball, whose bike is going to make it to the checkered flag. Matt Birkin all over the rear end of Harvey Jeremy will close the gap through the horseshoe, but compromise his entry into the right hand kink and thus his exit all the way through to top bend. Harvey Jeremy hanging on for the time being. It could well be a 2-horse race up in front though, with 7 to go at the line.
Here he comes then in the slipstream down to turn 1. He's going to try and send the move. He's got a brilliant run, and there he goes up the inside. Didn't take him long to learn, but that got really close. The brushing elbows there. I think even the brake levers brushing the arm of Matt Birkin. That was really, really close, but Matt Birkin now leads the way ahead of Harvey Jeremy, and Tom Burt in third, waiting and hoping that more action commences between the two, more battling where he can catch up, because they've started to drop off, him and Andy Whedon. They've got some work to do with 7 laps to go, but Harvey Jeremy is not done yet, as he's going to try and go the long way round. He's made it work. What a manoeuvre from Harvey Jeremy, proving that the race experience might just overcome Matt Birkin's qualifying pace, and that is exactly what Tom Burt and Andy Whedon wanted. He's desperate for them to keep bashing like that.
Picking up the front wheel slightly on that run as well, and I'm sure Harvey Jeremy going to be a bit gassed about that move. He's going to be chuffed with it, I'm sure. Overtaken the reigning champion around the outside of the final corner. No mean feat in the slightest. The 45 quickly responds to the number 1 as they swap positions. Tom Burt, Andy Whedon, as Riley was saying, will like to see this battle continue to reel themselves back into contention. Tom Burt has dropped Andy Whedon by quite some significant margin, has our now championship leader, and of course this is the fight between the two of them as they lap the back end of the field. That's Ruby Wild joining us for this round. Tom Burt darts to the right hand side as well, but look at the gap, just 1 lap in front. Harvey Jeremy has turned up the wick and has pulled the gap out to nearly 7/10.
Clearly making a definition of Sunday man. Harvey Jeremy looking to take the double on Sunday. Struggled yesterday. I think he had a chain issue yesterday, as most people did, to be honest, and struggled a bit in qualifying. Yes, he qualified second, but he was almost 3/10 of a second off of Matt Birkin, which is a sizable gap here at Clay Pigeon. And on these small bikes we see a few people making their way through on lap traffic. But I think that move from Harvey Jeremy might just be a contender, to be honest, for move of the weekend, because on those tiny little mini motos there's not much more you can do than pin it, which they do for most of the circuit anyway. So for him to set it up so perfectly to go around the outside of such a long corner and then onto the straight is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that was brilliant, you have to say. There goes the 100 of Rhys Gentry, a previous race winner in FAB Racing, a veteran in the senior mini-moto class, fighting away with George Rennicks. Change for the lead, though, as Matt Birkin goes through on Harvey Jeremy. The number 1 now through on the 45. They're dicing through some lap traffic, but the response could well be there for the 45, who gets the door slammed in his face and forced to concede. Harvey Jeremy ruined his exit there, as Matt Birkin said absolutely not to keep the lead.
He's put the hammer down, Matt Birkin. He's had enough of this. He did a 48.6 on that last lap, 0.4 of a second quicker than Harvey Jeremy. He takes a look back, just making sure that he isn't still right behind him. And Harvey Jeremy, he knew that Matt Birkin is in that zone now. Once he went through, that if he let him go and didn't keep passing him and roughing him up, that he would get away, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. So Harvey Jeremy has got to put in an amazing 3 laps to catch back up and make another sensational move like we saw before. He really tried to go for it and make the move up the inside, but every single move that we've seen attempted up the inside has either gone extremely wrong or has been extremely close to going wrong. We haven't seen many of them, mainly in the 50 class across today, but Harvey Jeremy looks like he's actually hanging in really well. Either Matt Birkin's waiting for him to have a little bit of fun, but if I was him, just based on how his bike has been treating him recently, I wouldn't risk losing any points.
No, you probably wouldn't, but ultimately Matt Birkin's here to have some fun. He probably knows by the season's end he'll be the British champion anyway, but we'll see. A lap and a half left to go. Matt Birkin versus Harvey Jeremy. Of course, the senior mini-motos will be joining us at the junior British GP event, so if you are slightly older and can still fit on a mini-moto, you can get yourself on the grid for the junior GP event on the weekend of the British GP as well. Amongst, of course, all of our junior classes, the senior mini-motos will be there giving us some entertainment. Final lap of the race, though, Matt Birkin versus Harvey Jeremy. Let's see what can happen on this titanic conclusion to the senior mini-motos. Matt Birkin searching for his second win of the weekend, and of course, what will be his 4th of the season. Harvey Jeremy looking for his second win of the weekend and his second of the season. Half a lap left to go. It's the number 1 from the 45. Is there anything that Jeremy can do to tip the world champion?
Harvey Jeremy was only a fraction quicker on that last time. It just looks like he can't quite find that small moment from Matt Birkin, hoping for a mistake, but it just doesn't look like the opportunity's there. Maybe needed a few more laps, but that's exactly what I said a few laps ago, but he wasn't able to do it. He let Matt Birkin get in front, and Matt Birkin just took the win. He's actually trying to give us a good show here and get a run to the line. He might as well give it away to Harvey Jeremy, but he's actually managed to hold on to it. He literally pulled over to the side of the circuit, looked behind him, and let off the throttle. That is brave and confident from Matt Birkin, who just trying to have some fun around here, but he still manages to hold on to the win, and he gives us a good show for it. Thank you, Matt Birkin, and thank you, Harvey Jeremy, for pulling off some incredible manoeuvres there. Second place, and he looks very happy with that, and rightly so, because that is him firmly in that championship battle now with him, Birkin, Tom Burt as well. That is going to be an amazing series to keep an eye on next time out at Hooton Park. Alright then, Matt Birkin taking yet another victory, beating not only the rest of the field but his bike to the win. Harvey Jeremy took home second place. A small gap there that Matt Birkin allowed to be closed, and Tom Burt third, Andy Whedon in fourth, Reece Gentry in fifth, and then Nick Bennett, George Renix, Gary Eldridge, Chris Bain, Nicky Lewis, Rob Gentry, and unfortunately Ruby Wild couldn't finish that race. A DNF for her. But yeah, what a fantastic podium that was. I mean, Tom Burt will be, quite expectedly disappointed. As you can see, he's probably a bit injured from sitting down on those tiny little bikes for too long, but not to worry. If don't let that put you off from entering this class. It is still plenty of fun, and I think it's worth all the pain, to be honest. You can see big smiles on Matt Birkin's face.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for the Senior Mini Motos for round number 2 of their 2026 campaign. They'll be back out for round number 3 at Hooton Park. Matt Birkin leads the top of the standings by just 6 points from Tom Burt. We'll see them next time out for round number 3.
And we're rolling now for Mini GP70. The guys getting out on track. It is the main class getting out there now, as we saw Sebastian Gazlawski earlier on treating us to it wasn't the most entertaining race, but it was fascinating to see that incredible performance from him. It was absolutely incredible. The number 64 rider proving that the Danny Webb GP camp produces absolute talent in the form of himself, Henry McCartney, and of course Frankie Watson as well, who unfortunately couldn't make this race. It was meant to be on pole position, and I hope he's actually going to be able to make it to the grid again, but he's not there. He's not there. Once again, I don't think he's been able to do it. He was out in the Extreme 200 session, so we're going to have to dig deep and find out what was happening, maybe next time out at Hooton Park. But nonetheless, can Gazlawski be stopped? You don't feel like it, because he was nearly a second quicker than everyone else.
Just getting word there, Frankie Watson, unfortunately, on a gearbox bike. His gearbox is broken, which ultimately is not good. I'm not a bike mechanic, but I can probably put 2 and 2 together and suggest that is not ideal. Sebastian Gazlawski, of course, will have some free air. Then he would, start P2, but he's going to have clear air in front of him, and thus will inherit P1 off the line. Bradley Curtis alongside Caelan Ratcliffe on row number 2. Tommy Keats alongside Kai Hawken, who suffered some problems a bit earlier on in the day. Hopefully will start this race from P6. Max Johnson alongside Daisy Polden, Nicholas Dunwoody, Rex Austin, Maxwell Keats, and Boyan Blazewski, the 12-rider field for the Premier Class in FAB-Racing. The final step, the top of the paddock in the amphibian scaffolding Mini GP70 class, the class that has been the breeding ground of so many talent, the forge of legends, of course, of veterans of this championship that have gone on to do some brilliant things in the world of motorcycle racing, all the way up through the MotoGP ladder. Most recently, the reigning champion of Harrison Day, now taken to the big stage in the Motor4 British Cup. Joining us this weekend as well. Who will be the next to etch their name into the trophy and into the Hall of Fame? Sebastian Gazlawski trailing Bradley Curtis by a single point into the final race of the weekend. Waiting for the final riders to grid themselves up at the back of the pack. You can see there Gazlawski and then Curtis and Ratcliffe making up the second row of the grid. No Frankie Watson. His luck has been in the bin. The lights go on. The lights go off, and we go racing. A good launch from Gazlawski, a better one from Bradley Curtis, straight through into second place, tipping Caelan Ratcliffe towards turn number 2 as the field make their way through the opening sector. A great start though from Gazlawski. He looks to consolidate his tyranny at the front end of this field. 2 wins so far he's taken this weekend. He's going for number 3.
Already, like we've seen with Mason Frederick, this dominant dominant pace that Gazlowski has over the entire grid is being shown here. It's just absolutely sensational, already pulling the gap up to half a second to Bradley Curtis, and Bradley Curtis seems to be one of the only people to be able to stop him. We're hearing that penalties are coming in for Max Johnson. That's unfortunate, must have jump started there, so he's now at the back of the grid in terms of race timing. But Gazlowski, another lap where he's so much faster than everyone else and inevitably won't be stopped unless he makes a mistake.
Yeah, indeed. So Bradley Curtis, I don't think quite has the response. Last time out at Lid, it was 3 wins for Bradley Curtis and 3 second places for Gazlowski. This time through, the narrative has switched in favour of Super Seb. 2 victories so far to Curtis's 3rd and 2nd place thus far this weekend. There you can see the 141 of Max Johnson, who's running quite well in the train itself, but with the 5 seconds applied, drops to plumb last. P10 and last so far for the 141. Chasing after the 127, that's Daisy Polden representing the House of Moto team. And through turn 1 in towards turn number 2, you can see the likes of Rex Austin also trying to get involved and darting one to the inside of T2. Now that was a fantastic move from Rex Austin, a previous champion in the mini motos.
What a move from Rex Austin, that was admirable, and a brilliant one to take advantage of Max Johnson, who was trying to get a move on Daisy Bolden but sort of backed off, and Rex Austin took the advantage of that and now made his way up into 6th place.
10 laps left to go in what has been a very hot weekend here at Clay Pigeon, and stripped back to its roots in terms of motorcycle racing. Such raw, passionate riding that we've seen out on circuit. Gazlowski, Curtis, Ratcliffe 1, 2 and 3, the top 3 in the championship as they stand as well. It'll tip in favour of Gazlowski with just 1 point separating himself and Curtis. That will tip the scales, and by the end of those races it stands, it'll be 4. Down the inside goes Rex Austin though, will find his way through into the top 5. What a move from the 991, proving his worth in this top class field. Daisy Polden could not quite hold off the attack there from Rex Austin, who fires his way through into 5th.
He's on fire as Rex Austin, and that was a fantastic dive bomb that really messed up Daisy Polden's exit and almost allowed Max Johnson to make a move through as well, and then backed up the people behind him, because Daisy Polden found herself on the inside, not only looking for a move on Rex Austin but defending from Max Johnson, and she was caught in a sandwich. She had nowhere to go and had to just slow down and take it on the chin, and lucky for her, she actually did a really good job to prevent Max Johnson from still going through. She now maintains that 6th place, doing a good job to contend for the Female Rider of the Year award from House of Moto, which of course can be awarded to all of the female riders in that House of Moto umbrella. With 7 laps to go though, she's doing a good job at the moment to fight for that award, because she's holding off Max Johnson and doing a brilliant job of it.
Yeah, Max Johnson going left, going right, largely inconsequential with his 5-second time penalty, but he maybe doesn't know that as of yet, so he's just trying to race as quickly as he possibly can. Over his shoulder will be the likes of Nicholas Dunwoody and Maxwell Keats, who make up the rear end of that respective train. Daisy Polden under a bit of pressure, then goes the 35 of Dunwoody, trying to launch the attack on the all-blue 141 of Max Johnson. No way through on that occasion. You have to say Polden running really, really well, staying on tabs with Rex Austin, who of course was involved in some very, very good battling a couple of years ago in 2024, part of the LC40 elite class as it was then, fighting with Mason Federick, with Caelan Ratcliffe, again another rider to ascend through the ranks of Fab Racing, picking up championships along the way, and right now running inside the top 5 in the top class of Fab.
6 laps to go, and Super Seb is putting in some super lap times. Once again, a second quicker on that last lap than anyone. Bradley Curtis did a 38.5, was the fastest out on track, bar Sebastian Gazlowski, who did a 37.5. It's just admirable with such a short track like this. But anyway, we move on to mentioning a few people actually that are doing really well in this race. Caelan Ratcliffe doing a good job to stay consistent, holding on to 3rd, and behind him is Tommy Keats, who's actually had a really positive weekend of hanging in there and fighting for that top 5.
Yeah, he's up there in 4th, 1.8 seconds off the back of Caelan Ratcliffe, who doesn't quite have enough to get on to the rear end of Bradley Curtis, as we saw in race 2 earlier on today. 5 laps will make that 4.5 left to go. Sebastian Gazlowski responding brilliantly to Bradley Curtis's top form back at Lid. Curtis doing the sweep then, Gazlowski on course to do the sweep now. There you can see some pretty menacing clouds up in the sky, which they tend to be up there. They looming large and hopefully staying away to keep this weekend nice, hot and dry. Crucially, Sebastian Gazlowski, the 64, dominating this race. 5.8 seconds clear, another fastest lap last time through. A rider that's just gleaming ear to ear in terms of confidence. He's just going from strength to strength here at Clay Pigeon. A simplistic circuit maybe on paper, but he's been the one to rise to the challenge of such a high-speed circuit.
Yeah, it clearly suits him a lot better, these flowing nature of circuits compared to Lid, which is a bit more stop-start. It's still flowing in some ways. You probably consider those last two sectors more flowing, but those hard braking chicanes and that hairpin that we saw Caelan Ratcliffe crash even on the warm-up lap. So it's quite a difficult one, but clearly this form of circuit suiting Gazlowski much, much better, as he's now putting in the work to dominate these races. Now 7 seconds ahead of Bradley Curtis, who's doing a good job to just take it on the chin and take those strong points in the championship. A very important ride in that sense, which these kids will learn as they move up the ranks, that it's so important to not get frustrated and try too hard to win the race and crash doing it.
2 laps left to go. Sebastian Gazlowski from Bradley Curtis. The 71 has been very, very good this weekend. Let's not forget he'll go third, second, and as it stands, second to keep his consistent tally of podium streak going. In fact, the top two, as it stands, Bradley Curtis and Gazlowski will go 6 from 6 in terms of podium finishes so far this season, which is remarkably impressive, and provisionally as it stands will only be separated by 4 points heading into Hooton Park at round number 3. And well, that sort of boils itself up to be such an intense rivalry between now and season's end. Back to Hooton Park though, which will be, quite tight, quite technical. Maybe the favour will once again swing back in favour of Bradley Curtis. Nonetheless, with 1 lap left to go, Sebastian Gazlowski, it is his to lose. We're following this battle at 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all involved in their respective train. And what a battle it has been up in front. Sebastian Gazlowski, though, has had no witch battle in the slightest. He's not seen anyone since the start of this race. He bolted from the get-go. He is a rider that has really stepped up, has risen to the challenge, has responded to the domination that, well, he's now had to overcome here at Clay Pigeon. The checker flag flies for the final time, and Gazlowski does the sweep at Clay Pigeon. He takes the championship lead of the amphibian scaffolding mini GP70 class and responded to Curtis's domination. This is the fight for third. Ratcliffe versus Keats to the line. It goes the way of Ratcliffe, who will continue a streak of podiums this weekend with 2 P3 finishes in 70s.
A valiant effort though from Tommy Keats to close that gap to Caelan Ratcliffe, because that was quite big coming out of the first half of the race, but he did a really good job to just get behind the screen and absolutely go for it. It's a shame he didn't come out with a podium, but 4th, another really good consistent result for him. But Sebastian Gazlowski, could you have bet against him? Absolutely not. You would have been silly to. Bradley Curtis comes home 2nd with Caelan Ratcliffe, another podium for him. A really, really good consistent weekend for him in all the classes he's been in. Tommy Keats then in 4th, and Rex Austin making some spectacular moves to get in the top 5, then followed by Daisy Poldham, Nicholas Dunwoody, Maxwell Keats, Max Johnson, and Bojan Blazewski.
What a ride from Sebastian Gazlowski. 8.6 second winning margin. With it, the championship lead by 4 points, 135 to 131. Still 5 rounds of this championship remaining. The top step of the FAB-Racing paddock, the final step before they then begin again, a new beginning on that run all the way up to Grand Prix racing. FAB-Racing, of course, the breeding ground of that talent, and well, who is going to be the next one to etch their names into the Hall of Fame? Sebastian Gazlowski, Bradley Curtis, a rivalry that will go down to the bitter end. We'll see them next time out at round number 3.
Alright then, it is time for the next one. Pit Bike 140s. Only a couple races left now to end the action on Sunday. It's been a brilliant round at Clay Pigeon, plenty of action, and Pit Bike 140s has certainly been the highlight so far.
Yeah, they've given us some good action. There you can see one of them, Ollie Horner, who starts this race on pole position alongside Taylor Lawrence on the front row. A brilliant battle so far between the two of them. It's 2-0 going the way of Ollie Horner. He tipped out Taylor Lawrence last time out in race number 2. Tipped him yesterday as well with the decisive moments through traffic. Taylor Lawrence will at the very least looking to be getting one back on the final opportunity. They roll for their formation lap, so we'll run you through the grid. Ollie Horner, Taylor Lawrence, the front row. The dynamic duo will be at it once again. Simon Gates alongside Jamie King on row number 2 with Ben Simpson and Harrison Quincy on row number 3. Aaron Robinson from Ashley Powell on row 4. Then comes Jake Turnbull and Perry Tomset. The 333 rounds out the top 10. Luke Kirstein from Stephen Humphreys, Bailey Lawrence, Ivana Di Francesco share row 7 with Bradley Powell and Callum Maxwell on row 8. Kieran Laminam from Daniel Cliff, Bradley Ferreira, Chris Folcard, your top 20. With 27 riders taken to the start of this one. It'll be Matthew Rayland alongside Jamie Hughes on row 11. Rory Jones, George Hunt, Roman Ratcliffe, Tom Wise and Freddie Wadsworth. A very lonely 14th row of the grid for him. Who's coming out on top in this one then? Riley, Ollie Horner, Taylor Lawrence. It could go any which way as the sun comes out here at Clay.
Yeah, for sure is going to be an amazing battle, which we've seen all weekend long. Taylor Lawrence getting revved up there to start in second place behind Ollie Horner. Of course, the full-time championship riders, Jamie King, Ben Simpson, Harrison Quincy and more, all just trying to have a battle in amongst themselves for that third place and make a benefit for the championship challenge. But it's probably not worth it to push for it, but pushing for it will be Ollie Horner and Taylor Lawrence as they get ready to rock in the final pit bike 140 race. The lights go out. It was a short wait and a brilliant start from Jamie King, who's going to try and get up the inside all the way into turn 1. No opportunity for Ollie Horner, as now a brilliant start for Taylor Lawrence as that green suit you can hardly even miss leads this race.
Yeah, good start there from Taylor Lawrence. The defence will have to be almost immediate though, as Ollie Horner will tuck right behind him. Of course, as is usually the case with the pit bikes, the start under investigation. Will keep you updated as any time penalties come through on the onto the timing screen. Bit of a wobbly leg there for one of the riders as they come out of the horseshoe and on that run towards top bend. Taylor Lawrence will have assumed control at the front, closely followed by Ollie Horner. Jamie King though seemed to have come down a little bit from his illness and other remedies maybe that have befallen him so far this weekend that he's needed to take following some of his shenanigans. He's been able to turn up the wick a little bit, wake himself up and actually get involved with the lead fight in this race.
I wonder if we're going to get an insight into actually what is hindering him to join this battle in the previous races in his YouTube channel. Of course, you'll probably see his video come out in a couple of days after this round, but for now we're watching this channel, the FAB-Racing and Motorsport Media / Radio, rather than Jamie King, because we're watching Jamie King currently third, trying to fight for the win. Taylor Lawrence and now getting under pressure. Ollie Horner trying to do his favourite move that we've seen around the outside, doesn't quite get it though, switches back to the outside line for the next corner to see if he can cut it underneath, but Taylor Lawrence has all ends covered. He's got this covered for the first few laps, but it's those final laps where Taylor seemed to struggle. If a dive comes from Ollie Horner, it sort of interrupts his confidence, and the two wildcards, as close as they are in lap times, can't seem to continue their battle.
Well, Ollie Horner's closing the gap. Jamie King a front row seat to all of it. The small ailments that are befalling Taylor Lawrence and Jamie King, they're doing well, fighting fit regardless. We'll get confirmation on the jump starts. We have got a couple coming in and penalties to follow side by side across the line. Once again, Taylor Lawrence defends turn number 1, but down the inside Ollie Horner will be late enough on the brakes, not quite to the apex of turn number 2. Taylor Lawrence will sweep his way through and up once again into the race lead.
Yeah, perfectly managed. But I will say one thing that I'm noticing from Taylor Lawrence. I thought Ollie Horner had an issue there. He just looked down, might have just missed a gear, because Jamie King almost went for an opportunity around the outside. He's lost some time to Taylor Lawrence in front. But that move before from Taylor was absolutely incredible. One thing I will say though is that Ollie Horner has, you'd feel in the first half of all of the races, has sat behind Taylor Lawrence for the majority and learned and gained that experience, and I think that's where Taylor Lawrence eventually loses out and looks like the weaker rider in the second half, and might just watch this back and realise that. But nonetheless, for a wild card, both of them doing absolutely fantastic, and for the first time getting some disturbance from the full-time riders in the form of Jamie King there, hanging on tight in third.
Yeah, Jamie King really stepping up on Sunday, running third as it stands. A rider who went almost 3 or 4 years with a winless drought. He ended that in 2024 at Three Sisters with the absence of the likes of Chris Wells and Lucas Brown, but did it nonetheless. Soared to the championship last year as well for the 4th time in the pit bike 140 class, and Jamie King, with his sheer consistency, will be looking to add another illustrious title to the count. 7 laps left to go. It's Lawrence, Horner, then King, and then we've got a brilliant battle here. Simon Gates closely followed by Ben Simpson and Harrison Quincy, the junior rider, who's really been impressive in the opening couple of rounds. Swap for the lead though as Ollie Horner makes his way through on Taylor Lawrence.
Fantastically done, and it looks like Taylor Lawrence now starting to realise what I've just said may have just been getting some headphones in his helmet to see if he can get some advice, and he's following so close to the back of Ollie Horner. Let's see if he goes for another move or if he plays it cool, because if they keep battling like this, then Jamie King will be able to stay in touch with this battle, which they don't want. And if they stay like this, following each other with their incredibly close pace, it's not going to happen, and Jamie King is going to drop even further back. A fastest lap from 39.5 from Ollie Horner to signify that we're halfway through this race, and it is now Ollie Horner's section to perform.
Yeah, this is where he's really strong in the race. Of course, the circuit heating up, the sun coming out, and as such, maybe grip falling away slightly. As, oh my goodness me, a huge incident there. 2 riders involved, one of them down and on the ground, able to get back up though, and seemingly all good. One of them actually trying to restart. We'll confirm as to who those are as soon as we can. One of them, the 35, it looks to be a bit further back in the pack. That's Freddie Wadsworth and George Hunt, I believe, the two that have come together. The 42 also involved in that one, able to get back going again though with 4.5 laps remaining. Taylor Lawrence still on the back of Ollie Horner, the number 10, the bright green overalls, that's Taylor Lawrence, and then of course you've got the 70 of Ollie Horner, who will be looking to go 3 from 3 in what has been such a good battle between these two.
Yeah, he's just responded to Ollie Horner's pace there and gone that tiny fraction quicker. It's amazing to see how close these guys can get in this class. It's so amazing, especially since they're both wild cars. They're not even used to racing these bikes on a regular basis. It's honestly admirable with how close. Only less than 400ths of a second split their best lap time, which they both did in the previous 2 laps. It's all about the dive bombs, because your pace outright can't save you, because they are ultimately so drawn. There is no advantage.
Yeah, and when you do get that close, you're right, it becomes so much harder to find that advantage, and that's where mistakes are so much more consequential. Because you drop back, it's then hard to reclaw that gap, because you're already on the limit, you're already so close to the limit. Finding that extra half a tenth of a second becomes so much more difficult. That's where lap traffic maybe can be the deciding factor. 3 laps left to go at the line, and Ollie Horner not taking any chances, darting one straight down the inside there on the 21, darting decisively through the traffic as Taylor Lawrence tries to follow him through. Still some battles happening throughout the field, that being of course the 333 of Perry Thompson leading the likes of Luke Kirstein and Bailey Lawrence in the fight for what will be P11 on the road. Yeah,
Ollie Horner now, he's getting into that zone of the late stage, and he did a great job of getting through on that lap traffic. That seems to be his forte this round, of just making those moves happen. And we actually said that we thought Taylor Lawrence would be the one who would be better at that, plainly just because of what we saw in qualifying yesterday morning, as dark clouds ascend on the other side of the building behind us in the commentary box, but it's sunny on the other side. It's complete 2 halves, and 2 halves in this race of Ollie Horner and Taylor Lawrence, completely equal on pace, but now the gap stretching out to 0.4 of a second. But now we see on that last lap, Taylor Lawrence has closed that gap fantastically, and we're back on for an amazing final lap.
Lap and a half left to go. Ollie Horner versus Taylor Lawrence. Look to the inside maybe for the bright green leathers. Not quite close enough, as again they still have to negotiate the lap traffic. Taylor Lawrence getting caught up on the apex there of the 35, and that's going to give Ollie Horner a bit of a reprieve. 1 lap left to go, 800 metres of clay pigeon. Can Ollie Horner do what will be an amazing sweep, but so aggressive through the traffic? That's going to allow Taylor Lawrence to close the gap back up. Ollie Horner has been so aggressive. These two levels above the rest of the pack, showcasing what it means to be fighting at the front of the pit bike field.
Taylor Lawrence giving it everything now. It's win it or bin it for him. He's not in any championship, neither's Ollie Horner, but he's got a gap to close, and it's clearly not going to be enough. There's some people in front. Let's see what can happen. Will it be a perfect weekend for Ollie Horner coming into the penultimate corner? Lap traffic in the way, finally making a deficit for Ollie Horner. He finally gets out of the way though, and now it is Ollie Horner who takes 3 in a row for the pit bike 140s, and despite the ever even pace, once again he shows us it's that second half where he beats Taylor Lawrence. Absolutely sensational. And Jamie King doing a great job there to take another 3rd place. Really positive for his championship as he extends the lead over Harrison Quincy. Wow, another really eventful race, and this time Ollie Horner does it again, and the lap traffic for the first time working in Taylor Lawrence's favour briefly. And there are your results. Ollie Horner 3 for 3 in pit bike 140s here at Clay Pigeon, ahead of Taylor Lawrence, the 2 wildcards doing fantastically. Then Jamie King extending his championship lead in 3rd, then followed by Simon Gates and Harrison Quincy, Ben Simpson, Aaron Robinson, and then Turnbull, Humphreys Powell and then a few riders behind also having issues once again. Lots of people crashing in this Pit Bike 140 race because, of course, it's such a packed grid. What is it, like 27 riders? So, as I said earlier, bigger than MotoGP. So, a tiny track like this, it's so easy to get caught up in the pack and crash, or maybe just make a mistake because you can see someone so far ahead of you, just right next to you because the track is so small. Okay, then only a few races left to go and we get ready to roll for the next one up. Okay, then it is time for GP50. That was an amazing show this morning. Let's hope it was just as dramatic for this one. Absolutely fantastic, wasn't it? Nova Racing, of course, sponsoring this class. You see Emilio Pereira shooting out of pit lane, ready and raring to go as he stops on the grid, ready to rock. Preston Baker also getting there as well. He had a decent race last time. Again, just being consistent. He's not much of a crasher from what I've seen so far this season, Preston Baker. He's a really consistent rider, but just needs that little bit more in order to get into that top 3 competitive area, you'd feel. But Caelan Ratcliffe really doing well in that first race to take victory, and then Emilio Pereira took victory in the second. So what can happen this time? As you said, the named yellow and black 96 bike, the Hornet versus El Toro, the number 31, starting second. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic race for Sunday. Okay, it is time to go down the grid as they now go for their warm-up lap. Caelan Ratcliffe on pole position, once again ahead of Emilio Pereira. Preston Bacon at third, again showing his consistency to land that third in qualifying. Josh Perkins, unfortunately, I don't think is out there because of that fast crash that he had in the GP50R race. So, of course, there'll be a free spot there in fourth on the grid. Tommy Williams lines at fifth ahead of rival from Lid, Bo Morris, and then behind them, Jensen Cedras, Nelly Nuth, Reed Saxelby, Danny Longhurst, Oliver Cheeseman and William Skiggle rounding off the grid in 13th. But yeah, Zach, this is promising to be another belter.
I don't doubt it in the slightest. The battle that we've seen with Emilio Pereira and Caelan Ratcliffe, between them, of course, 26 points in the championship by virtue of Emilio Pereira's domination back at Lid, has not been the story here at Clay Pigeon. Ratcliffe has been a worthy adversary, the Hornet versus El Toro, on that front row of the grid. A rivalry that could well span the entire season in the 2026 Mastermac FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship, waiting for the arrival of the last couple of riders, and we'll go racing for the Nova Racing Metrocrit Mini GP50 standard class. Looking forward to this one as I ice the lights for the final time this weekend.
Here we go. We're going to lead off with only a couple of races left, and Caelan Ratcliffe leads us from pole position, but quickly taken by Emilio Pereira. What an incredible start by Pereira to put that 31 machine into the lead of this race. Caelan Ratcliffe into second. Unfortunately, not the best start for him, and as we said, seemed to be the better defender than Chaser previously in that first race, which he won. Second race, he struggled a little bit more, didn't he? Because he was chasing Emilio Pereira, and unfortunately that went the way, well, in his case, unfortunately, to Pereira. But now he is chasing Pereira once again. He's got that experience and now knows what he has to do. He made some fantastic moves, but it just wasn't quite enough. Again, lap traffic making the difference, but Caelan Ratcliffe, for now, has got some clean road ahead of him to try and get past.
Well, yeah, Caelan Ratcliffe versus Emilio Pereira, that battle, you can imagine, going to be race long. 5-second time penalty, by the way, for the 75 of Reed Saxby. That drops him down to P10 after the penalty gets applied. Behind the two leaders, though, is the likes of Preston Baker, Bo Morris, and the 51 of Tommy Williams. Pereira leads Ratcliffe in this chase. Still 11 laps to go, 10 at the line. Pereira rising to the occasion here. Ratcliffe, though, has got the response, and the two of them so level on pace, forcing each other to find the extra margin they need to come out on top.
Yeah, Pereira already starting to bridge a gap, but you feel like Caelan Ratcliffe just building into this one, he'll come back eventually. We thought that in the first race where Pereira got to the lead off the start, and then Caelan Ratcliffe built the gap back up and closed back in. But Preston Baker there holding in third really well, to be fair to him. I was saying actually how he was being a really consistent rider, and now he's into third and not too far off that top two at the moment, but not too far behind him. The ever close duo of Bo Morris and Tommy Williams trying to close that gap and get a spot on the podium for the first time this weekend.
Just a handful of laps, of course, into this race, and plenty more still to come. Watching there the 57 of Bo Morris and the 51 of Tommy Williams. Back to our lead fight though, Pereira extending the gap to Caelan Ratcliffe, who really does like to open up T number 2, keeps the exit of T1 nice and tight to the left to give him the widest possible arc through turn number 2, the long sweeping hairpin, almost double apex. That gives him a good run, allows him to get a better exit. But is it enough to go and catch Emilio Pereira, who looks to extend the margin at the top and go for 5 victories from the 6 races? And, well, of course, he's going to go 6 from 6 in terms of podiums. But what it does mean, he will go 5 from 6 in terms of race victories in the Nova Racing Mini GP 50s. What a talent Emilio Pereira is emerging himself as.
Yeah, it looks like he's just built his confidence back up once again. He lost that race to Caelan Ratcliffe. It's the first time he's lost a race in this championship. Of course, that was Saturday. And Caelan Ratcliffe took a fantastic race to defend from Emilio Pereira, then eventually becoming the chaser. It was a little bit harder for him, you have to feel, and now being the chaser again, he's starting to close that gap back up, but he hasn't really got enough time to chase down Emilio Pereira, you feel. I mean, it's not that long of a race. Preston Baker's hanging in there in 3rd, but again, it's too spread out, you feel, and Emilio Pereira is incredible at managing races.
Caelan Ratcliffe is keeping him honest though. Pereira, can't drop the ball in the slightest. One small mistake and Caelan Ratcliffe is right there. It's not the gap that you can start to feel comfortable. Sometimes in racing you can be lulled into that false sense of security, maybe a bit of complacency. That is something that neither Pereira nor Ratcliffe can afford. With just over half of this race still to go. 7 laps remaining as they crossed the line last time through. Pereira from Ratcliffe. Caelan coming through the ranks. Similar to Pereira, who was fighting a British champion in other means. Back in the rookie days was Pereira. Missed out on the FAB-Racing Championship though in that tussle with Nelly Nuth back in 2024, that decisive day down in Ella Park. Caelan Ratcliffe fighting with Rex Austin and Mason Federick in the AC40 Pros a couple of years ago as well. Both of them climbing through the ranks and now onto these bigger geared bikes, rising to the challenge. And now Ratcliffe all over the rear end of Emilio Pereira. His opportunity could well be in the near future. Yeah,
with 6 laps to go, he's decided to come and prove me wrong, and I'm very glad for it. We've got a race on our hands once again in the Mini GP 50 class by Nova Racing. Caelan Ratcliffe all over the back of Emilio Pereira, and this time has the experience of chasing Emilio Pereira for an entire race, so now knows what he has to do to make the move. He did make a few moves, and here comes another one as he shoots up the inside, but that's going to allow Pereira back up the inside as we wait for the camera to switch and show us the result of that. He did make it, and he did get it stuck right into the lead. Fantastic defence from Ratcliffe to prevent Pereira from being able to get back through.
Oh, what a move, El Toro, though, launching the, counter-attack. Dubbed him the Hornet versus El Toro, the 96 versus the 31, a rivalry that I cannot wait to see develop over the next few rounds. Caelan Ratcliffe pouncing on the first opportunity possible. Now comes El Toro charging his way onto the back end of the 96 with 5 laps to go, 4 at the line, the 31 on the back end of the 96. Both of them, 1 win apiece this weekend. Who is going to take the crown at Clay Pigeon?
It's going to be really interesting to see how Emilio Pereira manages this race. Of course, you feel like in race 1 he left it too long. Will he leave it too long this time? It doesn't look like it, because he is really trying to go for it. He goes for the wider line this time because he knows Caelan Ratcliffe is going to go defensive anyway. It's the longer, more flowy corners that he has got the advantage in, because you can really spring a surprise on the other rider, and that's exactly what he needs to do with 4 laps to go. Spring a surprise, make Caelan Ratcliffe move out of his rhythm, and then try to pull away.
3 laps to go at the line. What can Ratcliffe do versus Pereira? What a race this is. Into turn number 2, Ratcliffe goes a bit deep. That's going to camper his exit. He's got to get it really parked up on the apex, and Pereira, who sacrificed the exit of T1 to prioritise the entry of T2, closes the gap up once more. The fight for the podium, by the way, is still ongoing. We can see that as they blitz their way through. Shot now, side by side for the lead. Ratcliffe defending once more from Pereira, who's ramping up the pressure in the final race of the Nova Racing Metrokit Mini GP 50 standard class. 2 laps left to go at the line. Ratcliffe versus Pereira all the way.
Yeah, and a really good job for Bo Morris to make his way through on Tommy Williams and Preston Baker into 3rd place. So we'll keep an eye on that podium battle, but I don't know if we can take our eyes off this winning battle, as we're about to see maybe Pereira go through. We're seeing Morris there in front of Williams.
Baker?
Yeah, I don't know actually. Baker was in 4th on the previous lap. Oh no! Oh, right on call. And unfortunately, Preston Baker, I jinxed him. I just said that he is such a consistent finisher, hadn't had a crash yet. What a shame for Preston Baker. Had a really good round at Lid, unfortunately ran into some technical issues, but nevertheless we're going to keep watching this incredible battle that will unfold on this last lap. Pereira sets up a strong exit to the final corner, and it all matters all the way down to turn 1, the setup in that last corner. He's in the slipstream perfectly. He's going to try and go the long way around to set up the inside into turn 1. Here we go then. 1 lap to go as Pereira shoots up the inside. He thought about it, that got really close, but Ratcliffe not letting any opportunity for Pereira to get through, and once again he's doing an incredible job to defend, and we're seeing Emilio Pereira start to panic as he goes extremely late on the brakes, trying to go around the outside or get a better exit, because he knows, again, Ratcliffe going defensive. Where do you go from here? He goes there, up the inside, he runs it wide, trying to set up a better exit. Let's see what he's got. He's going to get a much better run up to the last corner for this, and now you've got to set up the run to the line, Pereira. What are you going to do? There's lap traffic in the way. Hopefully that doesn't disturb the finish. They're going the opposite ways. Oh, Pereira's got it on the line. Ratcliffe is going to be devastated. He's had to go the long way round of the lap traffic, and he is face palming. He is not happy with himself, and there it is. They were both 1 win apiece going into this final race of the weekend for Mini GP50 by Nova Racing. And sadly, for the case of Caelan Ratcliffe, you really have to feel for him. He was so close to that win. We're praising him for such incredible defense and how smart he managed that race in the form of Emilio Pereira at Lid. But there you go, Pereira took the right decision to go on the other side of the lap traffic and took victory. It's all part of racing, and it was fantastic. Another run to the line in the GP50 class. Definitely the best class in my opinion so far this weekend. Emilio Pereira takes victory then, only a small margin ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe. Bo Morris does well to take 3rd ahead of Tommy Williams in 4th, and Jensen Cedras a strong 5th place after a crash earlier on. And then we have Reed Saxelby, Nelly Newth, Danny Longhurst, Claudia Dunman, William Skingle, Oliver Cheeseman and Preston Baker, unfortunately not finishing that race. But I'm now hearing that those results under investigation. I wonder who for.
Yeah, I wonder what potentially so when it comes to yellow flag rules. Maybe there was some overtaking under a yellow flag at the sharp end of the field. Nonetheless, nothing can be taken away from what was an amazing showcase between Pereira and Caelan Ratcliffe. The Hornet versus El Toro, I'm not letting that one go. A brilliant display from the dynamic duo. Tyrannical in the Nova Racing Metrokit Mini GP50s, and well, Emilio Pereira, 5 wins from 6 races, 6 podiums along the way, has not finished outside of the top 2 at any point this season. What a run it is for the 31. Caelan Ratcliffe though rising to the challenge. They split the lap traffic, Schumacher-Hakkinen style on the run to the line, and Pereira just did enough. Of course, those race results provisional with the overtaking on the yellows, but nonetheless, in terms of what we saw, an incredible finish.
Yeah, such good racing once again between Ratcliffe and Pereira. Now we're just going to wait. You'll have to stick around maybe and keep an eye on the socials to find out the results for that one. But nonetheless, we are now moving on to the Extreme 200 class, the LRA Moto Extreme 200. A multitude of different bikes in this one. And once again, Vinny Polhill lines up at the front of the field. All right then, so lining up behind Vinny Polhill is Tommy Keats in 2nd, then Sebastian Gazlowski, the ever dominant clay pigeon. Sebastian Gazlowski, the number 64, lining up ahead of Bradley Curtis, someone who has made a pretty decent weekend. He was really strong at Lid, and maybe not one of his favourite tracks, maybe just losing a bit of confidence because of how strong Gazlowski has been. But I think we're waiting just at the moment for them to get out on their cycling lap for the official results. Caelan Ratcliffe has been awarded the victory. We were saying how the race results were under investigation. That's your GP50 results. Pereira has been taken that victory from his grasp despite that run to line because it was overtaking under yellow flags. You have to feel for Emilio Pereira because quite honestly you're not going to be thinking about that. It's the run to line and you're taking every opportunity that you could have got. But how unlucky does Emilio Pereira have to be for that to be in yellow flag conditions? Oh, it's just devastating. But Caelan Ratcliffe, to be honest, I'm sure he's not even that bothered about winning it under investigation rules and having Pereira take it from him in the end.
It's harsh, but yellow flags are there for a reason. You have to be prepared to change direction, to stop, to be able to slow down in the case of an incident. Unacceptable to be overtaking under that. That's a harsh but fair lesson that Amido Pereiro is going to have to take. Nothing can be taken away from his form. He still goes 4 from 6 in terms of race victory, still comfortably leads the championship, but Caelan Ratcliffe getting the measure of him in Clay Pigeon. We'll see the Metrikit Mini GP 50s out next time at Hooton Park.
We get rolling then for the LRA Moto Extreme 200s. Just 2 races left to come here at Clay Pigeon in FAB-Racing, and this, as I said before, a multitude of bikes in this class. Metrikits and pit bikes of all different types. Of course, you can see Henry McCartney out there, Moto 4 British rider, and the commentator yesterday in the GP70 class riding a KTM SX85, and he was having some issues. He was struggling a lot in that previous race, but it is time. This is an absolutely amazing class. You can see there Jamie King, a few other riders that you might have seen in that Pit Bike 140 race. That just shows you how many different riders are in this class. But let's run down the grid then. Finley Polehill ahead of Tommy Keats, Sebastian Gazlowski, Bradley Curtis, Harrison Day, Henry McCartney, Frankie Watson, who will get out there because he has a different bike in this class to what he runs in GP70s. Mason Frederick, Leo Caulfield, Matthew Thomas, Dylan Toreen, Max Johnson, Daisy Polden, Rex Austin and Scott Dermott rounding out the top 15 as we wait for the lights to turn on. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic race. We assume that Harrison Day fixed his edge grip issues somewhat thanks to that previous race because he beat Henry McCartney on his CRF 150. But here we go then, 2 races left. Can Extreme 200 be the best of them all? Here we go, the lights are out, and it is a brilliant start from Sebastian Gazlowski. Super Seb with the super start for the super weekend he's had so far. And there goes Henry McCartney with an absolutely fantastic move up the inside behind Tommy Keats and into 4th position on his KTM SX85.
Yeah, good start there. Exactly what he needed to do. Both himself and Harrison Day have been struggling with rear grip. So they've been able to be really strong on the brakes, best of the bunch on the brakes, but getting the power down off the corner exit has become so difficult. We saw it from McCartney earlier on in race 2, slipping at the rear end, almost getting thrown off the bike through almost any high lateral load corner where you then have to apply the power. Nonetheless, back at the front, no rear grip problems for Paul Hill or Gazlowski, who sends one to the inside of T2. What a move there from the 64. Paul Hill tries to get the switch back, but Gazlowski straight back through into the lead, riding the wave of confidence this weekend.
Yeah, the confidence is clear to see, and it's just amazing to see a rider so confident in his own ability that he can just send one up the inside like that. It's like he didn't even have time to think about it. He was just like, right, let's go, and that was it. The move was done as Harrison Day makes an aggressive pass on Bradley Curtis, making himself look like a monster compared to that tiny little GP70. That Honda CRF 150 looking a little bit more confident and easier to ride for Harrison in this race. But Finley Polehill already back in action and ready to fight back.
Finley Polehill on the rear end of Sebastian Gazlowski, who took 3 wins in the amphibian scaffolding Metrikit Mini GP70 category versus Bradley Curtis. Now he's got a difficult adversary in the form of Finley Polehill. Metrikit versus Avali. The 2-stroke versus the 4-stroke, which definitely seems a bit more favourable around this fast and flowing circuit, like Clay Pigeon. Very similar to Thruxton is getting involved there. We've got the likes of Bradley Curtis trying to send the move on Henry McCartney. And, well, Tommy Keats as well getting involved in that battle for P3 overall. Keats there, you can see Bradley Curtis trying to send a move on Harrison Day. The 4-way fight for 3rd position. Harrison Day proving why he is one of the best breakers on the field, but couldn't quite get the move done on Keats through turn 2.
Yeah, he's going to be desperate to beat Henry McCartney this time round. Is Harrison Day. He's probably quite happy that he beat his fellow Moto 4 British Cup rider in the previous race, but he wants to match him and get on the podium, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's all over the back of Tommy Keats, who in turn is all over the back of Henry McCartney, and make that now Harrison Day on the back of McCartney because he's through on Tommy Keats with a brilliant move into that hairpin. We were saying it's quite difficult to make a move into there, and with one of probably the heaviest bike on the grid and one of the smallest riders, Harrison Day shows us his talent because he goes for Henry McCartney as well. What a move! Wow! Incredible from Harrison Day. He's showing us why he's a reigning champion, not only in Extreme 200 but GP70s as well. True talent in the form of young Harrison Day as Henry McCartney tries to fight back on the number 31 machine, looking to go around the outside. It's time for a pit bike battle for 3rd place as someone down in the background there unfortunately having some issues. That is an Ovale rider, the number
Thomas.
47. Yeah, what a shame for Matthew Thomas. A poor end to his weekend, but nonetheless it's all good and fun to come out racing. And regardless. But Henry McCartney now has got a job to do to fight for that podium position, as he's now going to try his favourite move up the inside. A brilliant block pass to get through, but Harrison Day has none of it, and he goes straight back through on his CRF 150. And we're using that torque to overpower that small little two-stroke.
Timed it well as well, because there's yellow flags through this sector. Henry McCartney fires one back down the inside through the hairpin. Nicely done, and what a response. Two riders who have such good chemistry with each other, giving it absolutely everything out on circuit. McCartney versus Day. The future of British riding is in good hands. 6 laps left to go at the line. McCartney and Day fighting tooth and nail for the podium. Meanwhile, 3 riders queue up behind them, ready to get involved. Make that 4 riders queuing up behind them, ready to get involved. Harrison Day thinking about going for it down the inside, so too Bradley Curtis to the inside of Tommy Keats. What a brilliant fight this is. Meanwhile, of course, Gazlowski and Polhill, that battle continues up in front. Less than a tenth and a half between them. Harrison Day down the inside of the hairpin, can't make it work on the 31.
What a show that they're giving us. They probably had this little battle arranged, and they said, let's give those commentators a great show for the end of the weekend and make sure that they enjoy this one, because, well, we always enjoy commentating on Fab. How could you not? It's always brilliant racing, and Harrison Day has got a brilliant exit, and he's looking to go up the inside once again of Henry McCartney. Another good move, but Henry is going to respond with, once again, the dive into turn 1. Tommy Keats has set it up well, but he's huge moment for Henry McCartney. What a save on his SX85, and has somehow managed to stay on it and managed to stay behind Harrison Day. That is incredible, and that just shows you why he's a Motor 4 British Cup rider. The confidence is straight back already, because what a dive that was up the inside of Harrison Day. He's incredible, and Harrison already trying to respond. The diverse differences between 2-stroke and 4-stroke, and the differences in height as well between McCartney and Harrison Day, making for the ultimate rivalry here at Clay Pigeon.
Oh, these two are just brilliant, aren't they? Harrison Day straight down the inside. Keats trying to go the long way around of Day as well. He's going to be late on the brakes, gets his nose chopped there. Day down the inside of turn number 2. And oh my goodness me, McCartney, what a save that was. And then to not only compose himself trying to catch the bike, to then almost immediately fire one down the inside of Harrison Day. So good. And like I say, the future in great hands. FAB-Racing, the breeding ground of talent like this, and they are demonstrating it tenfold. 3 laps left to go at the line. This is a 6-way scrap for the final place on the overall podium. Finley Polhill versus Gazlowski. They've been swapping places at the sharp end as well. Meanwhile, this raging battle continues on. Keats getting involved. Here comes Harrison Day down the inside. McCartney will sweep his way the long way round. Late on the brakes towards T2. Harrison Day has to sit the bike up because McCartney parked it brilliantly on the apex.
He just loves that move. I think that's like 4 laps in a row now that he's sent that move up at the inside. It's incredible. He just parks the bike in there, and still, even when he sent that on the previous lap, like a huge moment on the throttle, caught the power band maybe, or just the outside curb. And Harrison, I thought he was going to look for it up the inside. His bike's too big to fit in that gap. But Finley Polhill looks like he's made his way through on Sebastian Gazlowski, but Gazlowski has responded with a 37.5, a fastest lap of the race from him, to try and catch Finley Polhill as we enter the closing stages of this race. Henry McCartney knows that's Harrison's favourite overtaking place and leaves him no space anywhere to go through. Brilliant defence from him to make himself as wide as possible on that small little SX85, but Finley Polhill has now made his way into the lead. We're not even watching that because this battle is titanic between these two.
A lap and a half left to go in the LSA Extreme 200 category. Polhill, Gazlowski, a quarter of a second between the two. They have been worthy adversaries for the entire weekend, and it comes down to 815 metres down in Dorset here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. Bradley Curtis pulled off a brilliant move, a spectacular move on Tommy Keats a lap ago. Now faces the fight for the podium with 1 lap left to go. McCartney defends to T2. Curtis tries to get onto the back of Harrison Day, his competitor in the FAB-Racing paddock for the last few years. Now it comes down to this in Extreme 200s. Harrison Day pulls to the outside through the hairpin. McCartney defends it with all that he's got. We've got riders queuing up to get involved in this fight, but through the final corner, it's a drag race to the line. Finley Polhill will take the final victory in Extreme 200s here at Clay Pigeon. Gazlowski gave it everything, but goes 2 from 3 as Polhill takes the final blood of the weekend. The fight for the podium comes down to the line as well. Curtis gets the drive, doesn't quite get the run. Day versus McCartney, and Henry takes the podium.
What a race! We had a battle so close to the front, but it wasn't as close as that battle for third. We were watching that third place battle for the whole race. It was incredible. Finley Polhill, though, again, 3 for 3. Oh no, my apologies. Of course, Sebastian Gazlowski won that first race. due to Finley's issues. It was 3 for 3 at Lid, but there we go. Finley Polehill adding to his race win count in the Extreme 200 category. What an incredible race. And Sebastian Gazlowski, another really positive result for him in second. Henry McCartney taking his second podium of the weekend, and Harrison Day, unfortunately, he'll be upset not to have walked away with a podium, of course, struggling with edge grip in that first race yesterday afternoon. But nonetheless, an incredible battle between the titanic duo of Moto4 British Cup riders. And then we've got Bradley Curtis in 5th, Tommy Keats 6th, Frankie Watson came home 7th, Mason Frederick 8th, Dylan Toreen in 9th, and then Max Johnson rounding out the top 10. Wow, that was some incredible action. And now we move on to the final race of the day, and hopefully it'll be just as exciting. Alright then, final one to go. Moto team coming up live, the final race of the day and the final race of the weekend. We thank you so much for joining us before this final race starts, whether you're watching it back in a few days' time or even a few years' time. How's the future? And of course, if you're watching at the circuit, big thank you to all the marshals, everyone, race control, and of course the kids who bring their parents along in reality by nagging them to go take them racing.
Well, one last race, one last hurrah, and Motor Team has been a battleground all weekend long. Team Acme Racing taken the last couple of victories, 3 from 3 thus far. Can they go 4 from 4 in Moto Team? Just waiting for a couple of things to be sorted out before they can be released out onto the circuit for one last 12-lap race here for round number 2 of the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship down in Dorset here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. It has been a privilege to have your company in the commentary box. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis, bringing you the action here at FAB-Racing, the stars of the future on the grids of today. Riley, I mean, we've had so much action so far today. Can you pick a favourite?
Oh, that has to be that Extreme 200 race. I mean, it was in the name. It was extreme. That moment for Henry McCartney was just crazy. I can't believe he stayed, and other people behind him stayed on the bike. Irrelevant to the fact that he even stayed in the same position. And Harrison Day was just incredible as well. I mean, struggled in that first race with edge grip, but then just came to the floor in this final race, and those huge bikes, those CRF 150s, he's like half of my height and I'm still quite short. It's admirable. I wouldn't even be able to hardly touch the floor on one of those. It was absolutely fantastic performance from everyone in that battle, and Sebastian Gabslavsky and Polehill, of course, battling as well. But let's hope that Moto Team can somehow top that to end the weekend. Of course, 4 races per weekend, and this is the one to round it off. A final call to get yourself in this class, buy yourself a 125 and get on the grid.
Lee Clowes finding something hilarious down on the grid. The flag marshal been around for a number of years here at FAB-Racing, starting almost every race for us, and well, with one last hurrah for round number 2 here at Clay Pigeon. It has been such a good weekend. The weather has been brilliant, and hopefully Motor Team will give us some excellence to round it all off with. They'll head round for their formation. That will run you through the grid. Of course, the finishing order of race number 3 from earlier on. It'll be Team Acme Racing alongside Team SFC, the number 8 alongside the 133. Ivani Di Francesco alongside George Knight on row 2, with Tom Dudson and Adam Harris on row number 4. Mario Gelli from Ben O'Keefe round out the 5th row of the grid, with Harrison O'Keefe and Dan Baker just in behind that. Rob Leveridge, Phil Joyce, Paul Kelly, Madison Marslew just behind that, with gold member bike Peter Appleton alongside his son Jamie Appleton on the gold member bike, with Spencer Collingwood and Gary O'Keefe, who has had absolutely rotten luck so far this weekend, will start plumb last. 12 laps of racing once again in Motor Team. Can anyone take the challenge to Team Acme Racing? The gap has been closing all weekend long. Now is the time for SFC to make the difference.
Yeah, an interesting decision as well from the rider on Team Acme Racing to go with the clear visor. I might just be looking too much into it, but as the dark clouds ascend, I don't think this race is long enough to contain some serious wet weather, but he might just be a little bit careful, because if you remember, it was a wet race that he crashed out of at Lid, and you can also see SFC there lining up in second because they finished second in that previous race. Moto Team's grid situation a bit different. They're also running clear visors, but let's see what Ivano Di Francesco behind on the 3rd spot can do in this race. Here we go then, the final race to end action at Clay Pigeon for FAB-Racing. Can Team Acme do the quadruple? The lights go out, and that was a really long way for the final race to get underway, and SFC gets off to a great start, but not enough to stop Acme from getting up the inside and into the lead. Oh, briefly as SFC tried to go up the inside, and they're up to the inside. What a move. The confidence is built, and now up to the lead after a pretty difficult start to the weekend. They're here and ready to fight once again.
That was an important move for them to make. They could not allow Acme to get some clear track in front of them. Once the rhythm started to set in, the 133 decisive when it counts down the inside of the chicane, took the track away from the number 8 and forced them to concede. Nicely done from Team SFC. Now the battle is on in the open class. Acme have been dominating this series basically all year long thus far, and now the battle comes down to the final race of the second round of the championship. Down the inside goes Team Acme to try and retake the lead of the race, but can't quite do it. SFC will hang on for at least another corner with 11 laps to go.
You can tell there's a lot more confidence now from that new rider on the SFC bike, the 133 machine, and you can see that bike leaning down further this time, because originally it looked like that extreme riding style was making him think he was doing more turning than he actually was by leaning so far off the bike. But you can see that bike getting so much lower now than it was previously, and you can see that that is really helping them stay ahead of Acme Racing in these fast corners, as we're now seeing a battle for third place overall and a battle for the lead in the standard class between Ivano Di Francesco and Thomas Dudson. Thomas Dudson is probably actually really annoyed. He hasn't got a podium yet, but wow, a podium plenty for Acme Racing, and looking for one more win to add to the tally as they go up the inside. The number 8 machine retakes the lead. What has SFC got to fight back this time?
Yeah, that was brilliant there from Acme Racing down the inside of turn number 1. Not really much that SFC could do there, but maybe the pace still favours them. Maybe they can stay with Acme. They need to respond quickly based off pattern recognition over the last few races here at Clay Pigeon. Acme have been clear favourites. Ivano Di Francesco, Thomas Dudson. So 1 and 2, they're P1 and 2 overall, and in the open class P3 and 4, P1 and 2 in the standard class. We have got 2 fights for the lead, all in the same shot. Look at the black and purple machine of Thomas Dudson, the number 20 on the rear end of the all-white 141 of Ivano Di Francesco. Down the inside at turn number 2, Team Acme pulling a nice advantage ahead of SFC, who need to respond quickly if they still want to win this race.
And I'll give it to them. SFC are doing a really good job, and they are responding. They're sticking with Acme Racing, and if they start battling again, we could see Ivano Di Francesco and maybe even Thomas Dudson getting involved. And wouldn't it be so good to see another 3-rider battle for the win like we saw at Lid to end this weekend's action. Thank you again for joining us, and make sure you join us next time out at Hooton Park. But we've still got 9 laps of racing left here at Clay Pigeon, and SFC is not done yet. The 133 machine in the open class looks to catch the number 8 ahead.
8 laps left to go as they break the beam once more. Di Francesco closer to SFC than SFC is to Acme. Now that, of course, an inter-class battle, so no changes in terms of championship points. They are all on the same track but scored separately, with 25 points awarded to each of the respective winners for both the standard and the open class. Acme Racing, SFC, they are your open leaders. Adam Harris also in the open, Peter Appleton and Gary O'Keefe both in the open. Everyone else standard. And as such, all in the same race out on circuit. Di Francesco versus Thomas Dudson. The 20 of Dudson has come perilously close all weekend long, but ultimately has fallen short to the 141 on all 3 occasions in the standard class. Could now be the perfect opportunity to change that narrative with 7 to go.
Yeah, a fastest lap being put in there from Team Acme Racing, a 41.8, and now getting that gap up to 8 tenths of a second ahead of SFC. So a valiant effort from SFC to try and interrupt that pace that we knew had to be interrupted in order for them to have a chance at victory today. But it's not just quite over yet. There's still a good chunk of laps to go. 7 laps left around the Clay Pigeon. A short circuit though, so SFC really has to come up with the goods to still win this race. But they've done a really good job to actually bridge the gap and stick with Team Acme Racing to some extent, because behind them Ivano Di Francesco's dropped back a good chunk now, 1.4 behind, with Thomas Dudson following closely. But there it is, fastest lap from Ivano Di Francesco to close that gap, but 41.8 from them. So now things are going to start to ramp up. Can Ivano Di Francesco get yet another second place in the final Moto Team race?
Time will tell. Plenty of battles out there. Moto Team has really gone from strength to strength in 2026. Years gone by, reduced grid numbers and skill gaps more than anything, meaning resulting in some less than exciting racing, to be honest. I remember last time out at Clay Pigeon back in 2024 when I was here, it had its moments, but nothing to the level that it is now this year. I mean, the levels of attendance that we've got, the level of talent that we've got, the competitiveness that we've got. I mean, it's the best that it's ever been in Moto Team, and if you want to get a part of it, absolutely read the regulations and join the grid when we take to Hooton Park. SFC right onto the back end of Team Acme once more. The gap is closed as a result of some lap traffic catching out the number 8 machine, so the 133 still back in this race.
Yeah, second bite of the cherry, and we're so thankful for it to keep this battle rolling as Team Acme has to go to the inside, but now that lap traffic there just getting in the way of SFC. For once it helped Acme rather than going against them, so SFC now has to deal with 2 people here. How do they go through this? They go up the inside, and Acme Racing actually had to go the long way around, so not too big of a gap lost, but now the gap gets reset and in fact extended from 1.1 to 1.4 as Ivano Di Francesco also takes advantage and makes their way back into second place, the place that they've been nearly all weekend long, but SFC did a great job to claim in the previous race. Let's see if they can get that second place again, or if we'll see more lap traffic getting in the way of Acme Racing. Only time will tell. Of 4 laps left of all the action here at Clay Pigeon. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll say this again, and maybe for the next round at Hooton Park we could see you out there in the Moto Team category.
It's just been so good. 3 laps to go at the line, 2.4 kilometers left to race here at Clay Pigeon around the 815 meter circuit down in Dorset. The weather has been brilliant, the racing has been electric, and it has just been phenomenal. Round number 2 of our 7-round season of FAB Racing in 2026, and once again we continue our journey around the country. Acme Racing, Di Francesco, P1 and P2 leaders in their respective categories as they lap Madison Marston, the 888 machine on the all blue bike there, with a little bit of some yellow accents on the seat as well. 3 laps to go, 2.5, let's call it, as Acme Racing once again just pulling the advantage. For a moment you thought that they might be challenged, and then the second half of the race it pulls back into their own. However, a fight still maybe going to materialise here for second. SFC versus Di Francesco into class, but still fighting for overall P2.
Yeah, 2 laps now for Team SFC to plan out a move on Ivano Di Francesco. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, to be honest. More lap traffic comes into view, but it looks like SFC is still stuck behind. That's really costly, and you have to almost write off their chance at second place now, unless Acme and Di Francesco run into a massive pack of them, which it looks like clear track ahead for now, and a lap and a half to go. You feel really bad for Thomas Dudson, to be honest. He's done a really good job, and that's what, 4th place in every single race now if it stays like this. But he's now closing in on SFC thanks to that lap traffic, and has a shot at the podium on this last lap, but he has to really go for it in order to make it. But Team Acme Racing is able to chill, unlike Thomas Dudson pushing for the podium. He's got a guaranteed podium, but not just a guaranteed win as of yet. Ivano Di Francesco still there, quite far back in the background, but someone having an issue there right in the middle of the track. Need to get off the track before you restart the bike. That's the number 63.
Gary O'Keefe again.
Yeah, Gary O'Keefe having some issues. Yeah, it's a really difficult weekend for them. But then we're going to see Acme Racing coming to the final corner, the final race of the day, the final race of the weekend. It's 4 for 4 for Acme Racing as they come around the final corner. What a weekend for them. After a bit of a dodgy weekend at Lid, they proved they are the ultimate championship favourite. And you have to really give a hand to Ivano Di Francesco, because we did not expect them to be so competitive this weekend, and being the only ones realistically who could challenge Acme Racing.
Yeah, consistently over the weekend there was some good racing between the two of them, and ultimately Acme Racing sheer consistency was too much to overcome for Di Francesco. But on a standard bike, you've got to applaud the effort, like you say, and they took 4 from 4 in their respective category, were untouched by any of the other standard class riders, and well, we'll take P2 overall. Let's run you through the results then for the final time this weekend. It was Team Acme Racing that took victory from Ivano Di Francesco, who took victory in the standard class. Team SFC and Thomas Dudson 3 and 4 second in their respective class, with Adam Harris rounding out the top 5 as an open rider. Harrison O'Keefe, Ben O'Keefe 6th and 7th, with George Knights, Mario Gelli and Paul Kelly your top 10. Phil Joyce from Madison Martelou. Then comes Peter Appleton, the gold member bike of Jamie Appleton. Gary O'Keefe with yet more misfortune on the final lap. And then our 3 DNSs of Daniel Baker, Robert Leveridge and Spencer Collingwood, all not taking to the start of that one. A big shame indeed, but nonetheless a good race to round it off as the sun comes out once again here at Clay Pigeon.
Well, thank you very much for joining us at FAB-Racing. We've said it a bunch of times, but a big thank you to everyone who makes this happen. Of course, everyone watching this, making this happen as well, because if we didn't have viewers, we wouldn't have a stream and we wouldn't have a job. And then, of course, to the marshals, the race control, the parents who bring their kids to the races, and the adults who bring themselves to the races and give us this incredible action. Thank you, of course, to Henry and Harrison, who did a great job in the commentary box yesterday in the GP70s. I'm sure you'll be able to see them soon in another commentary box, perhaps in their future careers, jumping in for a side commentary gig. But nonetheless, what incredible weekend of racing at Clay Pigeon. Zach, of all the amazing races we had, especially today, how do you choose a favourite?
You don't. You just don't. Simple as that. I mean, we've had 2 rounds now, Lids and Clay Pigeon, and both of them have just been phenomenal, as is to be expected in the Mastermax FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. As Riley said, thank you so much for your company over the last couple of days. It's been myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis alongside me in the commentary box, and echoing the thank yous around the paddock for all of your efforts, and thank you, like I say, for keeping us company. Next time out, of course, it'll be round number 3, where we take up north to the tight and twisty Hooton Park circuit. Make sure you go back and watch any races that you missed. Thank you for your patience over the course of some of the delays that we had as well. And don't forget for the announcements further to come for the Junior British GP event that will be taken to Silverstone between round 3 and 4 of the FAB-Racing Championship. It is going to be the biggest spectacle in British mini bike racing, maybe in world mini bike racing, to be on such a big stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's goodbye for now.